Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? That's right. Good day, Byron Turn. What up, Davey Dex? Miss Jalen, good day to you. Kim! Good day. How are we doing? This is the Wildest Wake Up Show. Welcome to the show. I am your host, Sharon Bracey, and every single day we rebel against remedial rhetoric. And today will be no different. It'll be no different today. I also want to shout out to No Captivity with Freezy. Shout out to No Captivity with Freezy. He's a good dude. I enjoy his content. Shout out to him. If you don't know, all right, go check him out. He be doing late nights. He be doing his damn thing. Top of it, Maui. What up, Nay? And you know we like to open up the panel and have open conversations like we had one yesterday with Mr. Mayo. I think it was a decent conversation, but it also showed to where his bias was at, which a lot of people are lately showing. Because, you know, we don't waste no time. We get right into it. You know, it shows a lot of people do have a bias towards this crazy thing that's been going on lately. We try to, what's up, Genesis? I got to, when I think of one, I drop one. I'm glad y'all like the jokes of the day. Sometimes they just be coming up to me in my head, and I'm just thinking about crazy stuff. Sometimes my mind be all over the place. That's why sometimes I get so frustrated when there's so many voices talking. It drives me insane. BATL, good day, beautiful. And it shows that, like, you know, like the conversation that we had yesterday, people don't want to deal in the truth of the matter, ADS. They just don't. 69% of the crimes committed in America is done by certain people, and it ain't us. What's up, very sexy red? It ain't us. And people are starting to realize that, in today's time, times have changed. This whole 77% of us is the ones committing crime. That don't exist anymore. And it's starting to hurt their feelings. And what we're starting to see now is that a bunch of these content creators are starting to get their Negro wake-up call. Yes, they are. They are starting to get their Negro wake-up call. What's up, Make Amends? Let me see where we at. How we doing? Okay, we had somewhat close to half of the likes, so that's pretty good. So I guess don't have to lock it up yet. I don't have to close the doors. We doing much better. I appreciate y'all hitting those like buttons and hitting that share button. Thank y'all. And we're gonna see it's gonna start to be a trend of that going on, because I believe a lot of these folks, they don't care now that they got they king in the White House. They don't care about offending and saying what's on their mind anymore. They don't have to necessarily be politically correct anymore. They could just come out and say, nobody even give a damn about the R word anymore. Nobody cares enough to talk about somebody's a racist. Nobody want to say it. They just like, hey, this is a part of everyday life. They expect it. Ain't no such thing as ours. So the white folks, they're like, hey, we don't need you black folks acting like you white anymore. We don't need black folks push out our white nationalist ideology with a black face. We don't need y'all anymore. This is what's starting to happen. And a lot of these, we're going to see a lot of them is going to start getting a Negro wake-up call. And it's kind of crazy when you really think about it. What's up, L.A. Wilkes? Good day, sir. I cooked your man Mayo, by the way. I cooked him up, whipped him. He's Miracle Whip now. He ain't just male, he Miracle Whip. And this whole thing is just interesting. I should go probably find a video as well of Nick Fuentes on Twitter wilding out. And I just feel like we should talk about this Jason Whitlock versus Nick Fuentes, because we got Jason, he's out here doing his thing, talking sports, politics, and whatever else he feels like. And then we got Nick Fuentes. He comes along, he throw a race card on the table and says, Jason, you got it easier because you black. Swear, like being black in America is not playing life on Hall of Fame mode. And Nick is out here acting like Jason got the goddamn cheat code. But here's the kicker, though. Jason's getting what we call his Negro wake up call. Absolutely, that's what he's getting. What do y'all think? It's crazy. Hey, Pamela, make sure you hit that like and that share button for cooking it up. God damn it. BATL, what you can't stand? I want to know what you can't stand, BATL. And you know that moment when you realize that no matter how much you align yourself with certain ideologies, there's always someone ready to remind you of your place. It's like, oh, you thought you was part of the club. Nah. You just visiting. And it's not just Jason, he's not alone. We know that. We could just look around in these spaces and we know Jason Whitlock is not alone. We could talk about Candace Owens for a second. We could talk about the Angry Man for a second. We could talk about Myron Gaines for a second. Damn. It's a long list of these black male conservative in these spaces on YouTube, on Kick, Twitch, whatever, all these other things. And we see what kind of ideologies that they are pushing out. I'll drop the link soon. I just want to get my thoughts out before everybody piss me off. I get pissed off easy. Shit, Exactly, Davey. I wonder why. What up, conscious moron? Ooh, I can't wait to drop the link on Conscious Moron. I want to hear his point of view on this. Ooh, because I don't think I agree. Ooh, what up, Chuku? I want to hopefully Conscious Moron has some time to hit the link after I get all my thoughts out, because I would love to hear that. Woo! BATL says she cannot stand Jason. She gladly said what he said. Okay. And we see this happening all across the board. Y'all can start naming. Can y'all please drop in the chat? Name Brooklyn in the house, without a doubt. Can somebody please name some other black male or black conservative content creators that are about to get their Negro wake-up call as well? Or you think they already got their Negro wake-up call? I would love to see what's your thoughts on that. Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. It really helps the channel out tremendously. This is how we keep building alternative media, so nobody have to shuck and jive for another ideology if you don't believe in it. Because we just got to deal in the truth. That's it. And anybody that's out there slandering my name without him, I'm very sexy. You know what I'm saying? Candace Owens, she's been riding this whole conservative wave, saying all things her earners want to hear. But lately, she's been catching some backlash too. Turns out, even when you the poster child for a movement, people will turn. They will. They will absolutely turn on you the second you step out of line, because you are considered the teacher's pet. It's great until you forgot to bring that goddamn apple. Oh, that's what is all good, right? As long as you keep bringing the apple, it's all good. Now let's zoom out a little bit, right? This isn't just about Jason or Candace or all the people that y'all about to name in the chat. This is about the double standards. This is what we was talking about yesterday, right? The double standards that's out here, right? So we got that black creator's face now. We have it, right? You could be the most eloquent, the most aligned, the most acceptable, and still someone's gonna pull that rug right under you. It is what it is. Meanwhile, folks like Nick, he gets to say whatever they want, and somehow they still get invited to the party. Yes, he might lose some sponsorships and all that because he messing up the goddamn money. We get that, but he's still invited to the party though. He's still going to the barbecue. Wrong class. No, wrong like usual. Wrong like usual. I'm just telling the truth. That's it. And I will submit to you very sexy red always and forever. But, you know, we cannot forget the history here, right? Right? The Black Panther Party walked around with guns, exercising their constitutional rights, standing on those goddamn places with those shotguns. And what did America do? Change the laws. But when all other folks did the same thing, it's all good. Guns are fine. As long as they're not in black hands. And the hypocrisy is so thick. You can spread the shit on the toast with a butter knife, which is not a weapon, as we had a conversation about that yesterday. And then there's the economy, right? Under Trump, the stock market goes up. He's a genius. Under Biden, it dips. He's the worst president ever. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. So what's the takeaway, right? Is it that America loves the narratives? And loves to pick and choose who gets to be the hero and who gets to be the villain? Black creators, we know the ones that are attempting to tell the truth, they have a very difficult time. They get the narratives pushed on them the most. The rules are always changing. You could play the game, but one thing for sure, what I learned the hard way, that I cannot expect it to be fair. So we got Jason and Candace and every other black creator out there, right? They're not just playing the game. To be honest, a lot of them are attempting to rewrite it. I feel like I'm trying to rewrite it, in my opinion. I think I'm challenging the narratives. And maybe now that they starting to see the writings on what, maybe they would start to see America's own contradictions. Maybe people like Candace and Jason, even the chaotic truth. He's another person that on this topic that we've been talking about, he's starting to recognize America's contradictions. So I just want to keep the conversation going so we could call out these double standards, and let's make sure that the next generation doesn't have to deal with the same nonsense. Because at the end of the day, it's not about all these content creators, Jason, Nick, or whatever. It's about us. At the end of the day, this is what I keep trying to explain, right? It's about the stories that we tell and the truths that we just be ignoring. It is time to rewrite this goddamn script. To get all that out. Yeah. Don't mind me, son. What up, Scorpio Freak? What up, AI Matrix? I had to get all that out, goddamn. I had to get all that. I'm gonna go find the tweet that said person. Let's get the likes up. This is insane. Why, you know what? Why I go find the goddamn tweet that Nick Fuentes says, y'all get the likes up. This is crazy and insane. That's crazy and insane. Make no damn sense. Shout out to Scorpio Freak. God dog it. Almost. Shout out Be Just Like Scorpio Freak with the $2. Support the show. I appreciate every single last one of y'all. Thank you so much, Scorpio and Freak 75. I want to see some new names that say, hey, here's a little $2 in the pot. I got paid today. It is a Friday, god damn it. Thank you so much, Scorpio Freak 75. Let me see some new sky blue names up in the chat to support the show, support Black content creators, because now we're starting to see that now if you're a Black content creator, you have it on easy street according to a Nick Fuentes. That's going to be the new talking point. That's crazy. Well, we know it's not true at all. What up, Burger Salute? I agree with that. Burger. I agree with that. Let me go find this goddamn tweet while y'all get the goddamn likes together. Because that don't make no goddamn sense. I'll be out here goddamn grinding. I'm out here grinding and I can't get no goddamn like buttons. That is crazy. Let me see. What is this banner?
Daddy?
Yes.
I hear you're stronger now.
Yes.
I'm gonna get a toy, but it's kind of like in the middle, so under the bookshelf, and I'm gonna get it. Is that okay?
I think so.
It's actually just girl.
Okay. Okay. Let me see where we at with the damn like button. Oh, the Food Network, he says, with the $2, he says, I liked, I shared, and my last $2. Stop crying, drink some damn coffee. No doubt. Shout out to Miss V. Maria. Shout out to the Great T News. Salute to y'all. Thank you so much for stopping by. What up, Bob? Thank you, Bob. I appreciate that. Shout out to Great T News. He's doing a great thing. He's keeping everybody informed of things. He's keeping everybody up. He's doing great things over there. Shout out to Miss V. Hey, and I just wanted to let me see where we at with the likes. Once we get the likes to 100, we're gonna open up the panel. We can have this great conversation about how all these Black male conservatives got their Negro wake-up call on a day-to-day basis, every single day. Every single day, we got people like Nick Fuentes now all of a sudden say, hey, you Black conservatives, get out of here. The only reason why you can say it is because you are a Black man saying white nationalist ideologies. Speaking of, yes, you are always allowed to come up. What you mean, Tony Golden? They got their Negro wake-up call because when they thought that they was they was speaking the truth for white men because the white man couldn't say these things, and they put on a black face for the white man, so they was just being Black male white avatars in real life. That's right, Otis. You about to get yours too. Shout out to the Haitian sensational one. Yeah.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Haitian the sensational with the $5 says Grand Rising, bro. Sharon, shout out to you. Good day to you. Like and share. Thank you. In and out like a gentleman. What's up, cuz? Otis 2 and Nation. Thank you. Appreciate you. You know, hey, shout out to Miss V showing some love. Thank you. Miss V, Marie with the $2 super sticker. Be just like Miss V Maria. She said, I don't know you, but I'm showing you some love. We can all show each other some love. Just a little $2. It helps tremendously. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much, because we have to support alternative media. We only people that got us is us. I don't want no Negro wake up call, God damn it. I do not want to be talking white nationalist ideologies to get some money, to talk down on my people just to get some money. And then eventually, when shit hits the fan, they're going to kick me out the club too. And now I got to come back with my tail in between my legs, crying to my black folks. No, I want to be strong, love our black people always, and deal with the truth. Now, we have some things that we got to work out in our community. Absolutely, we do. But we're going to work it out. And we're going to work it out with honesty and truthfulness. And the honest truth is that 69% of the crimes committed in America, it ain't by us. We do have a problem with our reading comprehension level. We do have a problem with us going to college and stop believing in this white man conservative ideology, believing that college and higher learning, higher education is for some kind of feminist movement. We have a problem with that. We got to stop that. No, we got to go ahead and get higher education so we can take over the job markets. Absolutely, we got to do that. Oh, nice. Otis who know how to work with his hands? Shout out to Otis who. I did not know you know how to work with your hands. So I thought it could only be used for rolling the cigar weed. Shout out to Otis who. Let's see what we have. So once we get to 100 likes, we will open up. We are 35 away from opening the panel. Davey Dick said, Nick got the goddamn motion. We'll see. We're only 35 likes away from opening the panel. Let's get it together. We got over 100 people in the building. All we need is 100 likes. That's all we need. Let's get it together. I want to argue. I want to scream. I want to yell. I want to laugh. I want to have a good time. It is Foolery Friday. This is the time when you get to say all your grades. If you are mad at me for something I did early in the week or early in the month, early in the year, hey, this is your day to come up here and let me know. We can have a conversation about it. This is the time when you hit the link and say, hey, this is my grievance. You don't go on your other platforms and your other channels and talk ish about a man when you have the opportunity to speak to him direct. Let's have the conversation. Let's get it together. You know what? I don't even have no patience. Because I know I do have a lot of hate watchers, and it's all good. I love y'all hate watchers too. Y'all have y'all place in this channel as well. Let's see, where are the naysayers? Let's see where they at. I want to find out, where do I got it wrong at? Did they get that? Because we got Tony Golden said they didn't get their Negro wake up call. What? So the link is pinned at the top. Because, you know, people like Black, built like a conquering, he would never hit the link because he's scared to have a conversation. I don't know why he's so afraid to have a conversation. I promise the chat might, but I won't bite. Rawr. Don't talk to them like that. Sometimes they be scary. I don't know why they be scary. First up, good day, sir. Welcome to the show. We got ADS in the building. Good day, ADS.
Good day, Sharon.
I'm listening.
I had prayed about this, and I'm believing, and Lord forgive me, I don't want to use your name or do anything to offend you, but I think you put a different take on my heart. The way I kind of see it is maybe from a broader view at this point, right? At this particular moment. You have two families who have lost their son. You know, we pray for Austin's family that the Lord would heal their hearts from the loss of a son, a brother. You know, we pray for Carmelo's family, right? For they have lost a son as well, you know, to potentially the law at this point. And we think about this, right, deeper in more depth and detail over the covering of a tent with an insignia on it. We talk about petty crime in our communities, right? How blacks on blacks are killing each other for nothing. This entire altercation was senseless from beginning to end. You know, the folly of youth, right? You got two 17-year-olds, high ego, high testosterone, going at it, you know what I'm saying, over the covering of a tent, ego and pride. You know, we have to do better as the adults in this society for our children. Because if we're condoning this type of behavior, we're failing them. We have to set the example here, right? The law is going to do in accordance to the Lord's will. There's nothing we can do about that. But we can pray for these families and hopefully use this as a teachable moment, right? About what could occur due to the pettiest of all slightest issues, right? And we should pray to be better for this, or we should be better for this. If we say as black men or as men we lead, right? We have to lead by example. What examples are we setting in this situation and circumstance?
I like that. I'm gonna let that settle down. Otis Hoot Network with the $5 says there's a person driving around with PH Diva, personal place in SCI. I almost crashed. You should know PH Diva be on his neck. That is such a great point, ADS. And you know, I'm glad that you know, we can have honest conversations as times go by. And whenever we do something, man, that's when things change. It's weird, ADS, but that's just what it is for some reason, ADS. I don't know what that is. Now we got to change Texas laws. You feel what I'm saying, ADS? Now parents is going to be more, you know, they're going to be more in tune when they go into these sport events. Hey, we got to stop letting them just talking about this is testosterone health to go ahead and push and fight each other. It ain't healthy. All these things that we've been teaching for all these years, pushing out all these white nationalist ideology, it is not healthy for our young men. This whole that men have to fight, we have to push it out. You got to do it in a confine of a controlled space, not in the street, because when you do it in the street, bad things can possibly happen. We got to stop with this whole male test. Just because I got a penis that I'm supposed to be reigning supreme over everybody. This is why people have a problem with putting their hands on people. Keep your damn hands to yourself. Especially if it looks like bumpkins.
You know where the nationalist sentiment comes from and what the racist sentiment comes from. It doesn't necessarily come from a place of hate. It's more from a place of territorialism, where we feel as if we own things that we really don't in this life, right? No matter how much property you buy, you still don't own that property. You don't own the earth within it, right? That's God's land. This is God's earth, you know, right? And I think we really should promote more often to love thy neighbor as we love thyself. You know, we have to get back to a point where we have more decency and dignity for each other to build. You know, more respect for each other, right?
That would be a great thing. Good day. Welcome to the show, Bumpkin.
How's my mic quality? Is it all right? Is my driving not affected that much?
Yeah, it's not too bad. As long as your window is up, it don't sound too bad.
Yeah, my windows are up and the AC ain't blaring, so there you go. I would say the counter. I'm gonna counter today. I think I'm gonna go fully mask off for you today, Sharon. Is that all right?
I think we could survive. It's Foodie Friday. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'll go
yeah,
ahead and
yeah.
go through. I'll let y'all two have it.
Yeah, I believe that a more racially nationalism would actually unify a lot more groups of people within the United States. I think it would sprout more culture, and it would, in the long run, cause less violence. To be honest, I think the main problem with the American diaspora is the fact that we don't have strict identities that we adhere to. That we have a lot of people that discover this identity, right, when they are younger, and no one else wants to accept that said identity. And you see that a lot. That's why you see a lot of these black conservatives pushing white nationalist ideas, because they those type of racialist ideas aren't really accepted in their own community. Same with whites. Same with white nationalists. Those type of racial ideas are not supported in the major en masse collective. So in
Right.
the long run,
And I
uh,
believe Bumpkin. Okay, you almost finished, guy. I'm sorry.
yeah, no, you go ahead. You're good, bro. Good.
So I think the problem is because the nationalist type of rhetoric that be spilled out is it just doesn't make sense in real life. Because we got to be around the people. The bigger this country get, the more we are forced to be around each other. At one point, the Bible Belt of America, right, it was kind of isolated. It ain't as isolated anymore. We have a lot of people of all different cultures want to have rural land as well too. They want to be farmers in this country as well too. So now a lot of city folks is moving into those rural areas, and so now we got to stop acting as if we live on islands in our own states, and it is actually a united state, and so we can't have this separative hatred towards each other. If it was separate with love, and then we'd be all good. But the problem is, majority of the time, the segregation part is out of hate and not out of love.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, right? And sorry, North Dakota roads, it might be a little bumpy right now, but there's no way to get to the separate out of love without getting through the hate. There's no way. There's no way to get through that. Now, if you want to talk about united culture, I mean, sure, but do you or I think that's even feasibly possible?
Absolutely, it is. Once we have respect for one another and we don't look at each other as we actually separate. Because me and you, we can have a conversation because we have some level of respect for each other, and we're not trying to disrespect each other. We having a conversation, and we keep it on a conversation instead of turning it into my versus you. I'm better versus I can stand in the sun. You can't. You can get pulled over by police without getting this. I don't have, like all the stereotypes. We don't those stereotypes at each other. We just literally have the conversations.
Yeah, right, right. That all falls apart though.
When
Okay. Yeah, that
when
all
does
falls
it fall
apart.
apart?
Okay, let's say that. Let's say that we live in that culture, right? That
Mm-hmm.
entire thing falls apart, right? When your kid tries to date my daughter, or my
Mm-hmm.
kid tries to date your daughter, falls
Uh-huh.
apart instantly. And you know
Now,
damn well it falls apart instantly.
so now I do not believe it falls apart because just because me and you say we are nationalists to the highest degree on both our sides, our children do not have to have the same ideology because if we have respect for them, we have respect for their relationship and how they move and stop trying to put our own ideologies on other human beings.
So we are talking about racial nationalism right now. We're not talking about just nationalism, right?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. There's no point in racial nationalism if your kids are not going to be of the same racial hue as you. There's no point in that.
Right. That's no point in the talking point. But in real life, it doesn't matter. Because in real life, my son, your daughter, vice versa. Right? It don't matter if they don't believe the same thing that we believe. And that's where the problem is when we keep trying to force our own ideologies on other people. And that's when we get the civil war type of conversations happening. We better and all that shit. Me and you can say we better all we want to. But when we start pushing it on other people, that's the issue.
There's nothing that's going to stop that civil war at this point, man.
Well, first of all, I don't believe it's going to be no civil war because there's too many people that have common sense.
I don't think so, bro. I'm gonna be real with you. as we deteriorate, as we see the economy start to fail, as those comforts start to go away, people are going to start drawing lines via racial, via political. I think it's going to be both at the same time. I think it's not going to be two sides versus each other. I think it's just going to be absolute mayhem, honestly.
No, so what it's going to be is
Anarchy.
it's going to be neighborhoods versus neighborhoods, because at the end of the day, if me and you hated each other, but we lived in the same neighborhood, we trying to protect our own crops, guess what we're going to have to do? We'll have to fight together against the other community. And we're going to have to put
Not necessarily.
Necessary. This goes to, like, I don't know if you're into comic books, but I think The Watchmen did it perfectly. Dr. Manhattan. He said, we create this one common enemy, and then all of a sudden, all this race and politics and all this shit goes out the window. And we all fight and we sing Kumbaya together. And that's what actually happens is when we get rid of all the bullshit, we put it to the side, we say, hey, we want our community to do better. That all that other bullshit is out the window. It don't matter anymore.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't think history shows that.
Shit. I mean, you might not, but history absolutely shows it. I mean, the Civil War, the reason why we got, like they say, hey, we ain't gonna be able to win this fight without y'all. So, hey, they say, hey, we're gonna try to give you something, and they said, all right, fuck it, we're gonna have to bite this, but we're gonna have to cut our nose and spot our face. Fuck it, you fight with us, we're gonna renege on it, of course, but we're gonna give you this idea of freedom in America. Y'all reneged on it and everything, but y'all at least had to fake give us something to force the fight.
So did you mean the Revolutionary War when you said Civil War?
Whatever you want to call it. Don't be obtuse now.
No, because we have to.
Don't try to make me literal. You know exactly what I'm saying. We fought side by side.
I don't know what you're saying, because if you're talking about the Civil War, then I would disagree. But if you're talking about the Revolutionary War, then you might have some level of an argument there.
Okay. I want to also welcome some other people to the show. Welcome them AR, welcome Silent, and welcome for the first time the Conscious Moron. What is your thoughts? Let's start with Silent, because he's a man of many words. So let's get the longest speaking person out first. Go ahead, Silent.
I just think all this is a big deal because it's a black dude killing a white boy. All the times when they killing us, they do a little story about it. We hear nothing about it, or we don't hear nothing about it at all. They drowning us, they fucking hanging us, they doing all types of shit in high school, middle school, even elementary, but we don't hear shit about it. But since he killed the white boy, now we hearing all this shit about it, and they making a big deal and all that stuff.
Okay. AR?
Hey, good morning.
Ace for horses.
Hey, good morning. So actually, I wanted to kind of Bunkin, what part of North Dakota do you live in? I meant to ask that earlier.
I'm not answering that. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, I used to live in Grand Forks. I was stationed there for a couple years.
I'll say this. Close.
Okay. All right. Cool.
I'll say I know the area very well.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, it's cold up there in the winter. Yeah. So what you were just saying, Sharon, about a common enemy bringing us together, for sure. To your point, history definitely bears that out. From the Revolutionary War to the forming of the Constitution, a big reason, that when James Madison was arguing for the ratification of the Constitution was national security concerns. It was, during the Revolutionary War, we almost lost it because it was 13 separate colonies and you had the Articles of Confederation, but the central government didn't really have any power to force these colonies to do anything like send reinforcements, send clothing, resources, etc. So part of the constitutional debate came around, or was focused around national security concerns. 13 separate colonies, we won't survive if Britain decides to attack again, or if another country that's united decides to attack again. And so that was a big talking point. Then you can go, obviously, a little fast forward a bit. Soviet Union, that was a common enemy for the U.S. 9/11 happens, common enemy for the U.S. And obviously there was a fracture. There was still a minority that kind of was against what the majority wanted, but it was definitely a strong focal point for the unison of the country. So I definitely think history shows that.
Absolutely. Shout out to AR for finally agreeing. What? I can't believe it. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. Welcome to the show, Conscious Moron. Good day, sir. How you doing? What's your thought?
I'm doing all right, man. Appreciate you for having me up. If we talking about the situation with us unite, I will agree. Like Ronald Reagan even said something about like if aliens came down, the whole world would unite against those common, you know what I'm saying, for our common good. So yeah, I agree with you on that.
So what was your thoughts on the Jason Whitlock? I know you had some thoughts on that. So what was your thoughts on that? I see you had seem like disagreements.
I will agree. Nick was right on this one because technically Jason is used to say what the white people can't say. He was absolutely right, and Nick said it like when he was crashing out. I won't say crashing out, but in his little spill about Jason, he said it. He was used as a prop. He is, but I mean, it's coming back to bite him now. But he was definitely using, and he got a lot more grace. You know what I'm saying? It's harder for Nick.
And so you see men that think like Jason, that the men that like Jason Whitlock that say these talking points like the black community is trash and we are the black on black crime and we the lowest in this and we the lowest in that. All those men, they were just speaking for white men because white men could not say these things out loud.
They could say it, but it's gonna be with some ramification, right? It'd be easier for a black man to talk against his community other than a white man talking against black man community, right? When you think,
I think if you mean it and you have some good solution with it, I don't think you have backlash. But when you do it in a hateful way, right? So, because I think is ways to talk down or talk bad about something that is factual in a loving way, and then there's a way to do it, and you trying to make it seem like that community is just horrible and disgusting, and it just confirms your bias. That's when the problem lies. And people like Nick, what he does is he use all our facts that is so-called negative. He used it in a confirmation bias way to say that we are the lowest of the total poll in America. Shout out to Very Sexy Red TV with the 99 there. Here's to being of another great stream. While this wake up show is Friday, Birdman hands. So do you agree? What's your thoughts on that statement I just said?
well, I mean, I agree with you, but like I said, I think he's able to move in the conservative set like that. You know what I mean? He has a little bit more leeway than like a Nick Fuentes would have. The things that he says, like that's why I agree with Nick Fuentes on this point alone. But it ain't
And
like
so, do you think that Nick Fuentes is saying the things that he is saying about the black community out of love or out of hate?
Oh no, of course not. Of course,
Nick is saying it out of hate. What about Jason? Is Jason saying it out of love or out of hate?
I think it's a little bit of hate. I think it, but
Throw
I
out a
think he
paycheck.
loves us. He's been rejected by us so much that it turned to hate. Like Nick never loved us. He always despised.
So you saying that Jason he did it strictly out of a paycheck, and that's why it's his Negro wake up call.
Yeah. You don't think it was? He saw the opportunity. I can get paid. Like I mean, that's why it's a niche in the conservative to be a black conservative. You could blow up, man. Even the little
So
ones.
most black male conservatives, especially, I'm assuming, they are full of shit.
I would say at least 75% of them.
Damn. So why the people that is actually attempting to move forward and actually have the conversation, why do they get so much? Why are those people not being propped up more than these? I don't know how what better. Right? Yeah, I don't even know a better word to say.
The radical black people are saying what the white people want to say.
Damn. But do we support that as well?
Do we support what? The radical
the black male, the black male conservative douchebags.
I don't think we support them. But, I mean, the manosphere. Wait, hold on. I mean, are you talking about Democrats? I don't think Democrats support them. But I think the manosphere, yeah.
Okay, I got you. I understand you saying that it is support for them, but it's a very separate divide. It's the ones that is out there gripped, that they all grifting together and they trying to get. Okay, I got you. Davey Dix, member for 10 months, says Jason has all the smoke for black people, but Nick attacks him and Jason turns to the Bible. Check your email, Sharon, and play the damn video I sent. All right. I get my ass handed to me. Oh, shout out to, let me go check my email so I can go see that email. Good, that is very interesting. Welcome to the show, Kulu, live streaming. Good day, sir. What's your thoughts? Let me go check this damn email.
Man, hello, Sharon. Good morning, everybody, man. Like the video, share the video. I got a few thoughts. I'll make it really quick. When it comes to the Nick Fuentes situation and Jason Whitlock, both of them, in my opinion, do spew racist talking points. I think Nick Fuentes is a ignorant racist, and I think Jason Whitlock is more so racial towards Black culture rather than Black people. But when it comes to what Nick said about his tweets and like about it being just race and like comparing it from what he say, LA all the way to Baltimore, from Haiti all the way to South Africa, he's lumping in all different types of ethnic Black folks into this group. But when you look at history, let's say go back just 500 years, if we group up all the different nationalities and ethnicities of white people, they've murdered way more people, from the Native Americans, from slavery, from Jews, and like the Germans. I mean, we can go down to damn Congo with the like Napoleon or like whatever the fuck his name is, right? Where he murdered like 10 million of them. So he's just very ignorant on
Leopold.
Like very ignorant on what he's talking about.
Yeah, Leopold.
Yeah, Leopold. Yeah, and the Holocaust down there. So, obviously he has a message and a narrative he's pushing. When it comes to Jason Whitlock, I thought he was going to give more pushback against Nick Fuentes instead of trying to talk about he don't care about this or he don't care about that. Something about Jesus Christ. I thought he was going to get more pushback. I'm kind of disappointed, but if somebody mentioned the Carmelo situation, and I just want to let people know real quick. In the state of Texas, I live in Texas, been here 29 years. I used to carry blades underneath 5 inches through schools, football games, track events. It's not a crime. Like it's legal to carry a blade underneath 5 inches to school events and school property. Any blade over 5.5 inches or over the palm of your hand is considered not a felony, but a Class A misdemeanor. So, I just wanted to add that to, to the conversation. Both those guys, Nick Fuentes and Jason Whitlock, are idiots, and they don't actually read world history. So,
oh man, and I got the video, and also I have a Cash App, and it says, "Shh, the wrench snatcher take Chuku and AR wrench." Let me find Chuku right now. Oh Lord, let me go find. So y'all got y'all wrench snatched up out of here, and when we ever get a super chat, yeah, you got your wrenches.
What I do, I had it for less than 24 hours. I can't do nothing with it.
I don't know what you did, but it's gone. And
if I didn't muted someone or something, I would have tried to use my power a little bit. I didn't even do anything.
And when we get a super chat over a certain amount,
But it's very degrading of you to post it. No.
You suck your tongue out. Stop.
I didn't say I wasn't looking. I just said it was very degrading.
All right, let's check out and see what Nick Fuentes actually said. I'm glad somebody sent it to me. I appreciate it. Let's see. Let me make sure I start it back over. Let's see. Let's go. Mm-hmm.
And by the way, you are a token.
Damn.
Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in conservative media as a Black guy that can confer upon white people the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views. That's why you get paid. And that's why I don't, because I didn't have the privilege of being born Black. I was born white, so there's a limit on what I can say.
Wow.
Sound like hate.
So Shawan, this is craziness, right? So I tried to tell people this earlier, and they thought that I was crazy when I said this. This is gaslighting at 1,000% to the point where people wouldn't know. Nick Fuentes is actually hiding behind Kanye West and Candace Owens. That is what has kept his relevancy. He says that, these big financial groups won't help me. So did his big bro Kanye that he ups right now, right? That's his black friends. Nick Fuentes is part of good music, part of Dreamville. Give him a record deal or give him a podcast deal.
Dreamville.
Yeah. Nick Fuentes is part of Dreamville. Good
J.
music.
Cole's label.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is, so
I thought
even J. Cole, even if he would have went to Dreamville, J. Cole even said shout out to Kanye. Even on Dreamville. Let me tell you something. Look, all these people are signing podcast deals. He is actually doing the same thing he's saying Jason Whitlock did. Now I'm not a Jason Whitlock fan, but not by no means, by no anymore. Because of his stance on this Carmelo situation. With his stance on this Carmelo situation, I can no longer support Jason Whitlock because of his stance on that. I'm done with it. But anyway, neither here nor there. It's not taking up for him, but Nick Fuentes is doing the same thing. He gets to hide behind. He says that Jason Whitlock hides behind white people, right?
Right.
Nick Fuentes hides behind Kanye and Candace Owens. Kanye is his big bro. He says Kanye is the real nigga. He says Kanye is the leader of white nationalism.
So
he said that.
So you're saying that Nick Fuentes is also hiding behind blackness?
Yes.
Got you. Okay. All right. Now I understand what you're trying to say. Okay.
Yeah, so Jason is hiding behind whiteness, like Nick is hiding behind blackness.
Right. Right. You said this, right. That's what you're saying, right? Pastor, that Nick is hiding behind blackness and Jason is hiding behind whiteness.
Exactly.
Okay. It took a second for me to get it, but
I just broke it down to how it's happening.
Yeah.
Yes.
You started talking about Dreamville,
Jason
and
Whitlock
it
is
kind of
hiding
confused me.
behind Glenn Beck, right?
Yeah.
Glenn Beck is a NAR or aggressive Christian, or what we call Christian evangelical. Anyway, y'all have to look that up. If y'all ain't ready for that kind of stuff.
All right.
Anyway.
Hey, Conscious One. So this is the part you still agree with what Nick is saying at this point right here.
You don't think so?
I can't agree with him based off the premises of
I didn't know your name was Conscious.
Oh no, my bad.
He not ready for that, Sharon. He not ready.
Yeah. So what he said so far.
You want that smoke, my nigga? You not ready, my nigga. You not qualified, my nigga.
Oh shit.
You not qualified, and you not ready. You not qualified or ready for this conversation.
Man, how many times are you gonna repeat yourself?
All right. So y'all good for right now?
As
Hey,
many times as Umar did, so you can keep listening to me.
Hey, y'all, you good for right now? You want to speak on what Nick said?
No, nigga, right now. What's the smoke?
He don't know his own name.
What's the smoke, my nigga?
You don't want to ask. You're the one that has smoke. I don't got no smoke.
You obviously you sneak this.
You okay, man?
Yeah, you sneak this, nigga.
All right. Hold on. What's up? We got ADS back. What's up, ADS? What's your thought, real quick, before we jump back into the video?
Brothers, Pastor, hey, I need y'all to stop this. This is unbecoming of the light-skinned delegation.
Wait, is Pastor light skin too?
No.
Yeah, see, that's a light-skinned brother too. Yeah, we know now. We know.
This is not light skinned.
He definitely
Hey,
not.
he just dropped.
No, my nigga,
He said, right now, let's focus on the white man. Let's not argue with each other. All right. Let's see what else Nick says.
There's a limit on what I can say without being penalized in the so-called free marketplace of ideas. And everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows. And everybody's sick of it, especially in the conservative space, that blacks have had it easy. It is, and I don't doubt that he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's genuine. But you are playing by a different set of rules, pal.
Yo, that's fucking crazy.
And he's playing by a different set of rules. How to behind Kanye? He complained about.
Okay, that's fine. But I'm saying this is kind of crazy, though, right? Before you say what he's hiding behind, let's just talk about what he's saying, not what he's doing, right? Let's just talk about that. The fact that he's saying it's easier for black content than white content creators. That's crazy to hear.
It's easier for white people to make content and niggas like it quicker. Y'all don't play this. Oh, well, it's easier for Jason Whitlock to apply his rhetoric to white society. There's a great part of white society. There's a great part of white society that's not going to like him no matter how much he sucks up to them. Right? But black people overwhelmingly...
You gonna let other people talk?
Black people overwhelmingly like a white person that talks the shit that we would. Y'all, I guarantee you, there's a higher percentage of black people.
All right. Hold on. So let's address it one thing at a time. So no, just because somebody is saying something that you enjoy and that they're white, that doesn't mean we just like that white person because they're saying something that is on the same mental path. That's crazy to say. If conscious moron is saying something that I enjoy, it is okay.
That nigga not conscious right now.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
He unconscious.
If AR, his other half of him, is saying something that I enjoy, I'm going to agree with because of what he's saying, not because his other half of his body said it.
Amen.
Welcome to the show, Tony. Welcome to the show, Tony Golden. What's your thoughts?
Hey, what up, everybody? Jason is a token, but I do think, right, Jason says what a bunch of white conservatives want to say, but they're scared to say.
Yeah, I think that was Nick's point, is that because Jason is black, he can say things and not be called a racist or whatever, and then white people can hide behind it because they are racist, and since this fits their view, they can push and be like, oh, see, it's not racist because a black person is saying it, and then at least white liberals can't really criticize Jason because then they also get called a racist. So the pool of people.
Hold on one
second. Well, it's not racist if Nick Fuentes say it because he got a couple of black friends like Kanye West and Candace Owens.
But also he said Jason was being genuine. So like you cannot double talk, right? In the same token, he said, hey, I do believe Jason is genuine with what he's saying. However, he has it easy because he's black. No, it cannot be both. Like, hey, and what he's saying, maybe he just say it better than you because he's not saying it with as much hatred as what you have it, or whatever it is. Whatever it is about you, when you say it, it ain't clicking the same way how somebody else say it. It is what it is. I can say the same thing as Tony Golden, but people will respect it more for me. What Tony Golden is saying, and it's just that simple sometimes.
No, Sharon, he mad that Ye has never had him in the studio. Glenn Beck took Jason Whitlock to the studio, but Nick Fuentes ain't never been to the studio with Ye. He might have been to the studio, but they ain't never dropped no real tracks. And you never even know. Kanye might even be funding Nick Fuentes at this point because
Okay, but
banks don't. No banks. Hold on, banks don't want to.
hold on, but I don't want to talk
What
about.
is your point?
Yeah, like
My
I don't.
point is that
Can someone translate?
it's happening on both sides. Y'all trying to
All
play
right,
a
that's fine.
one-sided
All right, so
game.
what? So you want to point it out on the black side and not the white side? You rather this is maybe you one of those goddamn black conservative that we need to be worried about.
Nigga, I'm worried about you, nigga. I'm worried about all you niggas.
So yeah,
I'm worried about all you niggas. I don't trust none of you niggas. I'm worried about all you niggas. But anyway, but check this.
Why do we worry you so much?
Because you scary, nigga. You scary, so I might have to stab you.
All right, hold on. So
Carmelo. Shout out Carmelo.
do white people scare you, Pastor?
Nigga, you scare me, nigga. I got a fear for my life around you suckers.
No, do
But anyway,
white people scare you? Do white people?
you a buster. You a
so
buster.
here's the problem, Pastor. You starting to sound like Nick Fuentes.
Pastor trolling, man.
Is that Jay Prince with a backup account?
God damn, that's crazy. All right, let's jump back into the video. Smitty, good day, sir. How you doing? You want to talk about the conversation, or you want us to jump back into the video?
No, I just got here, bro. You know me. I don't like to just jump in, bro. I like to kind of cool it for a little bit. I'll be here for a few, and I'll tap in when you get done with the video.
All right, let's see what else Nick is saying, because I think this is insane what he just said, in my opinion.
Everybody knows it. Everybody knows, and everybody's sick of it, especially in the conservative space, that blacks have had it easy. It is, and I don't doubt that he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's genuine.
So once you say that, you cannot say he has it easier if he's being genuine about his position.
That what he's saying is he has it easy because of his position. He had because, look, so it's almost like
yeah, but you can't say it. It doesn't matter why he's trying to paint a fake ass narrative, but he can't say it because
it's not a fake ass narrative. It's supply and demand. There's very few people that do what Jason Whitlock does, and what he's saying is white people are paying him.
Hold on, Pastor. So you're saying even though me and another a white person have the same exact thoughts and we say the same thing, but if he gets a little bit better recognition from it, you're saying that it's because he's white, and that's what Nick is saying.
That's not technically.
Like the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Damn. It says, good day and bye, Pastor.
Can we finish to hear what Nick was going to say, how they got it easier? Because I was thinking, let's hear him expound on that.
Okay,
Sharon,
yeah.
what's the topic? What exactly you guys talking about?
Right now we are talking about Nick
minutes.
Fuentes, that white guy that you was just hearing. He's saying that black folks that are conservative, they have it easier in media being content creators. They have it easier in media because they are black, because they could say things about black people that if a white person said the same thing, they would be deemed as racist.
That's very interesting. So that's very interesting. I will speak on that. So just yesterday, my black ass, I did a live in Miss Oshun, and she was speaking about the small hats.
Okay.
We couldn't get halfway through the video because she kept saying the J word.
Damn.
Whole video got shut down. I had to reboot it and do it all over. And we had to say, just call them people. So we can do what now? Now, last time I checked, you can say nigga anywhere, and anybody can say it for the most part and not get canceled, not get none of that. So I don't know where they do that at, but I know my whole live got shut down just because we mentioned them peoples. And I couldn't even find it. But I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out.
But you are playing by a different set of rules, pal. You have training wheels on. You think you've earned it? Everything you have. Take a look around at your studio, your contract. Your employees, if you said the stuff that you said as a white person, your ass would be fucking gone. And everybody knows that. You're on Blaze hosting E. Michael Jones talking about the Jews. It's a good fucking thing you're black, because if you weren't, you would have been fired like Elijah Schaffer. You would have been fired like every other white person. Everybody knows that. Take a good look at everything around you.
You're on mute.
That's insane to me. Well, we know that people literally can't even get certain jobs now because of so-called merit.
So he's not mad at what he's saying. He's just mad because he getting the money and he not getting as much money. That's what's saying. He just about the money.
It sounds like hate. It don't have anything to do with what he's actually saying. He mad because the people do not like the shit that he's saying. You say hateful things and then you get mad when people are holding you accountable for saying something hateful. This is crazy to me. Go ahead, Tony.
I think it's deeper than that. Did you see the exchange between them? Like, did you see the preamble before that video?
Not yet.
Yeah, I could find the link and send it to you. I found a thread on Twitter where it kind of chronicled how he even got to that point. And Jason Whitlock started calling that man a demon and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it's deeper than him just, not being able to say what Jason said. It's like, Jason had came at him.
But if you look at that exchange, you see the power that Jason is under. He can't really talk against Nick Nim. That's why he kind of had to go, well, I'm just here to be a Christian. So I'm saying it's a double-edged sword doing what he's doing. He got to bow out of them white folks too.
And what I find very interesting. Go ahead, AR.
I was just gonna say, I think it's some people that are not inside of a community, they haven't really reached I don't know. They don't understand that when you talk about a community, a lot of times it's condescending, it's talking down about the community versus someone who is from the community talking about the community. They're talking about a lived experience, or they're talking about their family. So it's a completely different thing when a black person says something about the black community and a white person who's a known white nationalist says something about the black community, because it's obvious, most likely coming from a different place.
Right.
Yo, can I jump in for a second? What up, Sean?
Right, I was just about to welcome you in. Yeah. Welcome to the show, NT. And before NT go, shout out to Maui Gomes with the $9.99 super sticker. Thank you. Be just like Maui. Show some love and support. Hit that like, that share. 99 cents or $9.99 or more. I appreciate anybody that can do any of those three things. All those things help out tremendously. Go ahead, NT.
Now keep in mind, Whitlock is. I'll give Whitlock this, right? He's been consistent with not the Christian values and all of that. This is why Fox dropped him, because you know what I'm saying, the entertainment value was kind of low. It wasn't because of what he was saying, it just the ratings was in the toilet because he's a little boring. Fox dropped him. He's been dropped a few spots as far as broadcasting goes. As a columnist, he did his thing. Unfortunately, Mick Fuentes got a point, because it's like, bro, how come you can say this stuff but I can't say this stuff? And as far as these platforms is concerned, why does your skin tone just allow you to say things that I can't say? Like, y'all talk about equality and all of this other stuff. What's so equal about that? So Fuentes does have a point with that. You know what I'm saying? This is just Whitlock's Negro wake-up call. That's the way I see it. You've been leaning conservative and Christian values and all of this. Now you got a conservative or white nationalist, whatever you want to call them, coming at you, and you kind of got to handle it with kid gloves. I think it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. So you can't go at him like he be going at Stephen A. Smith and like he be going at these chicks and all of that other stuff. He gotta be nice to the white nationalist, or else he gonna lose most of his audience. It's hilarious, bro.
So what I think is like what AR said. I think it's not fair to say that. What's up, Renee? Is because somebody might have a lived experience versus somebody that's just talking. Right, you're going to be held at a different level of accountability. If I am a part of the community and I'm talking to NT about our community, it's going to be held as different than Tony Golden talking about me and NT's community, and he's far away removed from our community. He's not a part of what we experience, and we will look at him a little differently, even if he said the same thing we said. because we would say you don't have the understanding to say our experience.
I mean, I don't think he's talking about the opinion from the. If it was the opinion from the general public, well, both sides would pretty much agree with just what AR just said. It's like, yo, whatever, he black, so yeah, he can talk about some things, and you don't even have the experience to talk about the things that you talk about. Understandable. I think what Fuentes is talking about is like the platform, the fact that you can get demonetized, you get deplatformed, you get all of that for saying all of this stuff, and for real, that ain't supposed to see no skin tone. That's supposed to really just see what you're saying.
So what do you think Jason said that Nick has said that one got demonetized and the other one didn't?
Hold up. All right, so here's what Fuentes is saying. It's like Whitlock has always been critical of like black culture, quote unquote. You know what I'm saying? He's always been critical of that. He's been consistent with that, and he has been leaning toward the Christian values and all of that stuff. And what Fuentes is saying is like, look, if I came out here and said the same thing as you said, which I pretty much said, I get deplatformed, I get demonetized. You know, I get all of this stuff. You can just say it. Yeah.
One is talking about one is going to have the benefit of the doubt because they are black. They have family in those situations or grew up in that situation themselves. So they're talking about an experience. The other one is going to get demonetized because they have nothing to do with it and are talking down about it.
But why?
That's the difference. One has the benefit of.
But I don't think that should matter, because if you're from the community, I'm not from the community, but we're saying the same thing. There's essentially no difference. I understand what you understand.
And I understand what he's saying in the court of public opinion. Yeah, it does mean, you know what I'm saying? It makes
talk about
sense.
the algorithm.
But exactly. We're talking about the business stuff. It's like, come on, bro.
The fact that he can say nigga, and then if the white dude say nigga, it's a dub. The fact that he can talk as low as he want about black people, and then if the white dude do it, it's a dub for him. That's what he's talking about. So I was gonna say the same thing, and he say I agree with that part that the white dude talking about, is that we can say shit and we can get deep down into our but then again I'll say this: our culture is more spicy than this. Our shit is more entertaining. We got more shit going on. Be it though negative, he basically saying I can't talk about the negative shit with you. So you know, it's kind of hating a little bit. You feel me? But I see what he mean. You know, the algorithm shouldn't punish him. Just like Auntie said, it shouldn't see the color and be like, "Oh, he's black, so he can say nigga."
Yeah,
oh, he's white.
You punish anybody for saying it. You punish everybody for saying it.
So are you guys not understanding why someone in the black community can say something about the black community and not be punished versus someone that's not in the black community saying something about the black community being punished?
To be honest, I don't think. Look, when you talk about the First Amendment, if you're gonna let anybody get, I don't think any of them should really get punished. Just like he used his platform to say that stuff, we should be able to use our platforms to say stuff against them. That's the way I feel.
The First Amendment has nothing to do with private entities.
What?
That's true.
The First Amendment has nothing to do with private entities. So Google, YouTube is owned by Google, Alphabet. They can demonetize someone, and the First Amendment has no play in it. The First Amendment is about the government.
Okay, so do you agree with him when he says that black people probably got it a little bit easier since even the algorithm, these private corporations are like, yo, you could talk as down as you want about your black people, but if the white dudes do it, we're going to penalize them. And we just think he's just saying that he thinks that's unfair, and that gives you an advantage because most of the entertaining shit is black culture. Diddy getting locked up, fucking 50 and Rick Ross going back and forth, Lil Durk, a huge rapper, now is in like a fucking murder for hire. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the black culture is where all the spicy shit comes from 100%. You never really hear this shit.
Rural white people don't care about Lil Durk getting locked up. So like you're talking about black culture being the spicy stuff. That's because we are that culture and we know we like our culture. But if you talk to a rural white person, they're like, who is Lil Durk? So what they would consider spicy is something completely different. So
see, but that's why I like having conversations with people, because like we're talking about this guy. He's basically hating and say, I want to be a part of that culture, but I can't because if I say too much, I'm going to get kicked off. Now you go into white trash people. Like, we not.
I didn't say anything about white
somebody
trash.
else.
What's funny is Whitlock has been kicked off of multiple platforms for spewing this, dude.
Right. So now let's break that part down. So that's the part I want to welcome Afro Nerd into the show as well. Thank you for your patience, Afro Nerd and Ra. But the issue is that you cannot be mad because somebody looked at you and say that, hey, you are not being genuine about the topic. You just spilling hate. and another person is being genuine about the topic and not spilling, hey, we cannot be mad because if you talk about the Jays and as Mr. Seven was just up here, he was talking about the Jays and he also got his stream taken down. So when one person is saying something and they saying it out of malice, yeah, you're going to be taken differently than somebody that seems as if they not taken by malice, and that's just what it is. You can't hate because your stuff has been taken down because same thing. He's get the same backlash. So Whitlock, he has the same supporters as somebody like Nick. He got the same. It's the same situation.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But
And yeah, that's what I'm saying. He definitely hating.
You would have to prove that he's.
I wouldn't say he got
malice.
the same supporters, but you it's supposed to be the conservative, right-leaning Christian values. But we know what we know. A lot of the supporters Nick has
People who
that's
want to
kind of
see
mixed
drama.
in there. Yeah,
Every type of version of it.
With Jason Whitlock, they like to see Jason. They like to see a black man talk about black issues. If you pay attention to Jason Whitlock's show, who does he talk about the most? LeBron James and Bronny. He talks about Deion Sanders and Shador. They like black men who stand up against their own people and talk down on them, right? Because he says Deion is trash. The way he dressed, the way he looked, he shouldn't be wearing shades as a coach. I mean, he could do the most minute shit. And Jason Whitlock will go right on live and say, hey, Deion Sanders is a piece of shit. He's not a good father. His sons are, just it's always something negative against the community. And the white people love that. Oh, my God, it's a nigga talking about niggas.
BMU, you was generous about it. I mean, the list goes on and on from Swoops to Stephen A to whatever. Some of the takes you're going to agree with, some not. But rarely you see him going at Caucasian folks. It's always going on. You know what I'm saying? Black people. He ties it.
Yeah, he went in on the WNBA. Yeah, Angel Reese.
He ties it into black culture and him going off on black culture and how it's like opposing Christian values.
Are we not saying? But do he not get the same pushback as somebody like Nick Fuentes would get? He'll get the same pushback.
No, he's not.
He's not.
I think it depends on what he's saying.
Because you let a white man get on.
What happened to Nick Cannon when he was talking crazy?
Right. They got Nick.
So it just depends on what you're saying. You know what I mean? So it could
right.
happen.
So y'all think that Jason Whitlock is getting rated on a curve compared to Nick Fuentes?
Yes.
Wow, that's crazy. So you saying him as a black man, he have it easier than Nick Fuentes?
Yes, he has it.
I wouldn't say that he has it easier. No, hold on. I wouldn't say that he has it easier to go to even what Whitlock said with his pushback when he answered to Nick. Nah, he don't have it easier because he worked hard to even get the platform that he has. Probably worked a lot harder when it comes to journalism. I'm not gonna say he has it easier, but does he have more leeway as far as the stuff that he said? Look, if Nick Fuentes was to come out and say the same word for word monologues that Jason Whitlock said, his streams would be taken down. Yeah, it's
okay, but
exactly.
Hold on. Okay, so word for word, but also
was talking about a
tonality.
What is?
But I'm not gonna say he has it easier, of course.
So but also tonality matters, right? Because me and Auntie can say the same thing. Mine can sound hateful, and Auntie's can sound as just being honest and saying he want to change. He looking for solutions or something. So we also got to add in the tonality on why you are saying something as well, because same thing, but one can have a little hatred in their voice when they are saying it. Because I could correct a woman and then say, "Hey, babe, you need to do it this way," or you could say, "Hey, babe, you need to do it this way."
Sharon,
that's not it. Let me say this real quick, and I'm gonna let y'all have it.
Different tonality is going to get a different reaction.
But Sharon,
BMU, we're going to get Afro Nerd in there. Go ahead, BMU.
But Sharon, what you need to understand is if you pay attention, because I watch Jason Whitlock, I watch him just to see this ignorant fool sometimes, right? And so what he do is he'll take some of the most vicious and most racist and most criticized white people and bring them on his show as his homeboys, and he'll let them talk down on black people as well. And he'll be like, "What do you think about this black stuff?" And LeBron James, they put nigga on his garage door. What you think about them putting nigga on his garage door? And he got a white man up there. Well, I think it's just stupid. LeBron James is, huh? No, I'm just saying he said.
Oh, okay.
No. I'm saying like he's everything that happens, he'll bring white people on, like Brett Favre. Brett Favre stole that $7 million of welfare money in Mississippi. He brought him on the show talking about black people. Like, what are we doing? And so think about that. If you had on the other side, if you had a white man on there and he brought in, or he started talking about The
and brought
same
in
thing.
white
It's
people.
over. He's
Yeah,
done.
be done. He be done. Word. I see
I,
what
I
Sharon trying to
disagree.
do. Sharon
I don't.
trying to make it like as
I
if like
disagree. But
the intent, like it being malice, is. But I don't think that's the would be the reason. It would just be that he's white. That would all it. That's all it would have. Once the skin
Well,
tone
he's
Yep.
changes,
also Nick. He's also
he could
Nick
be trying to
Fuentes.
show love. What you
right,
say?
he also have a history
Yeah.
of being hateful.
Of being
I,
hateful, right? Okay, so look,
I
let's
got a
say this
different.
then, Sharon. Let's take away
I'm gonna
his
bring
history
you
and
right
let's
now,
say
Afro.
let's. I think what we're saying is that even if it wasn't him, if it was a new coming white guy that had all good faith for black people, but he was bringing up people to have those same conversations, he would get some type of pushback, right? So
He'll
we,
get right.
to me, I
Perfect.
call it our black privilege. That's our black privilege is
That
that we're able
that
to
Let's
view
Shapiro
see.
that.
talk.
All right, we got one. So go ahead, Afro Nerd.
Good morning to the gentleman. Okay, so quickly, to me, these two people have different platforms, right? They're different platforms, and within those platforms, you see the advantage of a Nick Fuentes versus an older, seasoned sports commentator, right? The fact that a kid, because essentially Fuentes is a kid, can come out and be taken seriously versus a black elder within itself is kind of crazy. Like he doesn't even see his own privilege, right? Secondly, it's token versus token if you want to get very technical about it. Fuentes, if you know his ethnic background, is Irish, Italian, and Mexican. According to real quote unquote authentic white supremacists, he will be X'd out 3 damn times. He is afforded whiteness, but history tells us that Italians were described as swarthy. They have their own lynching history. Catholics, Irish Catholics, have their own lynching history. Irish need not apply, and I don't need to speak about Mexicans. So he looks white, and he was afforded the ability to come in and be a bulldog because of what he looks like. But if you go into actual white supremacists, he would not measure up. He would not measure up. So admittedly, I kind of like Jason Whitlock, but I listen to him with a filter, right? Because some things he says, you have to a broken clock thing. There's some things that he says when he's critical of certain aspects of urban black culture. So I'm uncomfortable when people say black culture, right? There's all kinds of tier levels in black culture. Sexy Red is not Nina Simone. They're not. Flavor Flav isn't President Obama. So we constantly say black culture, like what the Nignobs are doing with Little Dirk and all these other minstrels. Like if you're going to critique, if we know where we are right now in this place, you have a corporate structure. Because I listen to, Sharon, you know this. We're New Yorkers. I listen to, 105, 97. They play minstrel programming 24/7. All kinds of wildness is on the mic. And we're not on top of that. So if you're going to critique someone like Whitlock, and before that, it was, I used to love Dr. Cosby. I can't even call him Dr. Cosby anymore. He did the pound cake speech. Negroes do not want to hear about themselves, no matter how you put it. When Monique was said, "Oh, my babies," and the bonnets, the sisterhood gave a middle finger to Monique with kindness. So when you talk to certain black folks rough, they don't like it. When you speak to them kindness with butter and syrup and cornbread mix, they still twisted. You can't tell Negroes anything about themselves, right? So chaotic. I'm not chaotic. I'm mentioning him. Why did I break his name up? That was a Freudian slip. That was a Freudian slip. Pardon me. But there's certain people that are saying certain things, and yet you have to listen to them through a strainer. But this white kid, speaking on mountaintop, saying that, I can't be like Nick. No, you're not like Jason, because you want to be full throttle racist on the mic. See, if he was smoother with it, like someone like Bill O'Reilly was smoother until he cut his cord. If they were smoother with it, he would be making way more money. He's not smooth with his racism. That's why he's getting cut off. That's why he wants to call out. You don't get to call out Jason Whitlock
Speed it
if
up,
you're a
nigga.
joker yourself. Hey, listen,
I mean,
and you,
he's got a good
minstrel,
point. Afro nerd, you got
as I
a
said,
damn good point with that, and that's what Whitlock was saying. It's like, bro, I'm seasoned, and I kind of know how to deliver it better than you do.
and from the mouth of a minstrel, try to get at your boy. That's all right. I got you. That's it. I'm good.
And also, I got a cash app. It says a hot $5 from Silent. Thank you so much, Silent. I appreciate you. So yeah, and that's the thing that I really wanted to hone in on, Auntie, is that he have a better delivery system than what Nick is. Even the way how he's talking right now is a little bit too much for a majority of people, I believe. And that's why he's losing it, because he do not know how to deliver a message. Whether if it's right, wrong, or indifferent, you still got to be able to deliver it. And then you cannot get mad when you attended to offend certain people, and then now those said people are actually offended. And then they do something about
it. Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, what's that chick's name that was like, I wouldn't vote for Vivek, or when she had Vivek on her show, she was like, I wouldn't vote for you because you're Indian. Not Laura Ingraham. Was it Laura Ingraham? Whatever. There's plenty of white people that have said, similar stuff. Yeah, plenty of them. Plenty of these white people got famous off of talking down about the culture. But to your guys' point, the way they do it and the way Nick does it is something completely different.
Right.
So you can't say that, you can't do it because you're white, because there's plenty in the space that you can point at and be like, well, they've said similar things, just differently. And maybe they're not saying it like you're saying it with hate. Maybe they're making a point, an observation, not deep diving into how black people are inferior or white people are superior or some other bullshit.
I agree. Okay. Ra, you there?
Yeah, what's up? What's up, Hotel?
Good day. What's your thoughts?
Good day. I was just listening, bro. I don't, I never liked any of them, man. The social media platform. I mean, I appreciate what you do, bro. I go back to back with people on some other platforms, but this new type of Uncle Tommy is fascinating to me, because these new Uncle Tom and Ain't Thomasinus, they think that it's something you can't Ain't Thomasinus that you can't figure. See, when I was coming up, Coons and anybody was working with the opposition was ran out of town forever, and made the sun never set on their ass when I was coming up. You understand what I'm saying? Where I'm at, I have a concealed carry, but that's another question. But the laws in California as it relates to weapons is due to when I came home I think I was 12 years old when the Black Panther Party rolled up and bust through the doors in the Senate, in the state capitol in Sacramento with them shotguns. Shocked the hell out of Negroes, and Uncle Tom, and the white folks. You understand what I'm saying? So there's new timing. There's a lot of people that even come on these platforms. I don't even like the way they sound because my antennas go up as them being provocateurs in time. And they think somehow because they speak eloquently and speak with such grammatical structure that somehow you can't tell that they are Uncle Goddamn Tom. That's what, but in Whitlock and the mother mamas have been on it. I never liked that nigga when he was a sports commentator. You understand me? Never. I don't Coon, and then they try to rationalize it through intellectual concepts and constructs and shit that relate to social economical shit. I don't like a Tom if he's a Dr. Tom, if he's a dentist Tom, if he's a goddamn mechanic Tom. I don't like Tom. I don't deal with Tom.
Uncle Tom was a hero.
No. Who?
What if he's a Democrat, Tom? Because
listen,
all of them melanated dudes, dudes and women.
I didn't interrupt. I didn't interrupt nobody.
I didn't interrupt them interrupt you like that while you monologuing?
Never call them out.
Listen, I'm not a Democrat. Listen, whoever said that,
Oh, man,
Nigga, I'm
Jones.
not a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat or a goddamn
My
Republican.
bad. I'm gonna let you finish. My bad, bro.
Yeah, Ben, don't let them
I'm
do
not.
you like that, man. I would never.
I'm not a Democrat or. And anytime somebody starts saying something against the social pseudo system, they get to thinking you a Democrat. I'm not no goddamn Democrat.
I never said you were. I'm just saying nobody ever wants to call out those
No,
kind.
I
And
call
there's a
out
lot
them.
of them.
Listen, I called out Maxine Waters. I called out anyone that worked in opposition, whether behind doors, in front of the camera, or without, out on the trail, that undermines the progress of black people in America, particularly in America. You on that? You in that category, as far as I'm concerned. Charles Barkley, I despise that Negro.
All right, so okay, Hotep. So Conscious Moron wanted to talk to you and say that Uncle Tom was the hero and Sambo was the villain. That's what
No,
Conscious.
I don't like Uncle Toms and Sambos because Uncle Tom's fought for the North and the Sambo fought for the Confederacy. And we got to wake up. There were so-called promise-free slaves that fought on the side of Confederacy as well as the Union. And they have always been able to fund both sides of the opposition to bring them close to center, to undermine and hit that button and drop the trap door, and all they ass go up under the tunnel. So I'm not. So don't come with me with that shit.
What trap door was it that the Civil War, made?
That was that was a metaphor. Now you see how he said what trapdoor was that?
Well, I'm just saying, like, what was the downfall to the black community of the Civil War, like of the Union winning the Civil War?
The downfall to the black community.
He's saying that you fell for the trap door,
bro. When your enemies are actually like fighting each other, you don't help them. You let them.
No, see, bro, that's a new concept.
You got enemies fighting each other, and you gonna jump
that
in and
was
pick a side. That's stupid.
Now
you
see that right there. Now see that right there. That's what I'm saying. I see. He think I'm talking about all people. See, he think I'm talking about all people. He think I'm talking about all Americans.
So what people you talking about?
I'm talking about those that have been the victims.
I'm sorry.
I'm talking about the people, you, I, our ancestors, our lineage, our people who have went through every goddamn thing this country can throw at us, and we're still here. And I'm talking about those who have been working directly and on the payroll of those that have created this damn pseudo culture that we think is black culture out of some bullshit called tap dancing, buck dancing, and boogalooing and shamrock and all that shit. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna say jiving. All right.
So shucking, jiving, you put anything you want to put on it.
Let somebody get a chance to rebuttal you. You're long.
Okay, bro, I'm sitting at 68 years old, man.
Yeah, so you got to conserve some of that breath, man. Respectfully.
Yeah, bro. Shit.
Keep some of that oxygen in, man.
Let me get back to the video. I'm gonna rewind it just a little. I'll leave it there.
Because you did not compete to get that. You got it because people feel sorry. People don't want to be called racist. They feel sorry. They need a black person to give them credibility.
Wow.
And if you can't see that, then you're just as ignorant as BLM. If you can't see that, if you can't be honest with yourself about that, you're just as ignorant as the marchers. As a matter of fact, you are as ignorant as the marchers.
What? That's wild as well. What are you saying? So now everybody that's protesting, that's crazy talk.
I would love
now we all ignorant because we marching for something that we all believe in. But when you do it, you the only one that has the mental fortitude because this is a protest. You marching right now, and you want other people to march with you right now.
Some of us agree with like what BLM stands for, and a lot of us don't. So let's not put everybody in that same box.
So I think the problem is with the BLM. People like they forget like it's a movement, and then they got the company. Those are two different things.
Well, they LLC the shit. That's
right. They LLC the movement. They
it's a movement that was that was disguised with a catchy slogan.
Right.
I know that.
Right.
Okay, so let's keep it real.
Right. So we got to be able to separate. Like, see, like me and Auntie, we could separate the two, right? And say like, hey, listen, my life do matter. However, those three ladies that created that's a whole different conversation.
Let me just say this. Let me just drop this on you. And I met him face to face. The Negro, that cool name Jesse D. Peterson.
What about
I go through a couple of years on. I go in behind bars on that nigga for him.
Justified from black hand side.
No. I'm saying.
I'm just saying, I've seen it. I can't speak for everybody else. I've seen it. I've seen people that didn't even live in my neighborhood, in my area, come loot, tear stuff up, and then spray paint BLM on the walls.
Right,
like for real.
Yeah, but we're talking about the concept.
Asian people. He wasn't even black
Yeah,
folks.
those anarchists,
People that
those,
didn't stay here, none of that stuff. Caucasian folks tearing stuff up and spray painting BLM on the wall.
Yeah, but what Sharon is saying is you got the concept that Black Lives Matter, and then you got the quote unquote movement / organization, which was, whatever you want to call it. And the concept that Black Lives Matter is the thing is you separate that and you say, regardless of what, white people, suburban liberal whites that hate capitalism were co-opting the movement to do, it's irrelevant to saying, well, the lady that got killed by the cop because he told her to turn off the tea kettle or whatever, and then she made a joke about throwing on him and she dropped the pot and then he decided to kill her. Her life, that Black Lives Matter, that is the purpose of Black Lives Matter, because what the fuck are you doing? Why did you kill her? You should be in jail for life.
Right. Oh, hell, we know why he killed her.
And hopefully,
if y'all say that was the purpose, because the original mission statement said the purpose was to destroy.
I'm not talking about the purpose. I'm talking about the concept of Black Lives Matter. I'm talking about the concept.
Right, and that's what we say, Auntie. Like those things, we know in our Black community that those things are separate. I
know what you're saying.
The LLC versus what is actually why we started saying Black Lives Matter in the first place. And these ladies, they were just smart enough to capitalize off of it, right? It was a smart idea. They made millions of dollars off of it. They made millions.
The question is, who was funding the funding? See, I follow.
But what I'm saying is that it doesn't matter who was funding it, because
yes, it does.
What I'm saying, they didn't come up. What I'm saying is this: they didn't come up with the slogan. The people came up with the slogan.
And I agree. I totally agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that.
And they was the first ones to capitalize financially off of it, off of all of our emotions that was happening at the time. So, like, they were smart for doing that. Welcome to the show, Chukwu Igwe. Good day, sir. How you doing?
We can see that.
Thanks for having me up on the panel. Real quick, it's remarkable to me the degree to which a lot of people don't see that liberal racism. So Black Lives Matter, they collected a lot of campaign contributions from white corporations who just wanted to virtue signal that they're not racist. You get Black Lives Matter, $1 million, and all of a sudden your corporation is not racist, you're pro-Black. It's just a way to collect money off of the deaths of unarmed Black men. There's a sense in which the Black power in America is like white guilt is the limit of Black power. So any event that can be seen as racist, a group like BLM can make money off of it. So I see white liberalism as a form of racism, in the sense that there of course there are racists in both sides of the political spectrum, but because of this virtue signaling, a lot of white people are able to cloak their racism with virtue signaling and pretend like they're not racist. I think that's one thing that we're missing. Go ahead.
You said Black people being racist? I don't understand it.
White people. So you liberals who will will support.
So you're saying, Chukwu, so you kind of agree with Nick Fuentes that there's a lot of Black folks that is playing in our face and they really just saying what the racist white man want to say.
Well, I mean, I think that there are Black conservatives. Like, there's legitimate people who are conservative for religious reasons. Like, my conservatism is rooted in my religious conservatism.
Oh, you're a conservative?
I would say so. In terms
of okay. Let me ask you this question. What are you conserving? What are you conserving? What are you trying to conserve within that?
Believe it or not,
I'm conserving my cultural heritage, my religion.
That's not what conservatism
is.
Most
Black folks view
no. Let me and
everybody in America on this, and most Black folks' views would lean toward conservative.
That sounds good. That sounds good. Let me and Chukwu do this. Chukwu, go ahead, brother. Tell me what you try. What are you conserving?
Okay, I don't want to get into a whole thing, but
get into it. Let's get into it.
I have a cultural identity, and I have religious beliefs that are valuable to me, and a lot of things that are going on in society goes against it. So
so are you willing to take up arms to preserve those beliefs or that society or that cultural conservative identity which you speak of?
See, you're
no, I'm not shifting shit. That's how I came into existence.
Well, I got you. Chuk, I got you.
Don't take a grown man don't need another grown man to speak for.
No, I don't
hear you.
You say very little. There's nothing to be gained in this.
Man, you gonna let him say that?
I'm just saying, this old man rambles all the time. I get it.
No,
come on, man.
Okay, yes, I am an old man.
Let's not get to ageism. Let's not do the ageism.
No, somebody be quiet. No, I can take that, brother. I can take that. I can take that. I've been on the planet Earth longer than Chico been out of the nutsack of his great
bro. What is
every discussion?
No. Step out of there.
Keep it on the discussion.
No, step out of there.
About you. Why is everything about you?
Listen, if you do not, I don't care if you're conservative, I don't care if you're goddamn libertarian, a dog catcher. I don't care if you're a scuba diver. If you do not understand racism, white supremacy, as it operates in economics, education, entertainment, politics, sex, war, religion, labor law, you don't understand a goddamn thing about your status and status in which you reside.
Right, I get it. There's a reason why there's a concept called an old fool, and you meet those.
No, deal with the issue. Let's not go through the epithet. Deal with my statement. No, nigga, deal with my statement. Don't deal with my age, nigga. Deal with my statement.
There's nothing to deal with for anybody.
Well, shut your goddamn mouth then if there's nothing to deal with.
Right, you're asking me a question. Okay, I don't want to talk to you.
You're not going to add anything
to this discussion. I thought we were going to talk about Jason Whitlock and conservatism. I don't care to talk about you.
You are a parody of Jason Whitlock. So that's why I'm on your ass. Now explain to me what the hell you trying to conserve in a society that is controlled by a dominant society that classifies themselves as white, that controls everything within economics, education, entertainment, politics, sex, war, religion, labor, and law. So religion is part of the major 9 areas. What in the hell do you, black churches or anybody that claim to be conservative, religious, and have a religiosity about any religion or God that says that your black ass can be taken into slavery? Explain that to me, nigga.
Okay, explain to me. LBJ said after
you wasn't even around when LBJ. I was in the nigga. You wasn't even born when LBJ was around. Stop throwing out these historical names at a time when which you was not even on the goddamn planet.
But what he said was very poignant. He said that I'll have these niggas voting Democrat for the next 200 years.
Nigga, the fact that you even use the word poignant in a statement dealing with this, nigga, nails me. You not no damn conservative. You joined the side of the Confederacy, and you believe that as long as you hold their Christian values and their political values, the nigga somehow you gonna be invited into the house.
White liberals own your identity.
Nigga, white liberals and white liberals is the same goddamn thing. Nigga, choose up. The middle, or get out of the house.
What you
don't show me nothing about no goddamn LBJ. I was living when goddamn LBJ was on. I was living when Malcolm X was assassinated. I was living when Martin Luther King was assassinated. Nigga, you too young to tell me a goddamn thing.
I'm gonna let the old fool ramble. I'll come back.
Yeah, I got your old fool. Young nigga. But I tell you one thing, you talking about shit you studied. I'm talking about shit I live, nigga.
You was like 3 years old when Malcolm X got killed.
Nigga, I was born in 1950.
He was older than that.
All right. Yo, man, I'm tired of this shit. He came with some.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, he had the smoke. I'm sorry, but that was I didn't mean to laugh, but that was smoke for your ass. Shout out to Homo, the official YouTube person with the $5. It says, I don't support chick with dicks. Does that make me liberal or does that make me conservative?
Where did that come?
Can I respond to
that's
Can I
kinda
respond to
crazy.
Ari on that real quick as someone who's a conservative?
Who's
Yeah,
Ari?
right.
Oh,
Ari, I think.
RA. My
You
bad.
said
Yeah,
you said
right.
what? You said someone who support chicks with dicks. I mean, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, Afro.
Yeah, we got. I see we got jokes, bad jokes. So this is the deal. There are different types of conservatives, right? You could say that Malcolm X was conservative. You could say that the Honorable
No,
Louis Farrakhan is conservative. They
no,
have
I'm not going. No, no,
no,
no, no,
I
no.
gotta land the plane respectfully. So what I'm saying to you is,
Just about to take 5 minutes.
I made a strategic decision to be a conservative, right? Because we know someone like Bush. I didn't like Bush, but Bush did talk about the bigotry of low expectations. Black folks are consistently played as a volleyball between liberal and conservative, Democrat and Republican, right? So it really doesn't really matter. You
I
need to
can
have
buy
people.
that.
You need to be strategic. So strategically, if Negroes are in a messed up situation and everybody went one way, you better hope there's somebody on the other side that can balance that. But putting our eggs in one basket is not the way to go. No one does this. All the other ethnicities might do 70-30, 60-40, 50-50, 50-50. Black folks with Democrats making you feel good, having Beyonce or Megan Thee Stallion shaking her rump, right? Making you feel good, looking at that big black behind, shaking, greased up, whatever.
You right over. Hey, you all right over there?
I put some extra on there.
You double. Yeah,
All right?
you double down, and he was like,
Okay.
you had some visions of it.
Pedicured feet, whatever. Okay, so
Hey,
she's
yo,
doing hey,
this man scrolling her Instagram page right now as we speak.
Man, stop. I'm not the LGB, so you might be confused with the interpretation. So what I'm telling you is that it doesn't really matter. This whole thing about, well, you're not loyal to the Democrats? Hell no. Right?
Well, what does matter?
Hold on. Technically,
What does matter?
What matters? Intelligence. Being able to
Okay.
Hold
What
on.
type of intelligence leverages against what?
Let me answer the question. So what I'm telling you is we need to have a strategy, right, on how to play both sides. Maybe creating a third party, right? These white folks, shocker, don't really give a damn about you, right?
So
you need to start to outthink these people.
This is where I got to jump in. Before we can have a strategy, there actually has to be a we. So you're assuming that the people that you're talking about there's a we with want the same thing and are on the same page. We don't want the same thing. That means there is no we. Very little we.
Well, look.
That's what I'm trying to explain.
When you talked about Black Lives Matter, right? That was a whole, I hate to use the term psyop. It must have been. When you looked at the website had in their leadership page
the
something
original
about
mission statement. The original statement that they got rid of.
Yeah, well, they got rid of it. Why did they have to do that? If they weren't ashamed about it, talking about dismantling the black family and all kinds of families
and removing heterosexual males from leadership in general. Like it wasn't even just blacks or white. It's just removing heterosexual males from leadership and replacing them with trans, queers. Lesbians, whatever the case may be, all of that was in the original mission statement. That was the original BLM mission statement.
No,
I know it because I read it before I was actually going to donate to them, and I read the damn mission statement because they were sending everybody a link to their site on Facebook. This is back in 2014.
The question I ask is, who created this vacuum for this so-called gender shit and transgender stuff? Who created? Where did that come from? Where did it come from?
Well, it's always been social engineering.
No, I didn't ask you that. I asked you where did the sexual misidentity or the sexual identity codifying or either classifying it as a group or a community come from?
I'm going to give you two answers, right? One answer is that they've always been here, right? They've always been here. They've always been here. Going back to the 1800s, late 1800s, you had all kinds of subversive groups. You had transgenderism 200 years ago, right? It's just that
you had them in Rome. You had them in Greece.
Right. As far as Western culture, right? So
Western culture was Greece and Rome.
I know, but what I'm saying about the Americas.
You talk about the Americas. Okay, the Americas. So when they came over out of Europe off the boat, they had some punks, they had some queers, they had their wigs, they had the muskets, they had the gunpowder, and they had all that. And they just built them a goddamn nation out of some punks, queers, some homosexuals, and transgender motherfuckers, and they took over and just wiped out masses of numbers of indigenous people with a system or a culture that's wrapped up in anti-culture, anti-life, and anti-justice correctness.
But look, the other part of this is something called the Overton window. You know what the Overton window is?
Yeah, but this is the thing I'm saying.
No, hold on.
These young niggas today try to intellectualize and try to grammaticalize racism, white supremacy. I'm saying racism, listen, if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, everything you do understand about racism, white supremacy in the Americas will only confuse you. So if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, how it works and it operates as a whole, but it is divided into halves, which is the so-called Republican or the Republic or Conservative Party and the Democratic Party, Libertarian Party, and all them other goddamn parties. It is racism, white supremacy in the Americas.
Okay, look, I've been accused of talking too long. You went too long into something we already know about this white racism. Negroes talk about
Not as me and you. Give me your best functional or experiential definition. Give me your best definition and function of racism, white supremacy.
Okay, I can do that, and I will do it, right? But what I'm telling you this, as I can land a plane, is that black folks talk about racism quite a bit.
No. Don't land your plane. Get your plane back up in the goddamn air and explain to me what is racism, white supremacy.
These planes are.
I don't want you talking about what black people talk about. Tell me what racism, white supremacy is. I'm not sure I'm your brother. Tell me if does racism, white supremacy exist? Or if it does exist or does not exist, is there any other form of racism in the known universe that operates and functions in society or on the planet like white racism?
How many times do we have to say the sky is blue?
No.
The sky is blue. That's my answer. The sky is blue. There you go.
Now see there, that's what a millennial nigga would come up with. A millennial nigga, Gen Z nigga, will come up with that. The sky is blue. No, I asked you to give me.
You don't know what I mean by that.
I asked because you're not explaining. Listen. Let me say it again.
You don't think I understand what racism is?
No. Do you believe there's any other racism by any other racial classification?
Any other? You're not making
any other racial group. Is there any other racial group that is practicing the supremacy that so-called white people have practiced on the planet Earth since they've been on the planet?
There are different types.
Oh, okay. No, there's not no goddamn different types of racism, white supremacy. There's only one. There's only one goddamn supremacy. It is racism, white supremacy, and they've been tricking us into. They've been tricking us into this bullshit. They've been tricking us into this bullshit of reverse racism. First of all, if there's such thing as reverse racism, goddamn it, tell me what forward racism is first.
You answered my question. The sky is blue. I don't believe it. I don't believe it was race. It's just racism. You answer my question. You can't say you can't.
Is there black racism?
You just got.
Is there black racism?
No, there is no. It's just racism.
Okay, but what racial classification is it?
You just answered my question.
No, I didn't answer your damn question. I don't talk for other grown men, nigga. What is the difference between racism, white supremacy by any other racial classification on the planet Earth? There's only one form of racism in the universe and has been in the universe, and that is so-called white racism, and it has been the most destructive entity and operation that the Earth or people of the universe has ever experienced as a hominid.
To answer your question, it's prejudice
like
plus
power.
Nigga, prejudice is like the color shirt you got on.
Prejudice.
I don't like purple. Listen, nigga. I don't like. Listen,
power.
Nigga. I don't like purple. I don't like green. You understand me? But when I take that, if I see you with that shirt on and I take an action to prohibit you from wearing that damn green shirt, then that becomes an action based on an ideology that I have, I say I have the authority to force you not to wear.
Prejudice plus power. but you interrupted
No, ain't no goddamn prejudice plus power. It's racism,
Right.
white supremacy. Prejudice means you have a prejudicial concept or a prejudicial feeling or action against a particular inanimate object or a thing or person. White racism is rooted in their genetic ability to not be able to procreate their kind when they intermix with people that are dominant gene, which is the most
remind me
dominant.
of a Damon Wayans
Can I ask
episode.
Hotep a question real quick? Hotep, can a black judge be
please don't.
racist to a white person?
Now, see there, I got to go in on you. Give me a definition of any other form of racism. See, now, if a person says, can a black man be racist? I would say if you had a goddamn military, a navy, an army, a nuclear bomb, controlled the White House, and the White House was white, and all the people in it predominantly were white, then I can say yes. But until then, hell no.
White House is white.
We have a black Congress in the goddamn White House, and they've basically been neutered ever since they've been in the goddamn White House. They can't do nothing but have a goddamn caucus.
We have
What are they caucusing about?
a black Congress in the White House.
The black caucus is not caucusing against racism, white supremacy in the goddamn White House. They're caucusing against issues and litigations within the three branches of government. That's all they do. We got Uncle Toms in the White House. They just well-paid Uncle Toms. They went to Ivy League schools and HBCU.
Who are some of these people? Can you name
them niggas? These niggas is boule, they're the dumole, and they belong to these secret societies, and they're Masons. Okay. These niggas are Masons, and they're Masons in the church talking about they love Jesus and love God, and the nigga sitting there with a ring with a compass and a square on it. I be goddamn.
Who's part of the Black Caucus in the White House?
Now this nigga trying to ask me a trick question. Who's part of
it? Trick question. You just said the Black Caucus is in the White House not doing anything.
No, this is what I said. They're doing something. They're doing something, but what they're not doing.
Who is a part of the Black Caucus?
Listen, any nigga that's in the caucus is a part of the Black Caucus.
That's what I'm saying. Who is in the caucus?
They change over time. Nigga, don't be trying to ask me no trick question.
Why is it a trick question to have you name someone that's in the Black Caucus that you're talking about?
Listen, Maxine Waters, a whole bunch of them. John Lewis was. There's a whole bunch of them.
Aren't they? They're both gone.
John Lewis is not alive now, but that's what I said. They changed. So don't be trying to ask me.
Okay, but they're part of Congress. Were they not part of Congress?
Okay, they're part of Congress, but what power do they have as being a part of Congress? Tell me that.
Legislative power. That's the legislative branch.
Okay, what have they legislated that helps and benefit and uplift, particularly their constituency, which is black people?
They pass a lot of stuff that helps.
No, what was name the goddamn stuff? Name one thing.
I'd have to look it up.
See that nigga? You gotta look it up, and you asking me who are they?
No, I'm just asking you because you said the Black Caucus is in the White House and the Black Caucus is in the White House.
Interrupting and insulting won't let you answer a question, man. What is this, man? You're supposed to be the adult. You're supposed to be the adult, but you're interrupting because you don't like what you
listen. No.
We ain't doing it today. We're not doing it today.
Yes, we are. Tell me what racism, white supremacy is.
Talk about racism all goddamn day long.
Nigga, that's the only goddamn thing to talk about.
What's the plan?
You can't talk about none of that other shit unless you talk about racism, white supremacy.
Some of us don't even know how to wipe our butts. Right?
Nigga.
There's all kinds of problems, black folks.
Listen, nigga. Listen, nigga.
I'm not your nigga. I'm not your nigga. I'm a proud black man.
Yo, you ain't no damn black man. You not no proud black man. You can't give me. You cannot even give me a functional example or a functional definition of racism, white supremacy.
Negro, get out of here.
Nigga, you can't tell me nothing. Your daddy was Uncle Tom. Your grandpappy was Uncle Tom. Your great grandmammy was Uncle Tom. You were Uncle Tom, and your kids are probably Tommy. Nigga, so don't tell me. If you're supposed to be so intellectual, nigga, give me a functional definition of racism, white supremacy, nigga, right now. Give me a functional definition of racism.
When your colostomy bag is functional, then we can talk.
Yeah, see, the niggas go to the epithets when they can't answer the question, and they claim to be critical thinkers. Now, Jerome, They claim to be critical thinkers and intellectuals
I'm
and all
critically
that shit. Nigga, you can't answer my question.
Nah,
That's
that
why
was
you
a
can't go play my
that
position.
was a direct ass insult, bro. He said your colostomy bag. He's saying you
Yeah, that's
won't
crazy.
Nigga,
Do you actually have
disrespect
one?
yourself, bro.
nigga, do
Nigga,
you know
fight
how
back.
many
Fight back,
nigga?
nigga.
Do you know how many insults I done had over my life, and how many
Hold on.
niggas I done?
Hold on,
Listen,
y'all.
do you know
Let me
how
read a
many
couple of
niggas
super
that
chats. Hold on.
insulted me?
Hold on. Let me read a couple of super chats. HQ reacts with the 199. Is this the Soon Coon chip activated yet? I'll be back.
I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna mute my mic.
Guys, I got a
I'm gonna
few.
tell you something.
Let me
Go
read a
ahead.
couple. Thank you. Tony Goldwyn to that came from Marxism. God damn it. Well, we also got Tested K with the $5. People still talk about this white supremacy to bring people down in a constant loop of victimhood, but never talk about success, etc. Tariq Nasheed.
Listen,
Tested K with $2.
let me tell you something.
No matter what color you are, anyone can be racist.
Now,
He ain't
now,
gonna mute
see,
his
if
mic.
that person
He
was on
ain't
the
gonna mute his
panel,
mic. He gonna keep talking.
if a person,
Hold on, Ra. So, hey, listen, I need y'all help. God damn it. We having a good time. We having a nice wild Friday. Everybody's getting to unwind. It was a rough week. You know, it was a lot of shit going on. We was dealing with some very tough topics the whole damn week. You know, people in our space had tragedies and everything. We standing fast and hanging out with each other. Hey, listen, please, I need y'all help. I need some likes and I need some shares. This is the only way we can continuously build our own media. So this way we don't have to go ahead and lie and do things that is not good for our community. This is how we can get a bunch of different minds together. We have conservatives, Democrats, Republicans, all in the same space having a conversation. The only way we can keep building that if y'all hitting that like and that share button. That's how we build it. And if you do have 99 cents, I do not mind at all. Shout out to the Cash App. Thank you, beautiful. I appreciate it so much. And if you do have 99 cents, I wouldn't mind if you just hit a 99-cent super chat. I appreciate y'all. Hopefully y'all laugh. We having a good time. Also, we getting down to some things. It's Friday. We unwinding a little bit.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, let Afronar get it in. Try to make it as quick as possible. Go ahead, Afronar.
I don't really want to engage in that. You let me get out of character, right? So let me, enough, okay? This is the deal. There's a distinction between Trumpers and Republicans. There's a distinction, right? What black folks can learn from Trumpers really is that people with a certain bent they just took over the Republican Party, right? These Republicans, real true moderates or whatever, that try to pretend to play within the lines. They look at this Trump thing like, oh, this is crazy, but they're just going with the flow. Now imagine if you had a whole bunch of progressive-minded black folks that just took over the Republican wing, just like the Trump's wing. In other words, there's nothing stopping you from getting a contingent of black people with a certain agenda to go in on that kind of work on that side. We've seen it on the Democrats. We've seen Republican-minded people become Democrats, right? So it's just shifting. That's what I'm talking about by strategy. I'm not trying to disrespect this gentleman, really, right? But my thing is this: we should understand what racism really is about, but we have to get to the strategy point now, because just talking about racism, white hatred, white folks don't like us, I don't care about that anymore. What are we going to do to dismantle it? What are we going to do to plan to fight against it? But just talking about it over and over again, what we know, that's why I mean the sky is blue. We know what it is after so much discussion. What are we going to do to plan and dismantle it? That's where we should be at. That's really what I really wanted to say.
Let me just jump in real quick, Sharon, because I'm about to dip. No, I mean, first we got to be able to properly define the words. Like, I think people assume that words like racist, prejudice, and bigotry, it means the same thing. No, those words have different meanings. You know what I'm saying? But when you group it all together, you know what I'm saying? Just because somebody doesn't like you because of your skin tone doesn't make them a racist, because it just makes them a bigot. You know? Makes them a bigot. Not any better, but it's not the same thing. So we try to lump all of that stuff into racism. Most of these people aren't capable of being racist. They don't have the power to carry out racism or whatever. They're just bigots that might be a little prejudiced against you or whatever the case may be. And just like you said, you don't care whether or not people like you. You just don't want people enacting all laws and systematic stuff that's going to oppress your people. You know what I'm saying? Or oppress people like you. That's what you don't like. Huh?
I'll give you an example, right? Lee Atwater, right? Young Republican strategist, died in his early 40s, right? He was Reagan's strategist, right? He
Nixon
said kind
too.
of on he on a hot mic, right, to the side, he had said that, you really can't say inward anymore. How you get around saying nigga, right, in quotes, is you say busing, right? You talk about welfare, like you become abstract with the terminology, right? So he gave the blueprint to how this racial thing works, an aspect of it through politics. So you say DEI, right, as opposed to saying black people. You say woke, because I'm classic woke, by the way. Classic woke means when someone was stringing you up, when a white man was stringing you up and terrorizing your family. That's classic woke. New woke, like new Coke, new woke is
What?
LGBTQ and pronouns. Well, you remember there was Coke and there was New Coke.
But
Coke,
understand what I'm saying,
Oh,
real
you talking
quick,
about-
Afro
okay.
nerd. Before I get up out of here, people have confused racism
I
for
gotta
how
go
they
in.
feel. Like if somebody calls you the N-word and it makes you feel bad, that makes them a racist. No, it makes somebody it makes a banker a racist when you go in there for a loan and they don't give you the loan, they give you some ridiculous interest rate because of your skin tone. That's a rate that's racism.
And
Right?
that's
Just
what I'm
because
talking
discrimination.
about.
just because
That's what I'm
somebody
talking about.
calls you, yeah.
What
Yeah,
That's
else?
I'm just
discrimination.
saying.
Let them have it real quick. Let them have
I'm
it
just
because
saying that's
if you don't got that much
racism
time.
right there.
Yeah.
You know, but just because somebody doesn't like you and they call you the N-word under their breath doesn't make them a racist, makes them a bigot. You know what I'm saying?
And
They
let me
could
go.
be prejudiced in a lot of ways, but they're not capable of being racist. They don't have the power to do that. You
Well,
know?
They can definitely
So
they can
when
definitely take
we
your life.
jumble all of that
They
stuff
can
up,
definitely take your life.
what I'm trying to say is when we jumble all of that stuff up together, we forget the task at hand. You know what I'm saying? The task at hand is to make sure that systematically you don't have things that are put in place to keep an entire demographic down, but instead we've let it shift to say things to make us feel good. Like that's the biggest thing. And that's why people are getting caught up with that. That's my
And
point.
that is now that right there, what the brother just
Hold on,
said.
Rob, because I know he don't have much time, and that was a very good point. Auntie, Afro, you wanted to
I got to get
rebuttal?
out of here, but thanks for having me up, Sharon. I appreciate it. Bro.
I said prejudice plus power, right? And when I talked about Atwater was talking about the systemic elements. Like you bring up systemic issues like DEI and busing, right, or welfare. Then that way you can get around. He said he literally said you have to be abstract. You can't say inward anymore like you did in 1950.
Afro nerd. Can I ask you a question?
I thought he was muting his mic.
Just one question. How old are you? I just want to know how old are you? Just one question. How old are you?
What was my? I'm not gonna talk about
I'm
your
just
ages.
asking you a question, brother. You behind them.
I don't do that.
All right, hold on. Before it breaks down again. All right, hold on. Before it breaks down again. DJ Wish Doctor with the $2. Sharon, your Uncle Hotep was giving them hell. Welcome back to the show. Chuku Iwe, what's your thoughts? Go ahead.
Just real quick regarding racism. Racism is always going to exist the same way that stupidity is always going to exist. Racism, nepotism, classism, nationalism, these are all expressions of tribalism. And human beings are tribal animals.
So is conservatism a form of tribalism?
I'm not talking to you right now. I'm just saying
no,
that.
but I'm talking to you, nigga.
Yeah,
is conservatism a form of tribalism?
But this idea that there's
no, answer my question. Is a political party that you choose to side up with, is it a form of tribalism?
My plane first. Okay, this idea that we're going to live in a world where there is no racism is mistaken. I think
that's not the question.
2025, right?
Is,
this is the lowest levels of racism that we have ever experienced. I don't think there's a better time to be a black person.
Let him finish.
Know why you say that?
Hold on.
You got to let me land my plane.
Yeah, let him finish his full thought.
I don't even want him to take off, bro.
Okay, but
go ahead.
I'm asking a question to the panel.
Go ahead.
Is there a better time to be a black person than in 2025? Is there any time?
No, you're not gonna get away with that. No, we got it better now than the 19th. No. You need to know what it was like before now to know if it's a better
But
goddamn time
Rock,
to
can
be
you
an
tell us
American in
can
the
you tell us what it
America.
was
Hold on,
like in the
don't start, AR.
1920s?
Don't start.
Can
Hold
you
on.
tell us what it was
Hold
like
on.
in the 1920s, real quick?
Listen,
Hold on.
AR, I'm gonna tell
Hold
you
on.
this.
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna
Let
tell you.
Chuku get his full thought out. Go ahead, Chuku. Finish your
all
thought.
right, and all I'm saying is this: that racism is always going to exist because as long as people prefer biological relatives to perfect strangers, you're always going to have some element of racism. And even in a society when everybody is all black, there will still be things that divide us. I was born in Nigeria. I'm Igbo.
Oh, I know who I'm
Heather.
talking to now.
Hang
I
on.
know who I'm talking to now. Go
Okay,
ahead.
Hold on. Okay,
I was
hold on.
born.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
I'm
you.
Igbo. I'm Igbo. My wife is Yoruba. The Yoruba people have very negative stereotypes about Igbos. We're all black, but I'm just saying that to say that even in
I
society,
thought so. I
everybody is
goddamn
black.
thought so.
There'll be things that separate you that is as powerful as racism. So there's never going to be a time where there is no racism. We just have to just accept that this is the
I'm not
best
accepting a
level.
goddamn thing.
This is the
I'm
best
gonna
level of
fight against
racism.
this shit until my last breath. I'm not gonna accept a goddamn
All
thing
right, let
just
the
because there's some social economical dynamics to the system that they control and how they control people, not just in America, but on the whole planet. Now you brought up something pivotal about how Igbos in houses. Now why did you leave out houses?
it could be. I don't really fuck with houses, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, see that nigga? See that you done chose up a side. I don't fuck with Hausa. And I know that this is the first time you use profanity. So nigga, you have a deep ingrained feeling about the people that look just like the Igbos and the Yorubas, and it's the houses. Nigga, you understand what racism, white supremacy,
We
and
could do
coming from
business. I can
Nigeria,
still do business. I can still
I
do
know
business.
how. Listen, I
I
know
just
how you across the pond,
I
across the Atlantic, niggas think when you get to America. See, I know. I know
you know
what. I know how niggas from the continent think, cause they make their bones when they hit the shores of the America.
you
So
don't.
yes, no, I don't have nothing else to say. You got a chick
You
why?
don't have anything else to say?
Hold on.
No,
All right, go
nothing.
ahead.
No,
Chuku's hold
no.
on. Okay, you said let him have it. So go ahead, Chuku. Finish up.
All right, but I'm saying is this right? My point still remains that racism is never going to be a thing of the past. As long as people prefer biological relatives to strangers, there will always be a component of I like the people in my group better. There will always be some in-group, out-group preference. I think this is a part of human nature that we all have to struggle with. So this notion that the the old fool here has that you can conquer racism is mistaken. It's part of the
Can
human.
you say that your mic broke up? Can you say that again?
This idea that you can conquer racism is mistaken. Racism seems to be part of the human condition. All we can do is identify it and punish people who express outward behaviors of it. Go ahead.
Now's your time to talk, Hotep.
He called you an old fool again. If you didn't hear it, his mic broke up.
Oh man. Woo.
You're muted, Hotep.
You better hope you get old.
Oh man,
that's crazy. That's
But can I get any feedback? Like, do you think that there is a future exists that there is no racism?
It's possible. I think it's possible.
Racism, yeah, because then I think racism, yes, but prejudices and things of that nature, no. Because human beings is just that's what we do. We judge. And it's just okay. It's okay to judge. That's what we do.
Yeah, that's true. But racism is about racial survival as a racial group when you're in an environment where the basic nature of peace, even peace, is a threat to your existence. Because what happens when people are acting peaceful in all of the major 9 areas? They begin to treat each other with justice, equality, and reciprocity. And at the same time, they begin to miscegenate and mix. That is a threat. Racist scientists, scientific believers believe that unity or peace on the planet Earth with people that are classified as white and non-white. Darwin even talked about in his theory of evolution that the survival of the species based on racial and genetic classification could be a very, if they don't put up some rail guards and some gates, that the white, those that classify themselves as white or Germanic or Greco-Roman will be a minority. They've always been preoccupied with being a racial minority, which will lead to them losing power within all of the major 9 areas that I pointed out. Now, back to Chickasaw, what he said. He said, no, they've always has been, but they convinced us that they're the majority. How did they do that? They did that through their words and language and concepts and precepts that they injected into the social language lexicon. And we begin to use the very words that work in opposition to us because we don't understand the root or the etymology of the words that they pump into circulation. Now, Chippewa said something. I know why he a conservative. Because he's their color, but he's not their kind. He knows that an Igbo and a Yoruba is just like him. But you heard he said he don't F with no what? Houses.
Oh.
Houses. See, they're another group or clan within Nigeria too. And he used profanity when he said that. So he came to America, highly educated, and say, which side of this fence I'm going to stand on? I'm going to stand on this side of the fence, on this side of the fence, or I'm going to fight on this side because I'm going to get more reciprocity if I act like I'm not like them.
You're lying.
Because I'm gonna tell you something about Nigeria. Because I work with
Okay, hold on. Before you tell them about Nigeria, let them get a chance to reply. Go ahead, Chuku.
Okay,
why you not a Muslim?
What this old fool doesn't understand.
No, Chuku.
Okay, the different tribes.
Hold up. Before you ask him those questions, let him reply first, and then you can ask him those questions after he reply. Go ahead, Chuku.
The different tribes in Africa, in Nigeria, are different kingdoms with different languages, different cultures, different cuisines, different histories, different enemies, different worldviews. One thing I notice is that you have put you see yourself through the eyes of the white man. You see yourself.
Who do you see your goddamn self through?
Gotta let
Is
me
it
talk.
the houses?
Let him get it out. Okay, just hold your 2 questions. You got 2 questions. Go ahead, Chuku. Finish it up.
Okay, you see yourself through the eyes of the white man. Okay, your whole entire essence is summed up.
Nigga, you not gonna come here on no platform and tell me what I see myself is. No Johnny come lately nigga from Africa trying to tell me what the hell I see myself through. Nigga, you haven't had the experience of the lineage of the people that are in America. Nigga, you came here, Johnny come lately, when all the walls and all the marching, all the fire hoses and dogs.
You don't.
No, nigga, you don't. No, nigga, you don't understand.
Like you,
all right,
nigga, I remember. Listen, nigga, I remember a time and day when it was.
Let him finish, Hotep. Let him get a chance.
Is this
nigga gonna have nerve to insult my goddamn intelligence about I see myself through something? Nigga, who you see yourself through? You the ones that goddamn conservative.
Goddamn.
Okay, you see yourself through the eyes of the white people. Like your entire essence is shaped by a racial category.
Why?
But there's a different way to see the world, is all I'm saying. You don't appreciate you're trapped in your own.
Listen, nigga, don't tell me I don't appreciate no damn ice cream cone just because ice cream has been invented, nigga. Don't come here try to prescribe to me whatever you learned in these Ivy League schools or whatever you learned in any academic school to tell me what I should feel like after my parents have been, my great-grandparents and uncles and great-uncles have been lynched, hung, and nigga, you don't got no, nigga, you don't have a right. You should shut up. Talk about Nigeria. Don't talk about who I see my self through.
You're trapped.
Nigga, you ain't been here long enough to tell me what to see.
The universe is limited. You have a limited mindset.
Listen, nigga.
Your limitations are not my limitations. That's all I'm saying.
I'm a 19-year. Listen, nigga. I'm a 19-year veteran. I'm a 19-year combat veteran.
On CT, hold on. On CT stream, you say you served for 6 years.
I don't know what the hell CT said.
No, you said on CT stream you only served for 6 years in the Air Force.
I've never been in no goddamn Air Force. Nobody in my family, none of the men in my family been in the
okay.
military. They were
You getting
Marines.
old. All right,
They
my
were
bad.
Marines and Army.
Yeah,
My
you said
father
you served
fought
for
in
6 years.
my father fought in Korean War. My two older brothers fought in the Vietnam War. I was in the Vietnam era, and then
Respect.
I ended up getting my full 19 years, even though I served 12 years. I ended up getting the full 19 years based on a medical technicality.
That sounds dodgy, but go ahead.
Well, I
That's
don't
not how
give
it
a damn
works.
what it's. It don't. It
19,
don't. I
19
don't.
years isn't. What are you talking about?
What are you
19 years
talking
isn't
about, nigga?
retirement. You got to serve 20 years for retirement.
Not under medical certified
You probably just got compensation.
disability.
That's it.
Yeah,
Now, the
but
second
medical
part,
compensation has nothing to do with whether it doesn't
no,
add
I didn't
years to
say
your
medical
time.
compensation. I'm talking about the contract in which I signed up on because I re-enlisted.
Uh-huh.
And again, niggas don't. If you ain't never been in the military, you're not qualified to tell me how it operates and functions.
Well,
So
I'm
that's
telling you
first of all.
because I have served and I do
Okay,
serve.
how many years did you serve? Were you in the Air Force or the Navy? Probably the Air Force or the Navy.
Gang.
Why you
Were
gotta
you
be?
in the Navy
Why
or the
you
Air
gotta?
Force?
Nah, I was in the Air Force.
Oh, okay. I still understand why you say that. Okay, now back
Yeah,
to
well,
Chick.
the military is the military, though. You said you served for 6 years.
I'm dealing with Chickwa.
Don't run. Don't run.
Right now.
Don't
I'm not
run.
running, nigga. You on
You
the
are
panel.
running. You're supposed to be
Nigga,
from the
you on the
Army.
panel.
I didn't think the Army ran. I'm just an Air Force guy. Why are you running from me?
I'm not running from you, nigga.
You are
I'm
running. Why are you
sitting
trying to
downstairs
run?
drinking a cup of tea, chopping your ass up. What do you mean I'm
You trying
running?
to talk to hey, you trying to talk to the
No,
Nigerian guy. Talk
no,
to the Air
I'm gonna
Force
go.
guy.
No, I don't want to talk to no Air Force. No,
See, that's what I'm saying. So you are running.
No, I'm not running, nigga.
You're
I'm trying to
running.
have a conversation
You're
with this
running.
man. Don't try
See,
to come
exactly. You're
and
trying to run.
nigga. Don't try
Why
to
you
come and
running?
aid. Don't try to come and aid and abet him because I'm
Hey,
dealing
did they
with
teach
him.
you to run in the Army?
Maybe he was just medically retired.
Okay, I'll deal with you right now.
If you
Okay, what
medically
do you want?
retired, that has nothing to do with 19. You can get medically. Like, what does that got to do? He said he served 19 years. So if you served 19 years, that means you was enlisted for 19 years, not medically retired at 11 and somehow got 8 years added on. That's not serving for 19 years.
Okay, I didn't physically serve, but I got 19.
So stop claiming it then.
I got 19 years on my DD 214.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
You're stolen valor, but go ahead.
Yeah, that don't sound right there.
Because it's not right. He's just making shit up. He said 6 years on CT stream. Now he's over here saying he served for 19. Then he's like, oh, well, medically, I kind of served for 19. Okay, added some years on. Doesn't even make sense.
Why do you say on like that?
How do I?
All right. So I don't.
So I'm going to deal with Chickwa. I want to understand.
Okay. Run away.
I'm trying to understand. How is it that he can come over here and try to tell me how I see the world in a prism in which he hasn't been afforded?
What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about. How long have you been in America? How long have you been a U.S. citizen or in America?
My mother is a Black American, so I was born.
Your mother's a Black American, but you a goddamn Nigerian, right?
Right. My mother's a Black American. I was born in Nigeria, but I was okay.
I got it. You were born in America, but your mother was a Black American. You just happened to come out your mama's womb
in Africa.
I was born.
So you was born. Okay, I got it.
Hold on. Let him tell his own story. So I thought earlier in the stream you said you was born in Africa.
Yes,
yeah,
I was
that's what I.
In Nigeria. My mother's a Black American, so I'm an American born abroad.
Okay, so let me ask you this: how long were you in Nigeria?
So the age of 5. I moved here at the age of 5.
So what is the hell do you? Why do you? What the hell you even know about houses, Igbos? And
I have a house in Nigeria, and I visit every year.
Okay. Oh, okay. You visit every year, and you have hatred for the houses.
I don't have hatred for the houses.
They just said that, nigga. Okay, you don't
let him answer.
They have practices that I don't agree with. They do female genital mutilation. They have multiple wives. They do a lot of things that goes against what I believe.
And how long have Africans been doing that?
That's part of their culture.
Okay, and that's their goddamn business, right?
Well, I don't agree with it. This is why.
You just don't agree with it. Okay, but there's nothing you gonna do about it. There's nothing you can do but come on a platform and say, because they believe in more than one wife, and see, because you believe that. Because
I can do business with them.
Christian? Are you Christian?
I can do business with them. I just don't fuck with them.
Are you a Christian?
I'm a Christian. Yes.
Okay, now you're a Christian, right?
Right. They're Muslim.
I know this. That's what I was getting to. So just by default of being a Christian, you can't get along with them because they have a different faith or a different religious belief system.
It's
Correct?
deeper than that. They want to force Sharia law. If they had their way, they would make the entire country a Muslim country. I don't
Okay.
follow.
Has it ever been that?
They
Has it
have
ever came close to that?
they keep proposing Sharia law in different regions that they control. So this is
Okay. And who else does that? Who else does that?
every Muslim group, the House of Fulani, the different
No,
groups.
I mean outside of Africa.
Well, you
I'm
know,
talking about where Islam actually came from. I'm talking about where Mohammedanism came from.
they all do that. That's part of their mission is to spread Islam
Okay,
throughout the world.
now what is Christianity's belief in relationship to any type of religious law or edict?
What
They're
is
doing it
Christian?
right now.
Okay, Islam has never had a renaissance or reformation. It's
But you
very
know what Christians did in America?
very
They dropped
brutal
an atomic
religion.
bomb
It's a very
on a
religion.
sovereign city. They under Christendom. They just didn't wear their crosses on their uniform. They dropped atomic bombs. They're aiding and abetting and giving weapons from taxpayers' money in America for weapons and munitions and weapon system packages all over the planet. We got about more than 3,000 bases, probably about 2,600 bases all over the world in other countries under Christendom. They say America is a Christian nation built on Christian principles.
What's your point? Well, I don't.
The point is that's never been.
Do you want to be a Muslim?
No,
That way,
I'm not a Muslim nor a Christian or Hindu or Buddhist. If a Christian can't go to heaven, nor can a Muslim. If a Muslim can't go, nor can a Christian or any other religious denomination. I'm not a religious affiliated with any organized or disorganized religion.
Okay. All right.
Because they all have been murderous and have been detrimental to the survival and the freedom of African people on the continent, and even prior to the scramble for Africa, all the times after since the 1930s.
Okay. Pause it right there. Welcome back to the show. Kulu streaming. Good day, sir. What's your thoughts? Are you there?
Hey man, good day. Yes, I'm gonna catch up you in a minute, man. Just give me a second. But I want to speak on like the African and Black American thing because, you know, as you know, Sharon, like my wife, she's Ghanaian. We've been together 7 years, married for 3 of them,
Nice.
and I had to pay a dowry to marry her and do it like do it the traditional way.
Oh, you said you
And we
had to?
yeah, I had to.
Okay. Got it.
For the respect of her parents, or I would have alienated her culture, which that was the only thing that I really bent on, but everything else was more so American wedding, you know, the dresses, the ceremonies and the stuff like that. But so we have this conversation all the time with me and her brothers and sisters, her parents. And my issue is that, you know, speaking to the brother, I guess, is how do you say your name? So, cause, you know, I don't want to disrespect you.
Chuku.
Yeah, like you could like no disrespect, bro. But on certain topics, you know, like this, like you just you have your own perspective. I mean, like first let me ask, like, are you an American citizen? Are you like
Yeah,
okay, you are. Is how long you've been an American citizen?
I was born an American citizen. My mother is American. That makes me an American at birth. But I've been here since at the age of 5. Go ahead.
Okay. I mean, you know, as I got my like simulations on that, but my whole thing is that like raised in an African, like is your household like, you know, like African traditional or is it like more American?
It's both. You know, have a Nigerian father and an American mother, so I appreciate both sides.
Who had like the authority? Like, did your dad really like instill like African culture, traditions, and stuff?
Yes.
Okay, so and that's my problem is that, you know, you may have your perspective, which I respect, and I do is consider some of your points valid. But when it comes on certain things, man, like you just won't understand or don't understand if you know, don't grow up in the way that we grew up. Um, you know, yeah, you can think that it's, you know, it's this or that. But my main thing is that a lot, and I always tell my wife and her parents this, and they get fucking pissed at me for it, but it's the truth. Like, we're not over at y'all's country. Y'all are here making money in our country, right? And the only reason why you're
In what
allowed over here,
question?
I don't,
In
wait,
what
hold on,
sense is
let
this
me
your
finish what I'm
country?
saying.
In what sense
Wait,
is this your country? Explain that to me. Did I have to ask your permission to be here? You
no,
don't.
but
You don't.
hold on.
You're
Millions
not.
of our ancestors, hold on, is to make
You
this
don't.
country as
You don't
economically
control
powerful.
immigration.
Hold on a second, bro. Hold on a second. Just
You
let me
control
finish.
immigration. You don't
Hold
control
on, bro. Just
immigration.
relax.
I don't
Just
need your.
relax. Hold on, bro. Because
Let's
our
be.
ancestors
Let's be.
died. Hold on. Our ancestors picked slaves from birth to death for hundreds of years to make the money to make this country as great as it is, to build the economy for your parents to get a job here. Like you got to understand that. And that's the problem with Africans. Like they think they come over here and disrespect us, not realizing that our forefathers, our grandmothers put in the work and
Right.
dedication and literally died in blood, sweat, and tears so that y'all can have an opportunity to make some fucking money. And let's
Didn't it
not
also
act
bring
like,
your cousins?
as y'all come over as immigrants, y'all get certain privileges through y'all's
What
visas and certain programs that we just don't get as Black Americans. You know what I mean?
I
So
will
you
say
got to
this.
understand what.
I will say this. Black Americans did and Native Americans did pay the highest price for American citizenship. That I will give you. And the I would say that the civil rights movement did create a lane that helped a lot of immigrants. So shout out to you.
Appreciate you saying that, you know what I mean? And that's much respect. But about this conversation, like, is you got to have more of an open mind. And I get like conservatism because a lot of Africans are conservative. My fucking wife's parents are super Trump fans, super conservative. You know what I mean? To where like they go to church damn near every day. And that's my issue is that, right? Like when you come from that mindset, it doesn't allow you to think outside of the parameters that Christianity gives you. You know what I mean? Um, and another thing too, right? And let's just be honest, in Africa, a majority around the entire country that believe in Christianity, they believe in a white Jesus, man. Like they're still colonized, bro, way more than what we are. And we're slowly breaking free from those mental chains. We're slowly realizing that, Yeshua, he was actually Black or he was we're breaking free from that. And it seems like y'all come over here with the same as colonial mindset trying to push that onto us. And then y'all get platforms,
What are
you
we
know, what?
explain? What is being pushed onto you? You're saying a lot, but it's not very clear what you're saying. What are immigrants pushing onto you? Go ahead.
He
So, for
just said
example,
it,
right, when
man.
you
You
came
know
up
what
here
he's talking about.
and you was arguing with the brother, what the elder that was up here speaking, right? You kept bringing up like conservatism and you kept bringing up all these things. And when he asked you questions that pinpoint, like, what are you trying to conservative? Then you talk about your religion. And that's the problem, bro, is that in this country, right, or for a while, right, we kept our religion private in the household, not, on political ideas, not how we should run laws and policy, you know what I mean? And stuff like that. So my whole issue is that, right, the way you're coming about it, right, it's more so from that Christian conservative mindset. But when
No,
you are,
no.
say it again.
One of the benefits of coming from a shithole country is that you don't trust the government. The one thing I see here is a lot of people, this is a paradox. I hear black people say that the government is systemically racist. The society is structured against us. But the same people now turn around and say now the government, they depend on the government to help them, to help somehow the
Nigga, they owe us. We don't depend on the government. We paid into this shit.
but hang on.
No. I can't let it. I can't
Uh,
let this go.
this,
They owe us. We
you
not
can't.
depending on. Oh no, we're not dependent
So
on the
listen,
government to do
you
nothing.
have to
No, no, we're
solve this
not dependent on the government to do nothing but cut a
the,
goddamn check.
the systemically racist government who is oppressing you. You are waiting for them to save you. This is
No,
a
Nigga,
we're
I'm
not
not
waiting
waiting
for
on
them
them
to
to save
save
you.
us.
Nigga, if our people didn't lay down the groundwork, your ass, your daddy or your mama may not even have met. So what the hell are you talking about?
Now let them finish out their conversation.
Yeah. And
Kulu want to just finish out his conversation so they can
yeah.
have an understanding. Just let them finish out their conversation.
No, no.
They almost there.
Yes, Ron. Yes, I appreciate that, and that's my point, bro. It's like you don't really get it, man. Like man, people who talk about this shit like don't get, man. When you have almost 10 generations, which a generation what is 25 years, right? When you have almost 10 to 12 generations of working with no pay. Like if you look up the amount of money in today's money that they made off of our physical labor with no paychecks. Like imagine if we would have got paid for all those years that we picked cotton, picked sugar, did all the types of shit that we built this country. Do you think we would still be in the position that we're in today? No, we wouldn't. We would have way more wealth. We would have way more infrastructure. Shit would be completely different here, and that's the issue, bro. If Black Americans never got sold here, well, some of us are indigenous, but if Black Americans never got sold here and we were in Africa, like, do you really think that we would leave Africa a shithole, or do you think we would have built it up the same way America is today?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Was slavery a net positive or a net negative? Would you have been better off never having come to America? Like, would your story have been better had you not gotten on a slave ship and stayed?
Nigga, that's disingenuous. We didn't just get on no damn love boat and come here, nigga. We were put on the ship and trained.
Yeah, bro. Like, Ghana was a leading capital in the slave trade, bro. You know what I mean? Like, Ghana was a lead capital. They made billions, if not millions, of dollars.
I'm still looking for an answer to that question.
And didn't do shit
yes,
with.
or are you saying yes? You would have. It's a net positive, or are you saying it's a net negative? Did you derive any benefit from it, or was it all bad, or would you have preferred to stay in Africa? I need a clear answer.
Yes, it's a net negative, and the reason why, because anybody that's put in chains is beat, raped, bred like cattle. That is not a good thing. And yes, if we would have stayed in Africa, Africa would be what America is today, because we're the ones who built it. Y'all didn't do shit with the money, and I'm not saying you, but I'm saying like the Ghanaians and people that were the empires of the slave trade. Y'all didn't do shit with all that slave money. Y'all didn't do shit to build y'all's country. Y'all didn't do shit to build no economics. Like, y'all didn't do shit to build nothing. And that's not no racist shit. I'm just telling you the truth. If we would have had half that motherfucking money, I mean, look at what we did with nothing. Look at what we built with nothing. And we're still operating with nothing. And we're still leading in culture. We're still leading in, man, like, and that's my problem here, right? And that's why we will never come together between Africans and Black Americans, is because y'all don't get the real struggle. Y'all come here thinking that we don't deserve, this country or living here, or we have all these privileges.
Nobody, you're. It's remarkable all the things that you say that don't even. It's not real. Okay, I never said anything you just said. My father married a Black American. My older brother married a Black American. Right, so. This idea
was your father legal here, or was he illegally here?
Yes, he came here to go to school, and he met my mother.
So he came here on a visa, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if your father would have never met your mother, would he be a citizen today?
Well, yeah. After he graduated, he was off. He was on a path.
Let's call spade a spade, bro. A lot of Africans come here on visas and other ways, and they sleep with American Black women or vice versa just to get a damn citizenship, because this citizenship here is worth gold, man. Like, let's just call a spade a spade.
I thought you just said that you would have been better off staying in Africa.
I said back then, if we would have stayed in Africa, we would have built Africa the way that America is today, and there would be no reason to come here.
Okay, if you remove being enslaved in the richest country in human history,
it wasn't rich, bro. It wasn't rich.
But hang on, if you remove that, how are you different than any other African? Remove being enslaved in the richest country in human history.
Bro,
how did that change?
Slaves came here in 1619. You really think this was the richest country? Over the UK, over Europe, like over Asia, China. I mean, come on, bro. Like, there was other empires back then in Africa that were making way more money than the 13 colonies here in America. We built this place to what it is today. You don't get that.
You just said that if you had stayed, okay, there are no tribes of FBAs in Africa. Like the Yorubas enslaved a lot of Igbos and sold them to the Europeans, right? So a lot of my ethnic group were sold into the slave trade. But for most Africans, slavery is a bland fact of history. It's something that everybody really participated in slavery. I don't know. The past is a foreign country. That's just, they did things differently back then. Slavery, 400 years ago, was a common practice. It was a worldwide institution. It's no longer the case, but I'm not
Bro,
sure
bro, there
that
were countries, bro. There were
I'm
tribes.
not
There was
sure
countries
that if you
that didn't
I'm
engage in
not
slavery, bro. Y'all
fine.
chose your ancestors, not you specifically, but speaking as African, slave traders. They chose greed, and they chose the white man or European or the because it was like the Islamic like slave trade as well. They chose that type of money over the long term goal of building up their own country. And look what happened. The
But
people they sold came here and built this motherfucker up, and now they want to now come here. Their descendants now want to come here all these years later and try to get a piece of the pie while we get shitted on, man.
okay, your issues with the white man. Okay, I don't
I
see.
don't have no issues with the
I
white
don't
man.
see how,
See, that's
your
the issue.
issues with the white man. Okay, so
How's my issue with the white man?
Europeans enslaved other Europeans, Asians enslaved other Asians, Africans enslaved other Africans. This was a worldwide institution.
Okay, no, okay. Like you're missing my point, bro, because you left out the Muslim slave trade, which lasted thousands of years.
Right.
So
I already told you I don't only fuck with
okay.
Muslims. I don't fuck with Muslims. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, me either. But my problem is that, right? Y'all could have chose not to engage in it. Y'all could have chose to dig up y'all's resources, use y'all's wood, use y'all's gold to build technologies the same way that we came over here in America and they made us do. Y'all
It was
could
a
have built.
worldwide institution. It
But
was
no, you're
a
not getting it,
worldwide.
bro. Y'all chose quick money over long-term money. And that's the difference. Those 13 colonies came here and they're like, oh, look at all this land, look at all this cobalt, look at all this wood, and look at all this lithium, look at all this shit. And they began using slaves to mine it, cotton, all types of shit, which made billions of dollars. Billions in today's money, if not trillions. And didn't pay the workers nothing, bro. For 10
I think
generations.
I will say this: you deserve reparations. I'll go ahead and say it. You deserve
We
reparations.
deserve more than that, honestly. But I appreciate you saying that. But if you get my bigger picture here, bro, it's like Africans come here, right? Not you specifically, and y'all got all these ideas, not realizing that y'all were even more colonized than we were, and then y'all are trying to push these conservative ideas that just bring us back financially, spiritually, religiously, in every way possible. And
Okay, here's
I'm
the
gonna be
thing.
honest. Huh?
Here's the
What?
thing that I noticed too. This idea that that Africans have to okay, when Africans immigrate here, within 2 or 3 generations, they're indistinguishable from Black Americans, right? So, uh, if not my children, my children's children, they will be indistinguishable from any Black American you see culturally. They'll listen to the
Well,
same
physically,
music,
yes, but mentally, no.
eat the same food, have the same worldview. So it's any person who goes to another country will eventually adopt the ideas and opinions of that country. So you have this idea that being African is like a fixed thing, that if you right now immigrate to Nigeria, your children's children will be indistinguishable from any Nigerian. This is just how assimilation operates. America is a melting pot, and people who come here assimilate and adopt American
But let me ask
culture.
you real quick before I end my,
So you're missing
my
that
point.
broader picture. Go ahead.
So let's say, right, they come here 3 generations later, right? You're what, a second generation or third generation?
I would say I'm a first generation, but I'm accelerated because my mother is a Black American, so she gave me a game about
All right, so
Black.
let's say that you're a unique case, right? So in most cases, when Africans come here, they marry other Africans. How long do you think, right, that those African traditions get diluted by being in America? How many generations? Because you still are, because you still have, because you're a first generation, but you're a special case. Like you still have a lot of African ideology and traditions that don't understand our culture here, bro.
Why do you need me to understand? I understand the culture, but what do you want me? It seems like you want to control.
Other
You
cultures
can't
use you.
control how people think.
Other cultures use you, Jason Whitlock, and other people that are Black as a way to dilute and downgrade the problems that we're going here, and they'll uplift you because your talking points match their religion, their ideology. It helps them long term. That's
Here's
the
what
problem.
the mistake you keep making is you think that Black people are a monolith who think, act, and identical.
No, I don't think that.
Yeah,
I don't think that. I know
saying.
we have different opinions,
You're saying to
but
be
at the end of the
black is to
day,
be a progressive Democrat, and you can't be
I'm not saying
conservative
that.
and be black.
But
That's what you're
then
saying.
But that's the
Saying
thing,
that
though, bro.
if I don't
Like
think the way you do, then I'm not black. So
see,
who is
you misunderstand.
authentically black? Who is authentically black? Explain what an authentically black person thinks like. Go ahead.
see, he
Okay,
wants
there are
direct
many.
answers to
Oh,
his questions. But when I asked him the same questions to give me the direct answers, he couldn't do it. But he's asking Brother Kulu, how do you pronounce your name, Brother?
Kulu.
Kulu. When Brother
It's
Kulu's trying to explain to him, he doesn't understand the social dynamic of being a person that was reared, born, and raised in America, and understanding the historical connections to why and how we got into the economical, social downfall that we got into. This brother comes on and tell him, well, the thing is that slavery existed for thousands of years all over the world, and it's just a natural phenomenon. But the thing you got to understand as a Muslim, if you was enslaved, or if you were enslaved, or in Africa by Africans, you still knew you were an African. You still spoke the language of your tribe or your lineage.
How you know? They
Because
speak
I have
French. Stop it.
I'm gonna tell
Stop
you
it.
why.
They speak French.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you
They
why.
speak. They don't speak their language.
The-
Stop it. This is
They
that shit I
speak.
be talking
Listen,
about.
some of them
On
speak
Friday,
French.
you
Some
gonna
of them
tell me
speak.
them Africans over there speaking their native language when all these motherfuckers speaking French?
No, nigga. No, you
Stop
coming in
it.
on
Like,
the nigga. You coming
no.
in on the background. You don't even know what the conversation is about.
I know
First of
because
all,
I came to talk about something else.
well,
I'm
nigga, you
trying to
don't
let you
just
land, but
nigga.
it
You
took
don't
you too
filibuster
goddamn
my
long.
comment to another man with some shit you want to talk about. So
Nigga,
nigga,
it's Friday. You
nigga,
gonna talk
stand
about that
down.
shit on Thursday. It's
Nigga,
Friday.
stand. No,
No,
this is foolery day, and nigga, I'm gonna act a fool on you niggas
you don't
that
even sound like you got it
disconnected,
in you, big dog. You gotta say it with your chest. If you gonna
nigga.
say you
So
gonna act a fool, nigga, say it with your goddamn chest. Don't be sound that
what?
shit so.
Say it with your chest.
The bull.
Sharon.
Not for
Say
real.
it with your
I'm just
chest.
joking. I'm joking, bro. Go
You
ahead.
imagine the nigga say,
Finish
say it
talking
with
about
your
how the
chest.
slaves they know they
Nigga,
African
you
when they
speak from your
speak French.
vocal cords
I'm
and your
sorry.
learning.
Let me
Sharon.
jump and
Nigga,
ask
shut
Sharon.
Sharon a
up.
question.
I
I got a
want
Go
response
ahead.
I
to
want
Kulu.
Kulu and Chiku. I'm gonna just mute my mic, man, because man,
Amen.
Yeah, thank
Amen.
these
you.
motherfuckers are
Can
getting me upset, man.
Amen.
I,
Amen. So Sharon, so
Go
they can
check
get
your
back in
blood pressure.
conversation. I just got a question for Sharon, so I can
Nigga,
let
you
y'all
go
get
check
back to
your
y'all
white
boring
girl,
show.
man.
So
I,
Sharon, my question to you is, how the hell we got men who can't sustain black women go try to come up here and talk about uh we traitors and they ain't never sustained a woman in their whole life. I always wanted to ask you from your perspective, right? Why do these niggas who ain't got no women, they ain't got no track record of sustaining no woman, come up here talking about some, oh, you a traitor when he ain't sustaining and taking care of no black woman? Why you think that, Sharon?
Well, let me tell you this, nigga.
I
I
asked
raised
Sharon.
five kids.
was his mic off?
No, but I'm gonna tell you.
It was
I
off. He
raised
turned it
5
back on for
kids.
some reason.
My kids are grown, and I'm married to their mother, and I'm married to the same woman that birthed all 5 of my
This
children.
ain't got nothing to do with you.
Well, then shut up. Well, point your comments to whoever you talking to, nigga.
Nigga, this was to Sharon. I pointed it towards Sharon. What the fuck are you talking about? I literally said, Sharon, I got a question for you. And then you gonna tell me, point my comment to the person I'm talking to. Sharon, didn't I say I was talking to you? Sharon, you gonna stay out of that? I let them get finished talking about them niggas in Africa. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
All
True,
right,
I
hold
can't
on,
believe
hold on.
you let
Also,
Kula
hold
walk
on.
over you.
Before I let Afro he wanted to jump in right there. I think it was a good back and forth because I think what Chuku be missing is that we just want you to have an understanding when you use a certain tone and the way how it sounds like you are not understanding people on purpose. And that's
Yeah.
what Kulu was trying to really get you to understand. Like you're not understanding what you sound like to the other people that you're affecting by it. And that's what because y'all almost got there, but but Kulu was trying to express it like he's not only dealing with you, but it's also with people in his own life that he has to deal with that same mentality. And missing the mark on purpose, it feels like. And before we go, shout out to the cats. I salute to you and your platform 100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, family.
But Sharon, let me tell you, should men who haven't sustained women talk about sustaining women?
But I believe majority of people here is married on this
That
platform
nigga
today.
Lee ain't married. Stop. That nigga, he might be
Lee
married to
said,
the
hold on,
prison
no. Lee
system.
said he just got married. Hey, y'all, we're going to turn him into a man eventually. He's going to get married very soon because he's going to turn that woman to an honest woman and get him out of that Honda Accord. Chuku is married. Kulu is married, he's about to welcome in some new life into the world. Ra has been married. Eda Man is married. Conscious Moron, are you married?
Nah, that nigga ain't married.
No kids either.
No kids, no marriage. So, hey, ladies.
No,
and we got Afro Nerd. We're gonna make Afro Nerd turn that beautiful woman that he's with. We're gonna make him turn her into an honest woman as well.
Okay, let me be careful what I say on this show.
Married.
You ain't get me in trouble. Go ahead.
So, hey, Afro Nerd, do you want to be married?
Eventually. Why not?
What does that mean? Like eventually means 6 months?
No. We ain't gonna go on into this because
why we
that's
not?
a whole
Nah, nigga, you want to talk about everything else up here. Listen, a man got a plan, and it sounds like you ain't got no goddamn plan.
I want to be candid. I have plenty of friends that they came. You see grown men crying because their things exploded.
We not talking about them. We talking about
you. No, I'm telling you. I'm giving you my answer. I'm giving you my answer, bro. I'm giving you my answer.
Hold on. Afro Nerd, if your son was on his couch, hold on. If your son was on your couch and your son said, Afro knows, I'm going to get a job eventually, what you going to tell him?
Getting a job and being married, you doing too much right now. I already told you. I've had neighbors. I've seen. Why can't I answer the question? You don't answer for me. I'm gonna let you do all the talking. I ain't doing it. I'm not doing this. Bro, I'm not doing this.
I just realized, you know the mayor or whatever in Boondocks. I can't remember. I don't remember his name, but you know what I'm talking about.
The Ed Asner character.
You sound just like him.
Ed Asner.
Yeah.
The mayor guy.
You talking about dude got raped in Boondocks?
No, I don't know about all that.
Here we go.
He's talking about
all right, let me just.
So go ahead, Afro Nerd. I know you want to chime in, so go ahead, Afro Nerd.
Yeah, so I respect.
Yeah, maybe it's the lawyer. It's whichever one his wife was like fiending over Usher or whatever.
Yeah, I'll go for that.
I got lost for words. I got lost for words.
You sound like him.
All y'all names cannot be Afro Nerd.
Tom Bouwa.
Go ahead, Afro Nerd. Let's see. Let's try it again.
So I respect the conversation between Kulu and Chuku, right? Kulu was really giving a great landscape of the African American experience, right? The loss of wealth, the loss of culture. And when you start to see when other Black people who come from a different experience or come from a different ethnic group or, dare I say, a different tribe, there's a lack of understanding to really understand that the loss of culture for creature comforts within itself is kind of wild. Like, because we have air conditioning, I'm supposed to accept 100 lashes on my back. The fact that I have a Euro surname versus your perhaps Nigerian surname, that's between the difference between night and day in some occasions, right? I found out through 23andMe I have 40% Nigerian ancestry, and then I think another 40% of other West African countries, right? And then there was some Euro and there was some Asian stuff going on, right? That's a different experience. I look just as phenotypical as Sharon or any other Black person, right? So our experience is completely different. But you can't answer that. You can't ask a question about what if, is it a net positive, net negative for the Black American here through slavery, without the other side is it a negative or positive for colonialism to have affected Africa, the African continent? What was lost there, right? You had the Ashanti tribes, you had Mali, the Zimbabwe tribe. You had so much greatness in Africa that was molested through European encroachment. So you have to go into what would Africa have been like, almost like what, I hate to go into Marvel Comics, but like Wakanda. If you were never, the white man never took away your natural resources, there were certain things that certain development that was going on that was internal to Africans. So if all of that natural resources were by Africans and for Africans, would you be in a different status, right? So it seems like you're trying to say that the molestation by whites, it was a net positive. You really can't say that. That's like a burning house. If a house is burned, right, and it's brought back, sure, the house is brought back new, but what was lost out of that house? What family heirlooms were lost out of that house? That's really a better equivalent if you're going to discuss this.
Yeah, but it's such a bad argument, Afro Nerd, because the simple fact of how would any nation been if they never been conquered before? Listen to the question that you asking is, if we always had peace on earth, how would life been? And I don't think that's just even the way of human beings. We're conflict human beings. So I just think that it's a fairy tale.
No, you're going a little extra on that. We understand that there's combat between cultures and race and that kind of thing, but there's a specific thing about black folks and anti-blackness, that blackness, anti-blackness, whether it's on the continent or in the Americas, it is the fuel for everybody else. See, what Kula was talking about, I think the next step for what he could have gone into was the fact that after slavery, black people still were treated a certain way. You became a second or third class citizen. There's a negative loss just in that. It wasn't as if you were. Well, hold on. Let me. No.
No. I want to have a back and forth, really, because they lost this idea that the loser should be treated the same as the winner is not reality. Like we just seen before we even go into the America, people who lost wars, their families was typically taken as slaves. We know that's the norm.
Okay, there's another side. There's another side of that. in modern warfare, right? Germany, Japan, and Italy were affected, right? But there was still such a thing as the Marshall Plan. So even in Western culture, the loser gets compensated. What's happening in Gaza? We're talking about Trump wants to make it into some kind of Trump Plaza, right? So there's a concept of restitution even in war. Black folks are the only ethnic group in America that have never gotten we have never gotten a Marshall Plan. So what you're talking about still is ahistorical. You're talking about
Hold on. So I'm trying to figure out, when you say that black people ain't never got nothing, are you talking about?
No, I said a Marshall Plan. Very specific. With the Marshall Plan, hold on. With Marshall Plan, Germany outpaces America with new factories. Japan got, so in other words, even though it was actually at a deficit for America to help out its enemies. If we're going to use the war, hold on, you said we're at war. If you're going to use
the problem that you're doing is we left those places. When America was conquered, they never left. That they claimed that as their own home. If we would have conquered Germany and stayed, Germany would have been in the same situation. So you're literally trying to compare apples to oranges.
I don't think so, because you hold on. You used the term war. Okay, so you want to try to cherry pick what war is. War is still dominance, right? So if you're going to use the analogy that American blacks were just losers in a war, then conversely, we got to have that Marshall Plan. You can't have white Americans. Let me finish my thought. You can't have white Americans demanding black folks need to do X, Y, and Z when they weren't given that Marshall Plan to everybody else. You saw that the Marshall Plan. You saw that the Marshall Plan.
Well, we gotta have a back and forth. The point that I'm telling you is the problem is you saying, I wish once they won, we was able to set the rules. When you lose a war, you don't get the chance to set the rules. This idea that we say that we supposed to have a Marshall Plan, they supposed to did all these things. And listen, I'm a big advocate that I believe that Black Americans supposed to get more. They supposed to get paid for the things of their ancestors. I'm not arguing that point. But when you're the loser, you have to take what you get, and you can't complain about what you get because you lost.
No one does that. This country is built on the idea of jurisprudence. The very country, the Boston Tea Party, there's all kinds of evidence of people demanding redress for wrongs. Hold on, man. You're interrupting because you don't like what I'm saying.
No, I have no problem with what you're saying, by the way.
Tort law means correcting a wrong, right? So everyone else, you can't make it specific to black people. When the Native American, he goes to court all the time, right? The Japanese successfully went to court and got reparations, right? We see that even white folks through the Homestead Act and through a GI Bill, they got a form of reparations. It's only specific to anti-blackness, my brother.
No,
It's
but
only
see,
the
but
black.
but
It's
that,
only the
that's the
black
point.
man.
That, hold on.
So,
Let me respond. So the point that I'm telling you is America did make it right with the Native Americans. They did. Like, regardless if we like it, the people that they quote unquote took the land for and they conquered, they made it right with.
well,
The people
they
that
would
you
argue with you on that. They would argue with you on that. Well, I'm telling you.
no. I,
What I'm
I, I
telling.
get I get what you're saying. When we
What,
start when you
what
start
what part
going
of
to
this
these
argument?
native hold on, let me finish let me just get this out.
Yeah, go
When
ahead,
you
man.
go to these casinos, when you go to these native lands, when you go to these native lands and they have it and they have their own separate rules, they did make it right. Now, do we say it was quote unquote the best option? But they did make it right with the people that they conquered, with the Native
Okay.
Americans. What are we
Well,
talking about?
what we're talking about is in your very argument. It's like blacks 0, everyone else 10. It can't be just black people. If we're going to be just the subjects of war, if we're going to be the losers of a war, then how do you explain everyone else, even if they were losers, got some kind of recompense? So you're
That's
defeating your very argument. You
No,
can't have
because
the
the
Jewish
Native
man,
Americans
Native
did
American.
get a recompense. That's the whole point of my argument. The Native Americans did get a recompense, and with these casinos, we see them created the wealth. Matter of fact, if you look at the Native Americans, they
You're,
give out their own. They
you
literally
bro. You
hold on,
made
I
my
got you.
argument. You made my
They
argument.
literally give out their own loans to their people. They get all these different things. So if we gonna argue the point that the Native Americans was here and the white people came over here and conquered the Native American, regardless if we like it or not, they actually made them right. Now, shit,
If
they
I
got more or less is a different argument.
Okay, but if I understand you correctly, you're trying to say, which is my point, is that you're saying first you're saying that specific to black people, we got to take that L, whereas
No, I
everyone
didn't say
else,
that.
well, you're kind of saying that because
No, I did not.
you can't say that all these other folks got recompense, but we are the losers and we can't dictate how we're treated. But everybody else
No.
can go to
Well,
court.
first of
But
all,
everyone
you
else,
can't.
that's what you're saying.
No, you can't dictate how you was treated because you've been treated this way for the longest. Let's be honest, right? So, but the point that I'm trying to make with you is when you,
Eat a man. Eat a man.
let me finish.
No,
Let
no,
me
no,
and him
no, no,
talk.
no,
Y'all will be
no,
able to get in a
no,
second. So the
no,
whole point that I'm telling
no.
you,
Eat a
Afro
man.
nerd,
Eat a
I
man.
know I'm talking to
Need a
him.
man. Quote a
No,
source.
no, I'm
Quote
not
a
gonna talk
book.
to you. I'm in the middle of a sentence.
You in the middle of the
You'll
damn South.
wait your
You're
turn.
in the middle of
So
the damn South. That's where you are.
the whole point that I'm telling you, Afro nerd, is this simple thing right here. If if we gonna talk about Germany and what Germany got, because Germany was the residents of that country before the war. The residents of this country before the war was the Native Americans. So we can't. If we got to compare Native Americans to German, we cannot. We can't compare somebody who was imported into this company to the native people of the country. It's
He,
not. It doesn't make sense.
he don't
Okay,
know what the
even
hell he talking about.
he doesn't, because even internally with the Civil War, you had Reconstruction, and you also had you had reparations to the white slave owners. So even within the same land space, you still had that concept. It's only the Negro that doesn't get this. I don't understand why this is even an argument. If you have in war, you use the term war. So I'm giving you examples. There are a number of examples in war where the loser still was paid. So if we're the losers in a war. If you want to use that, I don't really think that's a good analogy. But if you're going to say we
No,
were,
but you used when
oh
you
come
brought
on, man.
up Germany. Hold on. When you brought up Germany, I brought up the natives of America. Like the different, what we are, the unique thing between us, Germany and Japan and all these different places, how they look at the Negro, they wasn't native to America.
He's Afro nerd. I think he's saying that we destroyed those other countries, therefore we gave them money to help rebuild.
We didn't have a
Slaves
country.
were not
I know what
their own country, so
I understand.
therefore it's a different
I
thing.
I understand what he's saying. The only issue
You
is
guys are
that he
kind
should
of
not. He
talking
should
over
have
each
used.
other.
Yeah, well, but he used the term war. Like, we're just the victims of a war, right? We are the losers. We're on the losing end of it. It's a war. So if you're going to use war as kind of the bullet point, then I have the right to say, well, in wars, people receive some kind of recompense,
Well, at
right?
The
times, yeah.
native, but that's the
Right.
point. The
So
natives of that land receive some recompense.
right?
And we
And
was
even
not natives of this land based on your argument.
who
Because you was
cares?
talking about Africa. You still got
Yeah,
you got Afro
Man, you should
in your
stop talking.
name.
You're not qualified to have this
Rich man,
conversation.
I
yeah,
gotta
Just
I'm
stop
not.
now.
No,
So
you
what
just
Native
don't like it because I got
Americans?
somebody who's educated who can beat up y'all narrative.
What
That
you should
reparations
bullshit y'all
did?
stop,
be
but
talking
it's
about.
not you. You
That's the
can't. You should
truth.
stop
Like
talking. You should stop talking.
I learned when you get their ass against the ropes, Sharon, and I'm knocking them all out with a left and a right.
Well,
And
What,
nigga said
okay,
that nigga
okay.
trying
A
to
lot of
say, oh,
That's
delusion.
I
A
don't
lot
like
of
you,
delusion out here.
Sharon.
A lot of
Sharon,
that's the
delusion.
he
question.
like tag me in, Afro. You getting beat so bad. Yeah, like
Okay,
that's.
either man, if that's the question, answer my question.
Delusion's a hell of a drug. Delusion's a
yeah.
Let
hell
me
of a
ask you
drug,
a
my
question.
brother.
All right, go ahead,
If
because
the
I got to get to work. Ask me the
What
questions I go. I'll
what
let y'all get back
nigga,
reparations
you
to
ain't
did
it.
got no
what
job.
reparations did the Native
Let me
Americans
ask you a
receive?
question. When was
What
it? When
reparations?
was the Indian Treaty signed with America? When did they come to the table and sign a treaty? What year? What century? Either
I'm pretty
man.
sure you're gonna give me. I'm pretty sure you're gonna give me an
No, I
answer. I don't
want
know why
you to
you're
give.
asking me
No,
questions.
I want
No,
you to give it to me.
no. That's the point. I'm not asking you a question like Sharon say. Make your statement and make your point.
I
I ain't gotta
did.
answer your
Okay, I'm waiting
goddamn
for an
question.
answer.
See that's the problem
I'm
is
waiting for you.
y'all come over and y'all think y'all gonna ask me questions. Make your statement and I'll rebut to
You
your
asking
statement. I don't have
questions.
to answer
You
your
making.
questions.
Listen, nigga. You asking questions
Oh
and making
goodness.
statements. You're asking
Nigga,
questions and making
So
make
much
your
statements.
statement. You
energy
see,
Back
through
it
the
up.
years.
I became a nigga today. You
Back
see
it
that,
up.
Sharon? They like
Back
I
it.
said.
Jack
They
Russell.
said
Back
this
it
man
up
too
historically.
The
show.
most times
This
I
nigga too
Back
heard.
it
stupid for
up.
something to
Stop
think I'm gonna
clowning.
answer his
Stop
questions.
buffooning.
No, it's
Just
not
answer the
bufooning.
question.
Make your statement, cause I gotta go. Make what
Go.
statement
Okay,
you want to
nigga,
make?
go. Nigga, go. Go to work.
Yeah,
Go
that's
to
how
work.
you got it. That got that nigga mad, Sharon, on a Friday. Sharon, you see how we deal with these niggas over here? Listen, I'm telling you straight up, Sharon. Like this
Oh man.
idea that he wanted to compare, because listen to what he really said. He said, let's
Oh
compare people
goodness.
to the native of those countries. And I'm like, you can't compare them because those apples are not apples. I think I made a whole bunch of some sense. What you think, Sharon?
Well,
No, not at
he
all.
brought up
You
A
Japanese
man
nigga.
could be a
internment.
woman. A
That's
woman
what's
could be
up.
a man.
He brought up Japanese
You gave a
internment.
transgender argument to
Governor,
me.
please. He
You
brought up
didn't
Japanese
qualify one
internment
of
as
them damn
well.
statements. Yeah,
He
he
brought
did.
up Japanese internment, and they were not natives. They were part of our country. It's not like we went over to Japan and that was Japanese internment. Japanese internment happened in the United States, and he brought that up as a example of reparations to American, a subgroup in America.
He the one that threw the damn apples and the oranges in the damn basket. He don't even know what the hell he talking
Can you
about.
mute your
Man, you
mic?
don't own no baskets. What you talk about? Don't talk about no baskets until you own a couple.
Well,
Nigga, go to work and punch in. Nigga, go to work and punch in.
I
Sharon,
got him calling me a punk.
Sharon,
That nigga bad.
when you do a
You'll
when
never
you
hear him
do a
talking like that
You
on here,
sound a
Sharon,
little,
do
you
you?
sound a little fruity, bro. Really, you
Oh,
do.
now I'm fruity. I'm fruity because he can't substantiate his argument, Sharon. Ain't
You
this
No,
crazy? This is crazy.
it's in your sis, it's in your sisters and your sis.
Oh,
How
you
you
listening
feel?
for that, right? You listening for that.
Everything's a,
Oh, okay.
everything's a.
You sure you happily married over there? You listen to me and
No,
sisters.
I, I know.
That's what you
Hey,
over there
I
doing?
know how punks talk.
That nigga in his feelings. Shit, that shit funny. Ooh. Hey, listen. Hey, Sharon, anytime I come over here and they got to start insulting me, I know for a fact that I'm beating that ass. Well, I
You not
know
beating nothing. You ain't
that's
beating
I beat
nothing,
that ass. Well, that he in his feelings. You want to talk to me?
nigga.
What you want to talk about?
Name one author or one
Listen,
book you've read.
remember.
That's
I hope
wild.
the nigga lost
I think that's
Hey,
connection.
all right. All
hey,
right, hold
hey,
on. All right,
Sharon.
hold on.
Remember,
All
he's
right,
insulting me because I wouldn't answer his question. That's
No,
manly.
I'm just asking you right now.
That's
Name one
that's
author book
manly.
you read.
Listen, no,
let
Sharon,
me read the
I didn't
few. Let
call
me
this
read
man
the
out his
few.
name.
Let me just read the.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Teddy K with the $2. Basically, he will play victim until he died. Woo,
what does that mean?
Now,
woo.
whoever said that, they can take their ass and tie a cement bucket around their feet and dive
Thank
off a damn bridge. As far as I'm
thank you.
saying, I said
Antoine with the $5. I disagree. In Africa, them tribes still cook and eat on the ground. Spoons and forks aren't used in Africa.
see now that's how a made African would think. See, you got to understand this.
Oh God,
Africans
man, this
in the
dude don't ever stop
Americas.
talking. Jesus Christ.
No, I'm not gonna stop talking.
Yeah. I don't understand how you have so
But
much energy at 80. It
nigga, I'm
don't
gonna
make
tell you
sense to
how.
me. It don't make sense to me.
I
Are you
don't
on
eat that much
cocaine?
meat. No, nigga, I'm gonna tell you how. I don't eat that much meat. I work out 3 times a day. I have my own gym
What's
in my
your workout
no
routine? What's your
nigga,
workout routine?
Oh, come on, let's not get into that.
push ups,
How many
calisthenics,
Let's see them
how,
push-ups
how
on
light
many
camera. I want to
push-ups
see.
are already
calisthenics,
calisthenics? How many
light
push-ups do you
I
do?
want to see them
Can we get back
push-ups.
to being serious, a little serious, man?
No, no,
Oh
no,
man,
no. No,
I'm
this
not even
man
gonna
said he
address
do
that shit.
push-ups.
Either
I'm
man,
He
not
real
said
even
he
quick.
do
addressing that shit.
push-ups.
All right, hold on,
I
hold
want
on.
to
All
see some
right,
Either
everybody,
push-ups.
man,
hold
you
on,
I
supposed
hold
to
want to
be
see
at
on,
some
work,
hold
nigga.
push-ups.
on,
Nigga, you supposed to be at
hold
work.
on, hold on. Either man, somebody that does his push-ups on camera, at least 40 to 50 every chance. So that's why he's challenging you, Ra. He want to see you do your 10. Go ahead, Afro. While Hotep fixes camera and gets up ready to do his 10.
No, Sharon. This nigga said he wouldn't even answer a question. He said he not talking to me. So nigga don't expect me to do nothing too.
You see
All
That's
right,
where it
everybody get
works.
his
all right,
feelings. Hey,
okay, all
listen,
That's
right.
where it
they
works.
used to me
Hey,
for
No,
hold
answering no
on.
nigga, that's how it
questions.
works. No, nigga,
Hold
that's how it
on.
works.
Y'all are
I
fucking.
want to mention this real quick. This is really
Get,
amazing stuff, right? So when you
go
do a
ahead,
real quick,
Afro.
when you do a real quick search, when someone says that, this victim thing, I don't understand that when you just state that. I've said it so many times. When you just state the historical record, all of a sudden someone comes in and says you're a victim when you just say 2 + 2 is 4. Like, that's got to stop. So when you even use the example of Native Americans, right? Are you going to call the Native Americans, victims when they have
I
gone
never
against?
said victims.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm not addressing you.
I thought you
I'm
were
talking
talking to
about.
me. I'm sorry. I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm
I
talking,
apologize, bro.
no,
Sorry.
I got it. It's just somebody said something on the super chat saying that something about victimhood or whatever. Like, you're
They
gonna be
said
victim.
that they were saying that, pointing that to me, because it was in, when Sharon read it. It said this old man will be talking victimhood until
Well,
he died.
well, well, e-
And
well, even if they were trying to put that against you, and I think that's wrong, right? It's a common trope that anytime a black person recalls their history, a Jewish man, you're not going to do it to. You're not going to do it to a 9/11 survivor. You're not going to do any of that kind of stuff. It's always the uniqueness of black people where we can't do what others are doing. So I want to just real quick. Now, the Native American, you're going to try to pull that with them, but there's a whole list of reparation moments with Native Americans where it's like, yo, they're on top of their game. We're not even the same universe. So it says, I'm just going to quickly. There's the Indian Claims Commission from 1946 to 1978. Long-standing tribal grievances, treaty violations. Over 800 million was awarded to over 170 tribes. That's between 46 and 78. Then there was a case called Cobell versus Salazar in 09. The settlement was 3.4 billion, right? There's Alaska Native Claims Settlement, 44 million acres and 962 million to Native corporations, right? Land restoration and recognition. The Black Hills, South Dakota, in 1980, Supreme Court, the court awarded 105 million, right? It goes
Afro,
on and on.
you're bringing up. He's gonna revert back to they're a separate nation. Just talk about the Japanese internment because that is
Well,
a
No.
that was
See,
those
don't give
were
him no help.
citizens
Let him
and
talk. No, AR. Let him talk about what he want to
no,
talk about.
no,
Listen. Hold
but
on.
y'all
The
just keep
point.
on talking about the same. Like,
Yeah,
you're
I
not
know,
moving
but
it forward a little
I
bit.
get that. I get that. Seriously, but the whole point that I'm trying to
either
help
man, you
him
supposed to be
understand.
at damn work.
Listen,
Nigga,
nigga,
go
I
to
own the
work.
company, nigga. What are you talking
Well,
about?
nigga,
That's why
go
I can
to
be
your
on here cussing
company.
your ass out for
Get
20
off
minutes.
the
All
road
right, so
and
listen.
go.
So
Nigga, you said you gotta go. Didn't you say
I
that?
told y'all, I told you old dudes get offended quick. You see that? I told you I can get under their skin. It only took me like 5 minutes to get under his skin. But Afro, no, the point that I'm trying to help you understand is that when we start talking about these treaties, America still had the power. They had the right to say yes or no. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be asking for reparation. What I'm saying is you don't have the power to take reparations. So you have to give them what you give.
I'm sorry. So these are Native American tribes had the power to take. I don't know what you're saying. Like, even if you used the native argument, we would still be considered native after all these years, 400 years. I'm a 10th generation. When I argue or debate with Chaotic and he says he's a Black American, you say, you know what, bro, you are Black American, but you're second generation versus my 10th or 11th generation African American, right?
So you
Hold
feel
on.
like
So what I'm saying here is that let's say we are American citizens after slavery, but we are not first class citizens like white folks. We're third class citizens. And when you see the record, you see that other groups like the Chinese, Japanese, other groups said, you know what? They would go to court to argue, we want to make sure we're not treated like these black people. We want to make sure that we don't go to segregated schools. So even other groups who were non-white would go to court to banter and to balance out, to white folks, hey, we don't want to be treated like those people.
I got you. So you feel like we still in segregated schools? We can't go to white people's school.
The fact that you're not making any sense, man.
That's a fair question. My question to you.
I just told you
made a statement. You just made a statement that says, "Hey, they asked that they don't have to be segregated from school when we know most of these people segregate from us. They don't interact with us. They have their own schools, these own different things. But now you want to make the argument. They say they don't want to be like us and they don't want to go to segregated schools. So my question, I just want to understand your point that you made. Is you saying that we are in segregated schools, or you saying that this is not a black problem anymore?
No. What I'm saying is the larger
You
argument
don't even understand what you're saying.
He doesn't. What I'm saying is we are third-class citizens. We're supposed to be first-class citizens. We're supposed to be white. Does it mean phenotypically? It means equally. And they made sure we are always the buffer class. Everyone knows this.
I got you. So let me ask you this question. Tell me what you can't do that a white man can do, and how you are treated differently, in your opinion.
Okay, I don't even get this question, because even let's say things have changed. I'm not saying things aren't better, but there's a deficit. There's a deficit in your bank, right? That where we are now, it took us a whole lot of death and marching and lynchings to get there. It wasn't a straight route to having a little bit better quality of life. It didn't just miraculously appear. Black folks,
but that's for everybody. Everybody
everybody did not go through what black people did.
No.
You're talking about in the books, man.
I'm taking the words
you
that
showing.
you said. No, you said it took death, right? People had to die for us to be able to be Americans. You know, it's a saying in the military that says somebody had to give their life for you to have the peace that you have. I'm not trying to argue that point. I'm trying to figure out today, because you said things have changed. What do you feel is different that you can't get that other people can't do? Because what I see us do, we want to compare us to the 1% or 10% of whites and not the majority of whites. That's what we want to do.
Well,
Because
look,
the majority of whites ain't got nothing.
No, there's a whole lot of metrics to show that black life, even in the 21st century, is distinctly different than white life. Your infant mortality rates are distinctly different. Your wife, even a well-heeled wife, I think maybe Michelle Obama or someone of high status even said that her treatment was still different as a elite black woman versus a white person. Even when you talk about the college educated black person versus the high school educated white person with a record, that a black male still does not have the access in the 21st century with a college degree versus a white criminal high school person.
So that means that we should correct. So we should create our own systems, correct?
No, you're not. You want to move the boat. I just told you something very important.
No. I'm asking.
I just told you something very important. You want to gloss over that? I answered your question. I answered your question.
No, listen, I got you. I did.
Now you want to run. Now you want to run like a slave.
I'm not moving it. What I'm saying is, if their system is not fair and they're not doing what they're supposed to do,
my name is
Kobe. Should we create our own system, or should we keep asking them to change their system?
Afro nerd. I wouldn't even answer that brother no more.
I know, because you ain't intellectual.
But I can't tell you not to. I can't tell you not to do that.
You tell them what to do. You tell them what to
do. I made a suggestion.
All right. Well, your suggestion was a bad suggestion. Go ahead, Afro nerd.
Okay. No, respectfully, man, I'm giving you a whole bunch of data, history, information, stats, and you still want to go somewhere else with it. You want to do something.
Well, no, because the reason
I'm doing that.
Hold on, I got you. The reason I'm saying that is if I'm in a relationship and I'm being mistreated, I go get in another relationship. I don't beg that person to change and do something for me. This is why I'm an entrepreneur. If your system is not designed for me, I'm gonna create my own system. So it is designed for me. That's the point they're saying. I'm gonna play by your rules, by your tax codes, but I'm gonna create a system where I can employ who I want to, and your system can't stop me from being successful.
The only issue
in the hell ain't gonna speak out against that system. I know you the hell not gonna do that.
You don't either. That's why you on YouTube. Go ahead.
The only issue I have with you, and even maybe some of the people on this panel, is that we have this idea that we can only do one thing. We are sophisticated humans that can do 2, 3, 4, 5 things at the same time. So I'm not against having self-determination. I'm very proud of what Black Wall Street and all kinds of the Black Wall Streets plural that we've had, right? We need to re-energize that. There are things that actually happen. We have black banks. We've even had collaborations between black banks and African banks, believe it or not. There are things going on behind the scenes that we don't really know about or we don't care to talk about, right? But at the same time, it doesn't stop me from saying, you gave all these other ethnicities recompense. Where's my time? You want to go into whether I'm native or not, or my status, even if I don't know what you talk about. We're still Americans. As an American citizen,
I agree.
as an
I agree.
American
Hold on.
citizen,
See, I think you think I can agree with that.
as an American citizen, I have the right to go to court, like the Native American went to court, like the Japanese man went to court, like all these other ethnic groups. Only when it's our turn, the rules are different, and now I can't state that. I don't know why we have this
I think you
discussion.
misunderstood me. No, and I apologize if
You're
you
not making any
misunderstood me.
sense.
Hold on, no, hold on. Maybe you misunderstood me. I believe you have the right to go to court. You got the right to sue whoever you want to sue with. As an American citizen, you have the right to do all those things. I'm not trying to take your rights away from you and say you can't do that. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, if we go through their system, we typically have to pay by their rules. That's what I'm saying. So we go through the court, we can stretch this out for another 50 to 100 years. And eventually, if they feel like they want to give us something, they can. If they feel like they don't want to give us something, they don't have to. I'm not arguing a moral issue, whether they should or they shouldn't. I'm just saying it's their system. And at some point in time, we got to stand up and say, hey, you know what? We just got to do for ourselves. Yes, keep fighting. I hope you keep fighting. I hope you get me reparations. But while you doing your reparations, I'm going to go ahead and build a dynasty. That's
Okay,
the point. That's my mission.
Ethan, I'm going to give you a dose of reality.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
And it says, sit down, prisoner. Multiple syllable words. Pretentious after her down. But it's $20 to sit somebody down. They said, happy now? Read capitalist respectfully. Thank you. I appreciate it. I believe that. Damn, they clapping for us?
Oh, me? No, my bad. I
And,
was
and
putting a cap on.
we also have on a catch up, it says, great show. 2 fire emojis. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So let me ask you a question, Sharon.
You don't want to bring in Ambassador 750 into the conversation?
Yeah, you're right. All right, I'm done. You're right. You're right. I just got a question though. Go ahead, Ambassador.
Ambassador 750, you there?
One second, y'all.
Okay.
So question. Let me ask you a question. So have you ever been at like a DHS office and you see somebody go in there and get their food stamps to run, but they pull up and like let me see if I can. How you turn your camera around?
You gotta press the button.
Yeah, I tried the button. Oh,
Is that a Cybertruck?
I was just asking. Let me ask a question. If you ever see somebody pull up in a cyber truck and say they going in a food truck, I think we doing it wrong as black people. You know, this last 2 years have really taught me that we might just be doing it wrong. Maybe we should go and get this assistance, these food stamps, this Section 8, start shell companies, make our money on the side. I'm just saying, I've been seeing people do it different, and they getting ahead quick. They building generation wealth quick. I mean,
You
overnight.
you've been seeing people commit fraud?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a whistleblower program. They pay a lot of money.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you want to make generational wealth, maybe you should be snitching.
Oh, how much they gonna pay us? I ain't know about that
You gotta look
program.
into the program.
Drop that junk in the back chat. Let me go see if I. Let
Just
me
buy a
call
house and
Donald
make it a
Trump.
Section 8 house, so Section 8 pay it off.
I'm gonna call Doge. Ain't that's the name of that country, Doge? I'm gonna call Doge and tell him, hey Doge, I can sell you about 2, 4, 5 million, man. I just need a little bit. Let me get a little bit. But yeah, no, AR, you kind of get what I'm saying. I get that we can advocate, we can protest, we can do all these things, and I'm not saying we should stop doing those things. That's not my argument. But if we go through their court system, we typically got to pay by their rules. And see, the thing is, we want them to go through their court system, and we want them to play by our rules, and that's just not reality.
Um, No, I'm not. I'm not really tracking. I mean, I think I get what you're saying, but yeah, you're saying there. It's the American court system. It
And you
doesn't
feel like
matter.
it's our court system? You feel like it's
Yeah.
black people court system?
Hmm.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
we getting screwed over by our own court system.
Yeah. Sucks at times,
Hmm.
but it's gotten better.
Otis said that's not fraud. How you think he paid off his second house? Oh, he didn't say that. I must have read that wrong. My bad. I apologize. I don't want no smoke with you, Otis. Not today. Come back Monday. I have a little smoke for you Monday. It's a good show, man. First, shout out to Sharon. What them likes looking like? Hit them
Yep.
likes, man. Listen, Sharon, he got the best Friday foolery show in the world, in the whole wide world. And y'all can't give him a little like. Y'all can't do a 199 super chat. If y'all would say, thank God I got Sharon, because I'd be looking at Donald Trump right now. Talk about why your stock market going down if you ain't have
I think
Sharon
it's
on here
green
on a
right now.
Friday night. I got me a
I
little bit.
never
Hey,
heard
I got,
nigga
hey,
so funny in my life. The way he said it, nigga, that shit was funny.
Oh man, that shit had me dying earlier.
Otis said you should live off food stamps. You heard Otis. What you feel about that, Sharon? You feel like we should
I
overflood?
think I definitely need to get I need to get on a phone call and let him direct me into that situation, goddamn, because so
Hey,
this way I could
listen,
be
Sharon, if I can get rid of food
Got
stamps,
co-
I mean if I get rid of my food bill and my mortgage, boy, let me tell you,
you
y'all
gotta
think I'm super chatting now.
You
Y'all
can
think I be sitting, ooh,
you,
the 199 is turning
you
to
gotta
$20.
talk about it in code. You can't just say
you
stem. You just call them yamps. I call them yamps. So I'll be talking about them.
you can
Hey,
join the
hey,
military.
Sharon,
You ain't got to worry about You can get rid of those bills.
yeah, getting rid of your bills is the key.
Yeah, go join the military. You ain't got to worry about a housing bill and a food bill, at least for a couple
I
years.
already did that. I already did that.
Rejoin then. You don't want to worry about
No,
them things.
they won't take me
No, he
back.
retired now.
They won't take me back.
he damaged good. You hear how he thought he can't put the sentence together, goddamn it.
Yeah, I must have got hit across the head too many goddamn
Yeah,
times.
better use that disability to get you a little Cybertruck.
So I'm too old to go back now. Shit.
What's up? What's up, beautiful? How you doing? Good day, beautiful.
In this in
Sharon,
this in
speak.
this
That's
vision
my baby right there.
in
Huh?
this vision you have of and you're saying the stuff about creating the separate system and stuff. How does that go?
So I think the system should be separate at the lower level, but conjoined at the top, almost like a highway. You know, how, like you got highways that conjoin, but it separates. So I'm not saying that we should not use their taxes. I'm not saying that we shouldn't pay taxes and all that stuff. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, what if I was the one who had the power to employ the other employees,
Oh
right?
shit.
Then I got to get to a point where I don't have to worry about a racist system if I control that aspect of it. That's the point that I'm making.
Um, there are black owned credit unions. You know,
No, what I'm saying is like I'm talking about the employees. So I think the biggest way for us to create generation wealth is to be able to employ more people and have more
okay.
business owners. If we increase the black successful business owner by 10%, I believe the wealth will go up by like 10 times.
And
So instead of us saying, "Hey, let's join their companies and build their companies," it's actually more fruitful for us to build our own companies if we're gonna have the conversation about generational wealth. Now, if we want to be in a situation where we just want to make enough money while we on this time of the earth and we not want to think about the next generation, then it makes sense for us to join their corporations.
gotcha. So you're just saying local community, opening businesses, and basically the circulation of money within the local community.
Yeah, I just think that I should have the
Okay.
option. I think I should have the option to go to a black grocery store in every city. What does that look like? Like that's kind of my mindset is when we start talking about black wealth, we can't not talk about black wealth without talking about black infrastructure. The reason that white people have wealth is because they have the infrastructure. So we can
But
try
you're
to
saying
blame
like
it on the
people
whole.
have infrastructure like it can't be used by the black community, and I think that's what is confusing me. Are you talking physical infrastructure like highways and roads, or are you saying financial infrastructure? Like, what exactly are you saying that can't be used by the black community?
No, I'm saying like what I'm saying is like black infrastructure when we come down to like let's say a grocery store. A grocery store is a good idea of what we know that people need. If we got something that someone need, kind of like a grocery store, or like even Johnson and Johnson, when you talk about like just the simple things, if we had black on that, that's what would build wealth. That's how Walmart built wealth is by actually supplying people needs and not people wants. I think a lot of black people and people want then the want business and not the need business.
Gotcha. So what's the difference between a black or a white, let's say a white-owned grocery store that employs all black employees, and a black-owned grocery store that employs all white employees?
Because owned by white people.
So yeah, I think because
I know
what
I know
we
the
know,
ownership, but
I know, but when we talk about generation and wealth, employees typically don't have generation wealth. It's usually owners. Can you agree with that? So when we start having that conversation about generation wealth, and I'm specifically saying that because they're saying that they took our wealth, our
You said
generation
you
wealth.
how you saying it? What kind of way you saying it?
I got you, generational wealth. So,
No, you said you were saying it in a certain type of way. What kind of way? You broke up a little bit.
oh no, I ain't gonna say that again. To my Pacific, like the ocean. No, listen. So the point.
Pacific.
No, not specific. We're gonna go Pacific, like the ocean. So, like the point that I'm making is we have to own stuff for us to create wealth. I know people want to get caught up in the point that we don't have wealth because we were slaves and this, that, and third. No, we have to get into the ownership mentality. Anybody who ever created wealth owns something.
Okay, let me ask you this question, Nita, man. After I've
Yes, sir.
you see how me and Either Man was having a conversation. You just jumped
Okay,
in.
go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Nah, you got it.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I agree with you, Either Man. I think we're on the same page for the most part. I don't, the separate system talk, not really a fan. Specifically, like judicial system and whatnot, not really a big fan of. But like, circulation of money, creating businesses in the local community and stuff like that. I'm, all for it.
Now you could. Let me see. Ambassador 750, you there?
Yeah, I don't know. Can you guys hear me? My mic is freaking out.
Yeah, we get you good. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the most constructive, because
That's who I've been
it
looking for.
is
Yeah.
odd. It is odd, man, when guys want to try to go super Negro and fight the whole state. You want to build a business in a state that has to sanction your business, but you don't want to fight
They say I'm just online,
the
Sharon.
state.
I ain't putting in no work.
I don't get that.
That's what they said, Sharon.
Is that AI?
I don't know.
Is that really Olis or is that AI?
That's unlikely right there, boy. That's what that
Man,
is.
nobody ain't thinking about no unlikely.
Woo, you getting
And
ready.
you can't sell it. You want me? Let me fix this. Give me a second.
They want to know, is that really you? Oh, Either Man, don't you run now. Don't you run, Either Man, go.
Yeah, I did it for Mr. Fake Push-Ups. It's not enough. You still fat.
All right, you gonna let him talk to you like that? He calling you a fake push-up fat man,
You
old
still
man
fat.
too.
Where he go? He ran.
I get on the ground, drop 50 right now, Either Man.
Ooh, drop it, give me 50. Drake, baby. Yo,
Either Man can't give me 5 pull-ups. I bet you that,
woo.
Mr. Man.
Yeah,
Let
them
me
pull-ups
find out
hard to do.
Otis
I never
made
was a pull-up
Either
man.
Man
I can
run.
do the push-ups, but them pull-ups hard to do. I
Let
can
me
do the
find out
push-ups.
Otis made Either Man run.
No, he probably had a phone call.
Now he
He ain't
ran
got
because
no
he saw
damn
me
phone
doing them
call.
pull-ups.
Woo.
He knew he was about to get called out.
Peace to the panel. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat. Let's see how long I last today. What's going on?
What's up?
What's going on, Otis? What's your thoughts?
On what? You guys were all over the place. Great conversation, by the way, for real. Great conversation as usual. I'll say this though. AR was making some great points, and Either Man was making some great points as well. I'm definitely leaning more towards AR. I definitely understand where he's coming from. But Either Man, his concept is a little skewed
on this situation. I usually agree with either man, but he's a little off on this one. Not too much, but he is a little bit off on this one.
Okay.
But you guys were all over the place.
And why is he up? So you gonna teach me how to do this so I can get my goddamn Cybertruck the way how the homeboy is? That's what I need, goddamn it.
I'm not even trying to be funny. I don't want to bore the audience. The last time I had this conversation, it went left.
Don't even do it, bro.
It's Friday. This is the perfect day for it to go left.
It went left.
Doing the back check.
But I will say this, and I'm glad that you can attest to this without going into great detail. When I be making them comments in the chat, I do live that life. I really do. I've had court cases that I've had dismissed where the judge has just recused himself, wouldn't even come out the chambers. I showed the paperwork to Sharon. So far as I do live through a trust, I have several trusts that I live through, own nothing, controlled everything. Everything I'm telling you, you do your own research. Own nothing, controlled everything. You can get public assistance. It is not a fraud. It is not a scam. If it is, I like what either man said, you use their system. They're using it. You use it. It has nothing to do with your color. So when I hear people say the black man is, black man that, I laugh and I just fall back. You use the same infrastructure that they use. The ones that know how to live through a trust, who could drive up in a cyber truck in front of a welfare office and go get food stamps, because in real life, and according to their paperwork, they don't have any income. The trust has the income. So you officially don't have none. So you can go in there and get public assistance. It's not fraud. It's the truth. You got to have the trust. Live through the trust. Own nothing, control everything. You are the beneficiary.
Be ask you something, Otis.
Just that simple. But
I ask you something, Otis.
Huh?
Are you broke?
Yeah, I'm broke. My trust
nigga.
not.
Say nothing else. Say nothing else. My nigga.
Yeah, I'm broke. The trust not. For those that understand what I'm saying. That's it. No more, no less. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to bore nobody. This is not for everybody. We good.
I don't think
Welcome back. Welcome back, Afro Nerd. Okay.
Showing how
what y'all been talking about over here, man?
Man, we was talking about how the black conservatives is getting they goddamn Negro wake-up call.
Damn.
Oh, let me ask you a question,
wake-up call.
New evidence, you probably talked about this. I apologize if you did. New evidence has come out. I'm not going to say a word. New evidence has come out. The paperwork, the police report has come out. It's been talked about all over the internet. Have your thoughts changed since the paperwork has come out? Just a question.
What paperwork came out? Today?
No, they came out yesterday for us, the actual police report. It's all over the internet. A few people.
We saw the arrest report.
From they ran down They did a FOIA request.
Me and y'all, we ran down the police report about like 2 days ago.
Okay. No, he's talking about another one from yesterday, though. Another one.
Yeah, I think he's talking about a different one.
Correct. I know I'm not making this up. Another one came out yesterday, correct?
Oh, okay. What did it say? What did it say?
No, I don't know that much about it. But I meant to send you the link.
The link.
I don't know if you heard of him. The Tatum, the conservative police officer, Officer Tatum. He was going over it. It's only 15 minutes. I meant to send you the link so you could go over it, so you could possibly talk about it. But he broke it down eloquently, and I was wanting to see if you had any thoughts on that. But some new information did come out. I don't have it personally, but he has it.
What information that you remember came out? Bullying, somebody was fighting, it was not fighting. Like what's the new information?
Oh, okay. I do remember this part, and you probably already went over this. It was said that, of course, he went under the tent. They said, "Hey, you're in the wrong tent," and they told him to leave. He said, "Make me leave." And then the guy touched him, and then the black guy said, "Touch me again and see what happens." And then everybody assumed he didn't have anything, and that's when the white guy pushed him again, and then that's when he allegedly pulled out the knife and quickly stabbed him in the heart.
That ain't new.
Yeah, that's what we went over. So,
Same
thing.
Yeah,
right. So he got touched
We covered
So he got touched three times.
Okay, I thought that.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you from what you remember. He got touched 3 times.
All I heard was 2 times.
Okay, 2 times. All right.
All I heard was 2 times.
Perfect.
But a lot of people trying to spin it saying that he never touched him. He just picked up his bag, and the old dude stabbed him because of that. So a lot of people going with that.
So with your new information, has I never even got your understanding of what you think about. Was it self-defense or was it not?
I'm not gonna beat around the bush based on the information that I have now and what that was up to date. I think it was overkill. I don't think it was substantiated, and I hate to say that, but it is what it is.
It was disproportional.
I'm sorry.
It was disproportional.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. I honestly
think it's a safe space here. You can say it.
Yeah.
No,
I didn't know the
I'm gonna give you the damn coon hat. Sharon, give him that cane, that top hat, shine them motherfucking shoes.
Hey, relax, sir. Chill out. But with that being said, I think it was overkill. I don't think he should have responded with that much aggression. That's my opinion. It is what it is, but I feel that way. I don't think it's going to be. Is it because it's going to hold the ground of? Let me say this real quick. I don't think it's going to hold the ground of self-defense because it wasn't a proportional reaction.
So Otis,
a push does not justify grabbing a weapon of any type. In my opinion.
So Otis, if you felt that you were about to get jumped and you had a weapon, would you just take the L and let them jump you, or would you use the weapon?
I carry a weapon on me every day, and to answer that question, it depends on the situation. I'm not going to pull. I'm reluctant to put out that weapon because I know what that means. If I pull out that weapon, that means I'm going to take your life. So
exactly. Thank you.
I would prefer, based on my assessment of the situation, if nobody else has a weapon and I'm getting jumped by 2 dudes, I'm gonna take that ass whooping. I'm trying to fight back. But if one of them try to get the best of me and they got me around the neck and I'm about to lose consciousness, I have no choice but to grab that thing. But I'm not going to, that's not going to be my initial reaction. It's not, because I know once I grab it, it is what it is. And I'm not trying to do that. That's my last resort to answer that question. It's based on the situation.
So was it the team there or was it just the 2 brothers?
I don't know that. See, now we're going into speculation.
Yeah. I think that
there, but the altercation, I don't know if it was just between the brother. I mean, the 2 individuals. I don't know. The police.
I think
I heard that I know of didn't say anything about other folks being involved. I don't know that yet. Based on the information now, I'm going off of now. It was just those 2, to my understanding.
All right. Well, can I ask you this, Otis, just to qualify what you're saying? So, if you were being jumped. Let's just give them what they want, and let's say he was being jumped, right? Would you then have pulled the knife out? Let's say you were in that same like kind of controlled environment. You're obviously not out there on the corner. There's, you're in a controlled environment.
I wouldn't have to answer your question, no, because I wouldn't felt I'm losing my life. I just felt like I'm getting my ass kicked.
Exactly. Okay, thank you.
And I'm just getting my ass kicked. I'm not finna pull out my knife. I'm just getting my ass kicked. Now, if it's somewhere I feel like I'm finna lose my life, in my opinion, I'm losing consciousness, or he got a good ass shot, I had no choice but to, so I can retreat. I had no choice. Then yeah, it is what it is. But no, just off of instinct because I have it, no.
Yeah, I think what you said about it not being your first instinct but your last resort, I think prosecution is going to hit on that a lot. And as soon as he was confronted or whatever, he didn't try to de-escalate the situation. He said, touch me and see what happens. Make me. It was escalating the situation. And his first response, so he feared for his life, but somehow was telling them to do these things to me. So he was escalating the situation. Doesn't seem like you were fearing for your life if you're escalating the situation instead of de-escalating it. And your first resort was to pull out a knife and stab, rather than
playing devil's advocate.
So that's what the prosecution is going to
say. Yep, and playing devil's advocate is unfortunate, but the lawyer is going to say, when you made that statement, touch me and see what happens, allegedly, you could have used that space to just leave.
Or you could even use different verbiage like, "Hey, please don't touch me."
No. You won't be able to use that because in the state of Texas, you do not have to retreat.
We're not talking about duty
You don't
to
have
retreat or stand your ground.
what I'm saying is that the lawyer, he cannot use that. You have the option to walk away because in Texas, you do not have to retreat. So the lawyer is not going to use that because he don't have to in the state of Texas. Also, from the Cash App, it says, wasn't Tatum just pushing a woman?
Oh, did she stab him? She maybe should have.
Ooh. Oh, yeah, they're referring to the Officer Tatum. Yeah, I heard about that. I didn't see that yet, but I did hear about it. He talked about it as well. I didn't see
Lock him up,
but yeah,
lock him up.
And also, they got a question for you, Otis. That says, you agree with Tatum actions, Otis?
I just see it. Oh, I thought you was finna boo me because I know your ass not do it, but I didn't see it. I be trying to jump.
That was a real question. That was a real question.
Okay, I got you. But I answered it before you asked the question. I didn't see it, but I did hear about it. But I didn't see it. And he did talk about it on his own show. I didn't see that episode yet.
And also another thing, we judging as us being grown men. He's the teenager, so would he have the thought of de-escalating? You know what I'm saying? Like,
right, and I think that's where he's going to get off with this self-defense because his intent wasn't to kill the person. His intent was to get away, and I think that's gonna weigh in a lot. His remorse on the situation, he was crying.
And then at the same time,
you can say that, but that's going to play a part when the lawyers bring that up for sure.
It'll play a part in the sentencing. I don't think it'll play much. It doesn't have much weight in my opinion. I mean, the murder charge or the M charge for sure. But if they're gonna, we discussed, and I think they're gonna try to get him to plead down to a manslaughter charge. Yeah. And that situation, manslaughter intent doesn't matter. If I'm not mistaken, intent is not an element to manslaughter. So
in Texas, there's no such thing
as manslaughter.
Yeah.
Your cousin Brownsville made a great point, though. He made a great point because they touched on this. The quote unquote conservative side, if you have to break it up into that, the conservative side and the liberal side, they both touched on this. And basically, what did I just lost my train of thought just that damn quick. Oh,
and at the same time, we're hearing everything from the other person's side. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's really nobody on his side. Like, so we need video evidence, really, because we don't know how long the argument went. We don't know how long everything was. And we're hearing from the other team. So, of course, they're going to act like he was the bad guy. He came in there and intruded. And, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I find it interesting that there was only, 2 witness reports in that arrest report. I figured if there were 70 people there, and whatnot, they would have had more witness reports in that arrest report. But
and the way I feel about it, I think the adults was cool with him bullying him because he was a rival team. And then when he pulled out that knife, then now it's a situation. It was okay with them probably pushing him and everything. It was no trying to break up, but it was when he pulled out that knife, it was like, oh shit, this happened. So where the adults at?
I mean, that's a question.
Brownsville made the statement, this is where I think he's going to have his biggest hiccup. And because people keep bringing it up, the school policy states there's not supposed to be a weapon on the grounds, period. The knife, period. So they're saying if the weapon wasn't there.
They're going to try to say that a knife ain't no weapon. That's what Sharon about to say.
You goddamn right. It ain't considered a weapon. It was considered a tool. Hold on. It's like a pair of scissors.
Did it say that in school policy?
Yes, it did. So they made it very clarify what would be considered a weapon. And so a pair of scissors ain't a weapon, even though we know how dangerous it is. A screwdriver wouldn't be a weapon, and that pocket knife wouldn't be. All those things is tools. And so that
another thing was
he technically used it as one, but as of the instrument itself, it is not illegal on school grounds because it's a tool.
Okay, thank you for sharing.
No,
okay.
it's not illegal on school grounds because it's not a location-based knife. It is still a knife, and it is still considered a weapon by Texas Penal Code.
Gotcha.
And in a different case with the roofing house thing, so was it legal for him to have the gun and walk around with it, or the rifle?
It was.
I mean, different states.
Yes.
I mean, walking around with it.
Yes, it
at
was.
17.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, different state, man.
That or so? Oh yeah, I guess you gotta
states.
be 8. You gotta be 18 to purchase, but
Someone else
17
tried to
you can
use
carry
that
it.
argument.
Yeah, it was at the time. Yeah.
And then at the same time, I'm thinking you come to someone with a gun.
The only thing is that we just want them to be consistent and keep on using the law.
Yes.
Stop trying to, like, if it's okay for him to be like that, hey, we're gonna go with the law.
These are state laws, we're not talking a federal law here. We're talking state laws. I mean, Rittenhouse might have been a federal law thing, but this Texas situation is a state law. So to say be consistent is no such thing as being consistent because different states have different laws, and federal is different from state laws as well.
And honestly, the way I think about it, if you have a knife or even a pistol or something, you walk around with that, you just have it. It don't mean something will happen. But you walk around with a rifle, you won't pop something off. You ain't just gonna walk around with a rifle.
That's it. I mean, I thought he testified he went down there.
Hold on. This video was sent for Otis specifically or pacifically. This is Officer Tatum and his altercation. Let's see what happens. We watching it live. Brand new information. I took the sound off because of its music and stuff playing. Let's see. Ooh.
With a cop right there?
Oh, that's definitely a lady.
Well, we don't know what she identifies as.
At this moment, it doesn't matter what she identifies as anymore. There's only two genders. It's whatever.
The cop just chilling too.
It's whatever you want. Well, Tatum is a cop.
Yeah, but does that cop know he's a cop?
Of course, they there.
But he's not. He's off duty.
Him, whatever the case is, they know who he is.
Isn't he in plain clothes?
I'm sorry.
What did I have to do with
I walked away.
Right? Why you always going to make an argument within the argument?
Yeah, like what does that have to do with anything?
I was just surprised that the cops let the stuff happen and didn't intervene. Is all I was saying.
Wow. Welcome to the show. Good day, beautiful Supreme Goddess PH Diva. How you doing? Yeah. You there?
Your turn signal.
I can hear your turn signal, but we couldn't hear her. So we just watched the video. What is your thoughts on the video? Otis, who? What you think?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. That's why I had my emoji up. I had to walk away for a minute. And I didn't see it.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. All right. Hi, Grapist. You about to be out of here in a second. You better talk fast.
Uh-oh, what happened?
What's you say? What'd you say?
I said you better talk fast, nigga, because you finna be up out of here.
Well, you know what? All right, peace out. Happy Friday. All right, I see y'all. Peace. Bye, Wayne.
Are you like the bully? You? That's crazy. Debo. That was crazy.
That's
why.
What's
crazy about it?
Walk away.
Why he just run like that?
Because you know what was about to happen.
Right.
You could at least wait to, for the money to get sent.
Yeah.
Hey. Well, all right. So now that we did see the video, yeah, you can clearly see that was a woman.
Wait, I ain't see the video. What was the video?
I'll bring it back. That's why I tell you. But how your ass gonna see it?
I'm in the car, but I can watch. Oh shit! And I done went the wrong. Oh yeah, I'm finna be standing still for a minute. So play the video.
All right. I'm playing the video right now. There's no, I don't got the audio playing because music is music in the background, so I just want to play video. So okay, he started pushing the protesters. You see the lady walk up on him, spoke, boom, woo, that was a strong push. He a big dude too. Thoughts?
Wait, now who this is? Who are these people?
That's Officer Tatum that did the pushing, and they protesting whatever he got going on, I guess.
Ah, okay.
Let me see how much louder it is. See if the music stop. Nah. Damn, they cheering them on. They give them high fives and all that. Yeah. Get those damn protesters out of here. Put your hands on people, huh? That's how we do it. What's our thoughts? Silence.
So does this dude go to like campuses or something to speak? I guess I'm confused. What was the protest about? Or
that's fine. But what's your thoughts on the video of him pushing the lady? I don't know why that information.
I don't know what's happening. It just seemed like he walked up and pushed her. I don't understand what the situation was. So why you
need to understand what the function is?
Well, it looks like he's in the wrong, but I just don't understand what the situation. I don't even know who this dude is, but it looks like he's in the wrong.
Okay, now why would you say he would be in the wrong?
Because he just walked up to somebody and pushed him.
Alfredo, what's your thought? Oh, guys, Diva, you there?
ARI.
What? Sorry, what'd you say?
I said, go get your peoples.
I don't know, man. Is he light skinned?
He definitely light skinned.
Start pressing. No. Them your peoples too. If you will come over
Officer
here,
Tatum ain't light skinned, bro.
Them your peoples too. And so it's up to y'all to go wrangle them in. We gonna have to start pressing y'all. Go get your
That's
people.
crazy, man.
Hey, that ain't crazy at all.
What he doing out? He's representing us in a bad way. Turning Point USA. Oh, okay. So he's Charlie Kirk's buddy.
I missed that, Sharon. What was that video? What's going on?
It's a man pushing a woman down, and it's also the same man that is talking crap about this goddamn young boy being a goddamn thug. I don't understand why all of a sudden.
Oh, that's the Officer Tatum, the black dude.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought that was a white man. That's why I was telling ARI.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
I missed the video, crazy, bro. I just went took a walk. I missed the video. I just came back.
Man, go take another walk.
I got y'all. So yeah, so that's Officer Tatum. He's saying that young man that did the stabbing is a thug, but he's out there pushing people first.
He said that for real.
Okay.
So that's why we brought him up, because he was talking shit about Carmelo and calling him a thug or whatever. Okay, I mean, it's just hypocritical. Fuck that dude.
Fuck what dude?
Officer Tatum. Or previous Officer Tatum, whatever, ex-Officer Tatum, whoever he is.
Not previous Officer Tatum.
But someone said he used to be an officer. I don't know if he still is.
Yeah, I don't think he still is. I think he full.
Yeah, I ain't calling that motherfucker Officer Tatum. He's not even an officer. I'm calling him Tatum.
Yeah.
And Sharon, I heard Otis say earlier before I muted my mic that he think it was overkill. But we got to be careful with that, man. So they're always trying to racialize and politicize this. You know, I don't know if people on here have ever been in a fight. I'm not talking about a fight in a controlled environment. I'm talking about you walking down the street or coming out of a store or something like that. Somebody shoot some words at you, press up on you, and then you say, "Man, I don't want no beef. I'm cool with y'all." And then they escalate it. You may have a knife on you. You may not. You might have how I normally walk outside on me. Right? Or they may have something on them. It might just be a fight breakout. You just catch the dude with a straight right hand or a hook. Knock him out, head hit the ground. He in a coma. So is that overkill? People don't understand overkill or the degree of murder. When you're charged with murder, there's different degrees of murder and or manslaughter or premeditated assault or premeditated murder. This is what people don't understand. This is the legalese of the event, not the event and the actions, who did what and did what. I believe the young man, when he stabbed him, even though he had a knife on him, did not know that wound or that strike was going to end that young man's life. I'm mute, man.
If I can add, especially when didn't somebody just get off for like choking somebody out on a subway, like 2 6'1" white dudes pulling up on you. That's
Oh yeah.
the chance of getting choked out to death is pretty there. You know, like they don't need a weapon like that. The escalation is already there.
Very much so. And yeah, I don't think what the young man did was overkill at all because he didn't mean to kill the person. That's number one. If it was my son, I would be highly upset and I'd be wanting to get my revenge without a doubt. However, that's a whole different conversation. That dude was the bully.
Well, you know, the unfortunate thing, and I think like one of the most unfortunate things is it was the cute twin, not the other one. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, we don't know what you're saying.
Oh, okay. Well, let me explain. It was the cute twin and not the other one. The one that ended up getting toted up out of here was like the more in shape one, the one with like the good features, the chiseled jaw. You know what I'm saying? And the other one was kind of like chubby or whatever. So it's just sad, you know, because he could have had a good future in front of him.
I don't understand what you're
So
saying.
you said he did it, and then he said, "I ain't never liked you anyway, you pretty motherfucker." I'm sorry, I had to. I apologize. Hey, Diva, what is your thoughts on these black conservatives starting to get their Negro wake up calls?
Look, you know, and I'm not even mad at it because like a lot of it was they understood the landscape and that they could make a bag off of, you know, being a black conservative. So from that vantage point, you know, do what you do, but like you got to understand that you're grifting when you're grifting, right? You can't fall for your own grift and think that's who you really are. Because then when the jig is up, what do?
Damn, that is
I'm
crazy.
I'm
Good.
glad the Negroes
And
falling on
literally,
their
the
sword.
jig is up.
I'm glad they falling on their sword. Go straight kamikaze or kumite, whatever the hell it is. Fall on that sword. Fall on it.
Super cool.
Yeah, I think the key part that Diva said though that they fall for their own trick. That's the weird part. Like they get high off their own supply. That's the weird part to me. Y'all acting as if we don't see who you really are. Like you lying. Like you literally all the things that you saying you were doing. Oh, I hate the way how they dress with these hoodies and they wearing shiesty. You got a shiesty on, you got a tracksuit on, you got a hoodie on, you driving the same kind of car. You talking about Hellcats. You talking about you use the same language, crashing out. We do everything that the young boys are doing. You say all of their language and you use it on a day to day and you trying to act like you don't like it or you don't do it yourself, that you're not involved in it yourself. But yet, when you get around your so-called tribe, your people, your new MAGA tribe, and then they turn their back on your ass, just like that black lady. I gotta find the video of that black lady. She thought she had her MAGA tribe, and then guess what? Her son's sitting up right now in goddamn jail because her son was trying to defend himself. And this is shit that
She took that damn
black
hat
people
off.
about.
And she took that red hat off. So I didn't know that. I now I see. No, you just you found out. See, that's the thing. It is. They was gonna try to ride this red wave or this MAGA wave. I mean, that's the thing. But I would say is that one of my points that I make is that that's why I brought up that thing with coons from back in the day. See, these techno coons and these platform podcast coons, they think you can't tell when they cloning. And they clone with such with such flagrancy that they think they're never gonna be called out on it. That's the reason why I say Whitlock, Jesse Peterson, Armstrong Williams. I ain't never had nothing for none of them Negroes, man.
Hotep, what you gonna do when you see Jesse Lee Peterson in person?
I said I'm gonna take whatever the charges may be.
Some furniture
Listen,
moving.
I called this nigga. I called this Negro show. I called this Negro show and had to bring back to his memory where he first met me, and he knew who I was. I'm standing like face to face. I'm standing like in a crowd. You know where he was at? He was in the city of Long Beach on Artesia Boulevard, going over talking to a group of white women that was prostituting themselves on Artesia Boulevard and say, you don't have to do this. You too pretty to do this. Don't
Now, what
waste
was you
all
doing
your
over there?
whiteness. Huh? I was driving
What
down the
was you
street.
doing over there?
No, I live around the corner from the boulevard. That's what I was doing over there. I owned a home over there. And I said, you
Hey,
know what?
Sherrod.
I saw him 2 days. I made a U-turn and pulled up on this Negro. Nigga told me he gonna call the police on me.
He
You,
should
you,
have called the
you said he
police
was
on
over
you.
there. You
Yeah.
said he was over there for prostitution.
No, he was over there preaching and telling young white girls they should not prostitute themselves because they
So how
And
you
had
that's
label
to
him?
crazy. And that's crazy.
Was
Listen,
he talking to the one
but
that you usually get? Is that why you were upset?
no.
Oh, okay.
This is
I was
what I'm
just
saying.
checking.
At
I was
the
just
time,
checking. I was just checking.
this was in 1990. This was in 1995, I think, 94.
What does it matter?
but ain't
No,
that
no.
crazy?
I'm gonna
Listen,
tell
hold
you
on,
what it
listen.
was. What it was matter. I'll tell you what it mattered. What does it matter?
Damn.
It mattered to me. What it does and does not matter to you in your
Oh my
mindset
goodness!
or
Here you go,
intellect
yapping again.
is yours.
But
Now, when you
Sherrod,
talk,
ain't that?
are you talking or you yapping? AR, because I noticed you say that quite
I'm
often.
yapping. I'm yapping.
Yeah,
So,
Sherrod,
okay, so
ain't
what
that
are you
crazy?
doing? What are you doing?
That man was over there preaching the Bible, telling them that they should change their ways
No,
and give
no,
their life to
no, no,
Christ.
no, no, no.
And
You
he,
don't know the whole.
hold on, let
No,
me finish.
you hold on. You don't know the whole
What are you
story.
doing?
They
What are you
had
Stop
doing?
they
calling
had
some
You
some
said
hoes.
he
black
was over there
they
Scaring the
minding his
hoes.
business.
nigga. They had some young women on Long Beach Boulevard, which was about a quarter and a half mile from where he was. He went over there telling them young black girls on Long Beach Boulevard to get out the street
Why do
and
you know
pull.
where all
Well,
these? Why
that
do you
was
know
his,
where all these
but that was his
prostitutes are?
right.
Nigga,
His
because
right.
listen,
If he
I'm gonna
wanted
tell
to
you, nigga.
save
I'm gonna
them
tell you
white
why.
women,
How I
let
know.
him save them white women.
Listen,
Now you want to fight him?
listen, listen,
You
nigga.
sound
I'm not
crazy, man.
ashamed.
Why don't you
I'm not
fight him when he?
ashamed. Let me tell you, young nigga, something. I'm
That's
not
crazy,
ashamed.
man.
let me tell you, young
You
nigga,
look
something.
ashamed
Let
because
me
you ain't
tell
telling
you.
the truth
Let
right
me tell
now.
you.
You ain't got
Let
to
me
us,
tell you,
man.
Ivy League niggas something,
Who's
or
Hey,
educated niggas,
Sharon, ain't that crazy though, Sharon? Listen,
no,
Sharon,
nigga.
that
Don't tell
black man was
Sharon,
doing what he wanted to
nigga. Tell
do,
me,
and you
nigga.
gonna
Tell
try to
me,
tell another black
nigga.
man who he should be preaching to
Entrepreneurial
if
nigga.
he
Entrepreneurial
wanted
nigga.
to
You
preach to them white women,
entrepreneurial
if he
nigga.
wanted to get them white women off the street,
Entrepreneurial
let
nigga.
him get them white women off the street. This is the problem
Listen,
with black people. Black people always trying
okay.
to
Let me
find
give you.
other
Let
people's
me give you the
business.
end result.
Listen, we've been
I
hearing
got
him
that.
yapping and yip
Listen,
yapping and capping for the last
I got
20
that nigga.
minutes. And I'm saying that he talking about, I want to fight a
What you
man
gonna do
because he
about
was
it?
trying to save
What
a
you gonna
white
do about it,
woman.
nigga?
You sound like
What
a
you gonna
straight
do
up
about it,
fool.
nigga?
You
What
an
you gonna do
old
about it,
fool.
nigga?
Old
But I tell you
fool.
one thing. I tell you one
You
thing.
asked him,
I ran that nigga
hey, if
off
you
the.
see
Listen, I
Jesse in
ran that
person,
nigga off the
what he got
street.
to do? He got to
Away
stun
from
it.
your
He
hoes.
said,
You
I
got
fuck
away
up
from
your
ran
your
that
hoes.
nigga.
nigga off the street.
He got to stun
And
it.
hey?
You
I
start
ran
telling
that
us
nigga
somebody
off
in
the
person.
street. I
Did
called
you?
his show and asked him and
Did you
proposed
go
a
back to?
debate with him on his show.
Did you
I
go back to?
emailed him quite
Yeah, come back.
often. I called his show quite often.
This,
And him and that white boy, him and that
hey,
white boy
Sharon,
that he has
when somebody
partnered with
telling you
him.
All right, hold on.
stories
Let me
from
help y'all. Let me help y'all.
Oh.
Hey y'all go. He been trying to have his little
hello,
sleep
no, you're
visit.
not
Oh,
letting
I
me
got
go.
the.
No,
Hey yo,
no, don't
hey,
let you go.
No, let me go. I've
Hotep,
been
let
You
listening.
me
mute
man.
me
Hold on.
sometimes,
Hold
Sharon.
on, because
Remove,
How you
I
gonna
just
mute,
got.
you
Hold
gonna
on.
skip over
Edomad.
me?
Hold
Mute
on.
That
Edomad.
nigga ain't never supported
Hotep
your
the
show.
Eater
Fuck
man.
no, nigga. He
Mute
gonna go after
Edomand's
Hotep
you.
the
mic.
Eater man.
Let
Hold
AR
on.
go.
Hold
Not
on.
No.
AR.
Hold
I don't even
on.
like that
So
name.
hey, listen.
Let
Hotep
I'm
the
gonna
let
say
an
Eater
this
man.
since I
entrepreneur
gotta
go.
go
Y'all
anyway.
gonna drop y'all?
I'm gonna say
Hold
this,
on.
Sharon. Sharon, I'm
Hold
gonna
on,
say this.
Peter
Listen.
man. Hold on. Hold
Peter
on.
man, nigga,
I'm
shut
coming.
up.
Hold on. I'm trying to let y'all argue. That's why I was trying to get AR to jump in first so he can get
Oh
his
man.
2 cents, and then I'm just gonna let y'all have it. Go ahead,
I don't
AR,
want
so
to
they can get their
argue.
argument on. Go ahead, AR.
I just want to make
Hold
a
on,
point that
eat a
leads.
man. Yo, God,
Oh my goodness,
go ahead,
man!
AR.
You say you ran him off
Slap
the.
the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
What is that?
So listen, Sharon.
Absolutely
Oh,
not. Hold on. What the? Can I please run my own show? Shit. Hold
I'm
on. When I tell you
I'm
to hold on,
sorry.
hold it.
I'm sorry.
Damn it. This is
I'm
AR.
sorry. I'm
God
sorry.
damn it. What's wrong with y'all? How to hey Ron Hotek, can you say what's wrong with you niggas? Say it one time for me, god damn it.
What's wrong with you niggas?
Now you could go ahead, eat it, man.
The point that I was making, when I hear old niggas got to tell stories back from the '60s, them motherfuckers ain't got shit going on in their life today. They ain't got
Nigga,
no new
nigga,
story.
listen,
You know how
I'm
you go
retired.
down to the
Nigga,
goddamn
nigga,
liquor
nigga,
store
I'm
and that
retired. I
old nigga be
received,
like,
listen,
back
nigga,
in my
I'm
day, when
retired. I
hold on, when that
received two
old
checks.
nigga be
No,
like,
you hold
back
on,
in the
nigga.
'60s,
I
man,
don't like
I was
these
a
young,
motherfucking
I
man.
don't like
Nigga,
these
why
young,
you ain't a
effeminate,
man in
chubby ass look.
2025?
I seen
Tell
you.
me the
So and
story
so
of
showed me a picture of you.
2025, nigga. I'm
Listen,
tired of
nigga,
hearing
you need to
about you
stop
running
eating
up
them
on niggas
ho-hos and
in
donuts and winky dinky
1942.
donuts
Nigga,
and
and
eating them
listen,
cluster sandwiches and sit your big
oh
ass
man.
down somewhere with your feminine ass and go run your
motherfucker talking
enterprise.
about a 1962 story. Listen,
You go run your
PhD,
business, you old
he,
feminine, you old punk. You ain't nothing but an
I
old
said,
punk.
listen, PhD, he think I want to hear his
Nigga,
stories and these
nigga, I
lies,
bet you got a
these
two.
old
Nigga, I
life
bet you
war
got a
stories.
tutu in your closet. Nigga, I bet you got a tutu in your closet, nigga.
Listen, I learned when these old niggas get to talk about PhD for something in the '60s. These niggas
And
ain't
guess
did
what?
shit in
I
50
love
years.
when these
In
young
50
niggas,
whole
I
years,
love when
he
these
ain't
young niggas
accomplished nothing to
piggyback
talk
on
about.
shit they ain't put no work in. This nigga ain't even knew what the word entrepreneur, he can't even pronounce it correctly. Entrepreneurship, infrastructure, and stuff like that.
Certain ass
And,
niggas. See,
and
listen,
I
I know his
think
certain
what
ass
we
ain't.
should do is go and build what the white man have. And don't ask the white man for nothing. Just go duplicate what the white man had. Punk,
Well,
go
how
somewhere.
many people have you employed this year?
Listen, punk,
Exactly, nigga. Keep telling the
punk.
story from the
I'm
goddamn
retired,
60s.
nigga. Received 3 checks, nigga. You understand me?
Exactly.
I'm
Be
almost
on the white
70 years
man.
old. You take
Nigga be
your punk ass,
on the white man.
nigga. You
Talking
listen.
about
You
the
take your punk
goddamn white
ass
man. Fuck you,
when
idiot.
you get off work. You take your punk ass to that gay bar and sit down and have your ass a couple cocktails. The punk ass motherfucker. I could tell a punk. I could tell a punk in his voice. He got punk in his voice. Punkology. He got punkology in his voice, and he
I
know
knew
it.
this nigga was up here complaining PhD was white. Oh, he wasn't doing shit with his life.
Oh
I knew it.
man.
Listen, he said he was retired. After the
Nigga, go check your mic. Get your mic together and come back, nigga.
Yo. Yo.
Oh, young punk up here talking to me about some shit I done lived, nigga, that you piggybacking on just because you got a big old fat, because you eat too many damn donuts and too many. I said the nigga piggy. Most of these young niggas from generation,
There's some
they ain't put in
punkology
no
about to
damn
come
work.
out.
Oh
They
shit.
ain't had no damn police dogs and handcuffs and nightsticks put over their head just for walking across the goddamn street. Don't give me goddamn shit. Talk about how things are now. Ain't this the best country on the planet Earth? And ain't you glad that slavery, if you wouldn't know how to eat a cheeseburger, sit next to white folks if slavery didn't happen? Get the fuck out of here.
I told these old ass niggas that this is my world now, nigga. Your turn is over. Nigga, your
It
ass
ain't
ain't
your world.
accomplished shit in your
It's
goddamn life.
you.
And now it's
It's
my
your
turn.
world.
Nigga,
It's
go
your
back to your
world.
retirement and tell that
Is
white
your
man to make
world
sure he keep
and
cutting
them
you that
punks you
check. Cause
is
I
your
know
world
for a
and them
fact
punks
on that white
is
on
your
that check,
world
PhD, on that check,
is
I bet
your
it got a
world
white
and them
man name
punks you
on
hang
there.
out with.
He up there
You
talking
a
about all
punk,
these goddamn white people and these white
your
people that
feminine
cash
ass.
and
Look
checking
at you,
him.
your chubby
These
ass
niggas say
punk. You go
matter
sit
of
your
fact,
big
this
ass down
motherfucking
somewhere.
rent don't get paid
You
unless he
old
call
punk.
and say,
I bet your big
hey
ass wear
sir,
skinny jeans.
hey
I bet your
sir,
big ass wear skinny jeans.
hey sir. He said, hey sir, can you please make sure I get my check on time? Can you
Look how
please,
this
sir?
nigga even talk. Look how
I
this nigga talk. Listen to his
I
voice.
learned that this nigga just mad because he wanted to come up here and it'd be all about him. When niggas
Nigga,
ain't
you
got
driving
shit
down the
going
road
on in
in
their
a
life.
pink car.
Listen,
Nigga, you driving
think
down the
about this,
street in a
Sharon.
goddamn
The
pink
funny
car.
part about this, hey, the funny part about it,
You
this
driving
old
down the
ass
street
nigga ain't got shit
and the
else to
nigga
do.
done,
Listen,
and the
he
nigga
ain't
done
got
changed
shit
his
else to
name.
do but come over here.
Yeah,
Because his kids
yeah.
don't want to spend no time
Listen
with
what the
him.
nigga
His
said.
wife
You
sure
ain't
don't
got
want to
nothing
spend
to
no
do but to
goddamn
come
time
over
with him.
here.
So he said, hey, you know what I got to do? Let me come on over here and talk to somebody who don't know me because nobody in my real life want to spend no time with. That's why they gonna
Come
put his
over here.
ass in the old home. I
Come
tell you,
over here.
that's why he put doing them goddamn push-up because they said, you gonna take your ass, you get to talking that shit to us, we gonna take you to the old place home. And he said, oh shit, let me go online. Let me go talk to somebody who don't know me because I can't afford my bills. So I gotta get somebody to help me.
Nigga, you just take those
Shut
spandex
your
off you have
stuttering
on.
ass up, nigga.
You go take those. Listen, you are a punk. I know you're a punk. You got punk in your voice. You got punk in your S's, in your Z's, and you got punks in your Y's. You a punk. I know a punk when I hear punk. You a punk.
I bet you. Hey, how many times you went to prison?
Nigga, listen,
Yeah, you
see
don't
that
want
now,
to talk about that. That nigga
see
want to
that's
talk
a
about
stupid
touching them
question.
ankles.
See,
That
nigga, I
nigga
ain't
still want to
nigga,
talk about touching them ankles.
I ain't
He
never
don't
been
want
to
to talk about
prison,
that.
nigga. It's
I
easy to
already
go to
knew it.
prison. You know what the hard thing to do is?
Any,
To never go to
any,
prison, nigga. To never
anytime
go to
somebody
prison.
talking about punking and punking, that means he done got punked. Somebody done went up in that booty.
Nigga,
That's what
I
it
ain't never
is.
been to prison. I ain't never been to prison,
Somebody done
nigga.
went up in that boy booty. I can
Listen.
tell.
Now see that's what a
You can
punk will say.
tell
A
when
punk will
somebody
say
done took
something
that
like
man
that.
manhood.
You hear that shit wrong?
Some,
See, a
somebody done
punk
took
will
that
say
man
something like that.
manhood.
See,
He
a
on here.
punk will even say, listen, a punk will even say booty like that.
Yeah,
You
look,
hear what the, and the nigga
I
got
know
a country, and the nigga got a
I know
country
he a little
twang with it.
sensitive.
You hear what that nigga said? And he got a
I said
country
I'm a little
twang to it.
sensitive. He a little sensitive today. He a little sensitive today.
He can't even
Black
say
Beauty say
sensitive right.
survive.
He can't even say sensitive right. He say sensitive punkish.
Oh, little sweet tooth. We gonna call you
Nigga,
sweet tooth. Uncle Sweet Tooth. We gonna call you Uncle Sweet Tooth. We learned long time
nigga, you
ago
know you
that
only held
I
women's hands
learned that he ain't got
from the
nothing
time you
else
was
to do
5
in
years
his
old.
life than talking any man.
You
He
only
mad
felt the
because
touch
any
of a
man
woman's
won't
hand.
let him do all that talking and
You
talking.
know you
He
was
just
5 years old.
talking,
You
making that
only been
noise
around
and
women.
talking that junk.
Listen,
I
you old
know.
country.
I
Listen, you
know.
old country chubby nigga. You only been
Hey,
around women.
Uncle Sweet
You
Tooth,
only
you better
held
stay
women's
off your
hands.
knees, Uncle Sweet Tooth.
Women only dress you.
Sweet Tooth.
Women only threw
Sweet
the
Tooth.
ball to you.
Hey,
They
Sweet
only threw
Tooth.
the baseball to you.
Hey, Sweet
And nigga,
Tooth.
you the only one
Sweet
was
Tooth.
dressed up in a
What's
damn
up,
pink
Sweet Tooth?
rabbit suit on
Oh,
Easter.
Sweet Tooth. Hey, Sweet Tooth. Uncle Sweet Tooth. Uncle
No
Sweet Tooth,
punk ass motherfucker.
you
You a
are
punk.
bending over touching your ankles, ain't
You
you?
a
Man,
punk.
that was
Let me
You a
tell you.
punk.
crazy.
You
Let
a
me tell
punk.
you.
Oh man.
Look at that. And look at that. I can tell he ain't in shape. Niggas almost out of breath.
I bet you won't
Listen
do
to
no
him. The
push-ups,
nigga's
nigga.
almost out of
I
breath.
bet your old ass won't get on the camera and do no push-ups.
Nigga, I bet you one thing.
I bet,
You not
oh,
gonna get out
now you
your
want to make
car and
excuses.
take a
Let
full
me hear
body
all this
picture
shake.
because
Hear
your
all
big
this
ass
shake.
gonna
Hear
have
all
on
this shake.
Spanx. You gonna
Hear
have on
all this
Spanx,
shake, right?
tight
Yeah. He said he do his
skinny jean,
push-ups.
nigga.
Don't he?
You gonna have on
Look at
Spanx
it.
and
Look at him. Look at him.
sweatpants and
Look
all
at him.
that shit. That's what
Look
you
at him.
gonna have on.
Look at him.
Listen
Look
to
at
that
him.
nigga breathe.
Oh
Listen
my
Look
to him
at him.
breathe.
goodness.
Look at him.
Listen to his
Look at him.
respiration.
Look at him. Look at him.
Listen to
Respiration.
his
Look at him.
respiration. Nigga,
Look
you
at him.
out of shape.
Look at him.
Nigga,
Look at him.
you
You
eat
can
too much
prove it
pork.
right now.
You
You can
eat too
prove
much
it
pork.
right now. You can
Listen to his
prove it
voice.
right
Nigga
now.
sound like he running and
You
he
can prove it
driving.
right now.
The nigga sound like he
You
running
prove
and he
look at
driving.
that.
Sitting
I'm
down
telling you
driving,
right
the
now.
nigga's out of
I'm
breath.
hitting the hill. I'm getting the blood
Nigga,
flowing right now. You
nigga,
want to see a
get your
hill?
damn
I
stomach
got
off
you.
the
Let
steering
me show
wheel.
you the hill.
Nigga,
I'm
get your
hitting the
stomach
hill
off the
right
steering
now.
wheel.
I'm working out for you right now. Let's do these push-ups. I'm sure, Liz. I'm getting the shake. Yo, left, right,
What?
left. Come on. Come
Yo,
on.
left, right, left. Nigga,
Come
nigga,
on.
take the
Come
nigga.
on.
This is what you
Let's do
do.
these
Get your
push-ups.
stomach off the steering wheel and sit your big ass down somewhere before you pass out.
Oh, now I'm on the steering wheel. Come on. Let's work out. Show me how it's done,
Nigga,
Uncle.
nigga,
Show
you
me.
already out of breath, nigga.
Show me.
You better go sit down up under a
Show
tree
me how it's
somewhere.
done, Uncle.
You better go sit
Show
down
me
up
how
under
it's
the
done,
tree,
Uncle.
nigga. Look at your
Just show
respiration.
me how it's done, Uncle.
Nigga, I can't even understand what you saying.
Just show
Nigga,
me
you
how
in
it's
the
done,
South?
Uncle.
Are you in the South?
Duh, 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 duh.
Are you in the
Stop all that
South?
talking.
Nigga,
Let's
are
see
you
them
in the
push-ups.
South? Answer the question. Are you in
Let's
the
see them
South?
push-ups.
Nigga, are you in
Let's
the
see them
South?
push-ups.
Nigga, you in the South?
Let's see them push-ups.
Nigga, you in the
Let's see
South?
them push-ups.
Nigga, you in the country
Tell
of the
him he don't
South?
want. Tell him he don't want to
Nigga,
get
are
into
you
it.
in the country?
He's scared. He's scared. Tell him he's scared to do them
Nigga,
push-ups. I'm telling
listen. Nigga can't even say scared right.
you.
He say scared like a
Tell
punk.
him. If you're gonna do it. Don't play about it. Be about it. Tell him again. I got to cut the people out here saying, if you all talk, let's do them push-ups.
Nigga, I don't gotta do no damn push-up.
Exactly. You see, Sharon? Who's the most out of shape person now? He's scared. He gonna let
Nigga,
old
you
little
about
fat
ready.
man beat him up.
Nigga,
He
you
gonna
out
let
of
old
breath.
little fat man do more push-ups than him?
Nigga, I'm sitting
Oh,
down
okay.
talking, expending energy, and nigga, you out of breath. You out of breath.
Man, goddamn.
Oh,
Hold
big
that
ass, big
phone.
ass
Hey.
spandex wearing skinny jeans, wearing punk.
Whew. Hopefully, he just got a phone call. He didn't pass out like Ra Hotep said.
The
Goddamn.
old country antebellum South, Southern niggas. My cousins are even from the South. Them niggas only come visit me like once every 2 or 3 years. And I can't wait for them niggas they can be here 2 days. I can't wait for them niggas to go. Cause they always talk about that Trump shit and talk about how many slabs of pork ribs they put on. Nigga, get out of my house. Well, I think Trump is going to do a better job for us, and we just need to give him a chance. I said, nigga, get out of my house. Take your plate. Wrap your plate. Don't take one of my plates. Get styrofoam. Get your ass out of my house.
Talk to him. Talk to him.
I have relatives from the South, man. I don't like them. I tell them, I love you, but nigga, I don't like you. I don't like you.
Shit. Where was you raised at? Where you learn how to joke like that?
Listen, brother. I was born in Texas. Right outside, right on the border of Houston, Texas. You understand me? So I know how them niggas from the South think. I know how them niggas and them niggas had a warped sense of thinking in the 1960s. Them niggas was afraid. The niggas was afraid to march. Don't go over there, cause Mr. Jones, he don't like you walking on his street. On his street? You mean on his grass? No, on his street in front of his house, in front of his roses. Cause he real partial about his roses. I cut his roses. I said, nigga, what are you over there cutting his roses for? He don't want you walking on the street. That's crazy to me, man.
That
And
is.
they passed that Southern antebellum cotton picking, damn tobacco picking, shucking peas and shit culture over to their kids. And the ones that's about my age, them niggas afraid to come out the South.
They
They
used
come in.
to wash their collard greens in the tub.
Used to watch them in the tub, in a steel tub.
They used to wash it in the tub.
In the goddamn tub.
Goddamn, washing collard greens in a goddamn tub.
Wait a minute. A bathtub? Or are you talking about the little round tubs that the washer women used to use that everybody
Yeah,
had one in their
one of them big
kitchen?
old tubs. It wasn't no small
Right.
tub.
It's not a
One of them big
bathtub.
ass.
It's a round tub that everybody had in their kitchen at the time, and that's what they washed the collard greens in.
Yeah, and they walked about 10 yards to pump the goddamn water to get it into the bucket, into the tub.
Mr. Rod,
And
I
talk
have a
about
question.
and tell me we sure gonna have some good eats today.
Not good eats.
Yeah, I'm gonna cook some cabbage today and some
I'm
bacon
like,
fat.
nigga, you don't get on the train or the bus or the plane or however you came here and get your ass out of my house or that state. I'm gonna run your ass up out of here.
Hey, Hotep, did you used to rap?
No, sir. I
He was
don't even
like
like
Gil
rap.
Scott Heron.
I
That
don't
type
even
of
like
rapping.
rap.
That's
I
what
don't
it
even like
sounds
rap.
like this now.
This is what
He
they
was
call
playing
rap
the
today.
dozens.
This so-called rap today. Nah, bro. No,
Okay.
Whitey on the
nah.
moon.
Diva had a question for you. Shit.
Oh, so Mr. Ra, I know that you frequently cite the ancestor Neely Fuller when you talk. And so I have both of his books. I didn't really delve too much into them because I really don't understand what he's talking about. So I want, like, you seem very versed in it. So I just have a question, and I'm wondering if you can kind of explain it to me, right? So
Okay.
in his book, which one is this? This is I guess the first one, right? I don't know. They both, one is a workbook,
Just
I
read
guess.
it.
So this is the
Just cite
workbook.
the cover. Cite the cover, and then okay,
All
you
right,
got the
United
workbook.
Independent Compensatory Code System Concept, a textbook workbook for thought, speech, and or action for victims of racism, white
Racism, white
supremacy.
supremacy. Okay.
Right. Okay, so on page 141, he says, avoid using the expressions my child, my children, my son, my daughter. Instead, practice using the expressions my offspring, my female offspring, my male offspring. And so the reason for this is he was saying, as long as white supremacy exists, no non-white person can possess a child. All you can do is produce offspring. Okay, so even if we take that at face value and say, okay, how does not saying my children or my child or my son or daughter help us in actual terms, like in a practical sense? What does that do?
Well, basically, I met Nitty Fuller, and actually, that text that you're quoting from in that page, that the workbook was actually signed and autographed by him, and I met him about 40 something years ago, and he was one of my mentors, and what he's basically speaking of when you're speaking in the context and understanding of racism, white supremacy within the workbook is that as long as you are under the auspices of a government that considers you to be not equal or third class or fourth class citizens, you cannot obtain. You can use those in your own sphere or with say amongst yourself, but when you use that as a concept to say that my child, my daughter, my son, so forth, they can never become a ward of a state and under any of its municipalities if you have full autonomy of those children or offspring with the absence of the system of racism, white supremacy. That's the reason why he says that if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, everything that you do understand everything that you do understand will confuse you. Why? Because racism, white supremacy prohibits and will not allow you to be full parent, full father, full guardian over your offspring, because the system of racism, white supremacy prohibits that based on how it's structured in the world, in the known universe, between the people of the known universe, but particularly in the America. Because America wasn't set up for what people call the nuclear family. It was set up for the nuclear family of those that classify themselves as white.
Okay. But so I guess my question is, okay, so we don't use my child, son, daughter, children, and we say my offspring. How does that help us?
But he's talking about in the discussion, in the understanding and discussion and understanding racism, white supremacy.
Uh-huh.
You see, because they'll show you quickly that you do not have autonomy over your daughter. If someone calls and says that a child was screaming or a child said that their parent spanked them or whatever, they can actually come and take your child and you have no authority over that child. They become a ward of the state.
Right.
So then the child is only your offspring. They're not your child then, because once they get into the custody of the state, then the the state has full jurisdiction over the child and also jurisdiction over how you interact with that child. If you have visitation rights, or if you even get the rights to be able to have your children back in your home or in your possession.
Yeah, but that
See, this
applies to everyone, right?
no,
And so, yeah,
it
it
applies to
does, right?
everyone,
There
but
are
not.
plenty
But
of white kids in
yeah,
that same system. So that
yeah,
system governs everyone,
mm, uh,
not just
it,
black
it, it
people.
it governs everyone as a policy, but how it's administered
Hmm.
is where the problem is. See, just like everyone goes to jail, right? People go to jail. There's white people that go to jail. There's white people that are in jail.
Hmm.
But how they got there and how they were adjudicated, or how many crimes they committed before they were given serious or long-term penalties are different when it comes to people that are classified as non-white.
I don't know about that, right? Because if you go to Houston right now, that's one of the big issues that they're dealing with is that they keep giving violent criminals bonds, right?
Okay.
And so
To
they'll
do
be
what?
on 5 bonds and they'll let them out again and they'll be able to
Hmm.
do something. And so again, all of these systems
But who's
govern
doing
all of
that?
the okay, sir.
Who's doing that? Who's
Well,
doing
so
that?
the thing is, I'm letting you speak, but then you're talking over me.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So all of these systems govern all of us, right? And now, certainly, I wouldn't even sit here and try to, lie to folks and say that those systems don't interact differently, based on race, right? But again, to my original question, I guess as Black people, okay, so we know there's a system of white supremacy. So how does not calling our children, how does that help us, I guess, overcome white supremacy or what? Like in a practical sense, what does that do?
Well, in a practical sense, you can do that. He doesn't say that. You see, those are suggestions. He doesn't say you shall not, should not, never. He doesn't say that. You can do that if it's a concept. It endures you to your children and gives you uh, peace of mind, tranquility, or unity or collectivism within a family unit or in a nuclear family. That's fine. But he said, but in discussing matters of racism, white supremacy, it's not so much as for outside of your like on the daily street. Now, when I talk to so-called white people on the street, I don't call them white, even if they refer to themselves as white. I call them so-called white. And I leave the burden on them to prove to me that they're white. And a lot of
Okay.
times, see, I carry like paint swatches wrapped up in aluminum foil. And when I have these discussions with so-called white people, I pull out these paint swatches. I go as far as to bone white, to antique white, all the way down to off-white. And I ask them to pick which white that closely resemble their pigmentation. And they always pick pink or off-white. I said, well, that's not white. So what kind of white are you? Or what kind of white is this? He said, it's off-white. I said, so if you're not white and you're off-white, what does that mean? They can't explain it. Why? Because they've never been approached with that question. Because they're always stumped. And second of all, the people that best see racism, white supremacy can be in overnight if they choose it. Those people that classify themselves as white, but it's not in their interest. It's never been in their interest. That's the reason why justice, freedom, justice, inequality, and those inalienable rights that they so eloquently quote in their constitution, that we believe that all men are created equal and endowed with inalienable rights by their creator. That can never happen in America as long as, or on the planet for that matter, as long as the system of injustice, inequality, and racism, white supremacy exists in the known universe between the people on the known universe on the planet Earth. It can never be obtained unless you deal with the system of racism, white supremacy for what it is.
And so how so what's the outcome of having the swatches and showing these so-called white people like, hey, you don't match up to white, you're either off white or pink or some other stuff. So what's the
This
tangible
exercise, the
outcome of that?
exercise. Have you seen the exercise by
43.
uh, Dr. Jane Elliott? Jane Elliott,
The
brown eyes, blue eyes.
blue-eyed, brown-eyed
Yeah,
thing? Yes.
yeah. So it's an exercise in demonstrating and proving the falsity or the falsehood of racial supremacy. I don't believe that there's no race of any racial classification that is supreme or superior, but I believe because of the construct of the construction and construct in the pillars of racism, white supremacy, we have this. Because there was a time when racial classification in the Americas did not even exist.
Mm-hmm.
Up until the late, I say the early 1600s,
Mm-hmm.
the concept of race was injected and constructed in every area of people's activity after those white people who were indentured servants, paid off their debts through labor and or through wealth, became free and to live as freedmen. And by the time the Emancipation Proclamation came into place, then the competitors to those indentured servants were free slaves, free property, which would have been a labor competitor against to those landholders. So land deeds and land lots were given out to indentured servants. So it created a buffer and a barrier to maintain the system of capitalism and further capitalism in its expansion, but at the expense of people that was once owned by the people that classify themselves as white.
So ultimately, the purpose of the exercise is to educate white people.
No, educate the victim and educate white people.
Well,
Because
you're
it's
the one
the
walking
problem.
around with the swatches, so you already have that information. So you're not educating yourself, you're educating the white people that you're
No,
interacting with.
no, no. When I say when I interact with them, when the subject comes up, I don't just go up to white people and just say, "Hey, can I
I'm
give
not
this?"
saying that, but I'm saying when the situation arises, when you engage in that exercise, ultimately the purpose is to educate those white people. You already know all this. You're not educating yourself.
No, I'm educating myself, and
Oh,
and,
okay.
and also my most ardent push, where I get my most ardent pushback from this concept is from people, from the victims of racism, more so than those that will actually tell you, yes, we benefit from racial classification. But the victims tend to push back or either vote against their interests or either act against their interests because they don't understand the system of racism, white supremacy. And that makes the job of understanding and or getting people to understand compensatory universal law.
Right, but so when you're walking around with those swatches, you're not showing black people, hey, black
Yeah,
person, come
no,
over here, look at this
yeah,
white
yeah,
person and
no,
see.
no.
That's what
Again,
you're
I said
doing.
I don't just
No,
go
no,
up to
no.
the
But so
stage.
when you're interacting with those white people, but when you're doing that with these white people, whatever the situation is that arose that would allow for that, are you calling random black people over to come watch? Because I don't understand how
No,
that
you must have
exercise
didn't hear,
would.
you must
Okay,
have didn't hear what I said. I said I don't
sir,
just randomly
All right,
go up to even white people.
that's not
I
what I
said
said at
whenever.
all. That's not what
just
I
let
was
it.
saying.
You gotta let her
A
finish this.
part of the issue is that y'all don't like to listen, right? Y'all so intent on speaking that you can't listen. But understand you got two ears and one mouth for a reason.
Mm.
Can I
The
attempt
new
to add on
culture.
this?
The
Okay,
new
you
culture.
taking your plane off the ground or you landing?
The
Well, I
new.
mean, when I was
Oh,
speaking, you were speaking over me. So,
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
okay.
I apologize. I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. So you said, certainly, I'm not saying you do this to random white people. You said that you do carry these swatches around. And when there's the opportunity presents itself and you're interacting with a white person and, y'all can, have that conversation, you do that. But then you said something about like the victims of white supremacy. And I'm just wondering, like, how would us as black people learn from you interacting with some white person and having them realize that they aren't the color white? What that gonna do for us? I guess that's my whole thing surrounding the Neely Fuller book, because I got both of them. And to
Mm-hmm.
me, ultimately, I'm always left asking, like, okay, so we can know all of this, but what's the tangible, outcome or the tangible benefit of it? Like, what's the point of this whole thing? How does this
The
help
point of
us
the whole thing
overcome?
is to
Go ahead.
understand. Go ahead.
Right, but so this is the
Understand
thing. You
racism.
couldn't
Go ahead.
even let me finish my sentence, sir.
Okay, let me know when you're finished. Let me know
But
when you're
if
done.
you're
And then,
listening and not just waiting to speak, then you'll know when I'm finished. But go ahead.
no, you go ahead.
let me read why we calming down.
All right. The New Culture Empire, $20. If you are not the conservator over your kids, they are still classified as a ward of the state. This allows the state to step in and take them CPS. If you are the conservator, you own your kids. Until then, black people, y'all want to own people?
Goddamn right.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't
I
own
want to have
people.
I want to have influence and jurisdiction until the adult age of my children. And I've already raised 5, and they're all adults, and they're not living at home. They're doing well within their fields of employment and work. So again, back to what I was saying. I had this matter of fact, I had this discussion a couple of days in my local barbershop, wall to wall black people, and the concept and the conversation of racism, white supremacy came up, and I took the swatches out. I had more confusion then than I did because nobody wanted to be pinned down on what it means to be black. Most people walk around calling themselves black, but they can't identify it. They can't identify it from a genealogical standpoint. They can't identify it from a mitochondrial standpoint or a phenotypical standpoint. So basically, we're kind of like shipwrecked in the Americas and not know how to get back home. Mentally, spiritually, linguistically. So we're just in a state of going to and fro in boat capsizing and we're here. So again, I read the book for 10 years before I could even grasp the full concept of what compensatory code was about. So you're not going to get it just having the book and reading it one time. Because if you read each area of activity, it seems to be redundant every time he talks about whether it's in the area of religion, economics, education, entertainment, politics, sex, war, religion, labor, and law. But it all relates back to the core concept of the compensatory code system, which means that's what we stand on. That's the collective we've been trying to get to where we stand on a core collective. Even though we don't dress the same, we don't eat the same foods, we don't drive the same cars, wear the same clothes. But when it comes down to codification of compensatory code, we stand on that unilaterally across the board to shore up and protect ourselves as it relates to those major 9 areas.
Yeah, and I think if it took you 10 years to grasp it, the utility of it is questionable, right?
Well, no, because I read the Bible about 18 times and still couldn't understand, and still
Right,
don't
and
understand.
the
And
utility
second
of
of all,
that for black people is questionable as well.
yeah,
So
yeah, and I'm not, I don't have a problem with I'm not religious. I don't belong to any religious organization, organized or disorganized. I'm not. I was brought up in the church, but I'm
Guess
not
what,
affiliated with
old
any.
nigga? I'm back, old nigga. We so proud of you. You
We're
came up
having
here
a
to
real
talk.
discussion right now.
Listen, oh my
We're having a real
God.
discussion
No,
right
you
now.
can try. Did you say you was gonna start your
Mute
own
his mic.
goddamn show?
Mute his mic.
That nigga said he was gonna start his own
Sharon.
show, and now you want to
Sharon.
come over here and talk for 4 or
Sharon.
5 hours. Nigga,
He keeps
what's wrong with
saying.
this dude?
He keeps
So
saying,
he
"Come
want to give
over
us
here."
all these history lessons
He
that he
keeps
ain't
saying,
even
"Come over
lived.
here," like I'm
He
driving.
said
Like
he
I'm
said he
driving to
was
your show.
marching. He said when they released the dogs in the streets and when they were spraying them with water, he was out there fighting for
Did you
his
hear how he
country.
said water? Did
He
you
he
did you listen to how he
he
pronounced
he
water?
he just want to be up here just tickety talking. He ain't talking to nobody. He up here talking to his
Well, we were
goddamn
having a
self.
conversation before you came back
Who?
on
Who?
here in your
Who was?
pink car.
Who was you having a conversation with? Nigga, Sharon ain't even paying you no attention. Listen, Sharon on his phone like, man, this
Look
old
at
ass nigga
Sharon's
still
face.
talking.
Look at his
Sharon
face.
just texted me. He just texted me and said, this nigga, old nigga still talking over here. And I'm so goddamn tired of him. Come over here and get his old ass up out of
You
here.
see how he
I said,
bust? See how he bust you
Sharon.
out, bruh? See, that's what I'm talking about. See, that's what I'm talking about. What we call. See, some of these. See, I'm gonna just say this, and also
Some of these. Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna
Go
say
ahead. I
this.
want to hear what you
That
got to say.
based on compensatory code,
I want to hear the
based on
wisdom of the old
compensatory code,
niggas.
there's a lot of us that are not going to get this. There's a lot of us that's not going to sign on to this code or this collective. That's a given. That's just a given. Some gonna run into the burning house. Some gonna put the fire out on the plantation or the White House or the Congress
So
or
who
whatever.
was you marching with? Martin
So
Luther King or
so so
Malcolm
so the
X?
so the thing
No,
it
I'm
is
trying to figure
that
out who was you
some
marching
of
with?
them are not
Martin
going to
Luther
be able to
King
be
or
saved,
Malcolm X?
Sharon.
I
Now,
want to know
now,
who was you marching
Sharon,
with? Cause you all
Sharon,
gangster now. You weren't gangster when them goddamn white men was
if
spraying you
you
with them water
want
hose.
me to mute my mic, brother,
Mute your
I don't
mic,
have no
nigga.
problem. I'm not talking to you right now. I'm
Now I'm
talking to
talking
the
to you, nigga.
moderator, and I'm talking to the owner of the panel.
I'm now he want to respect the rules. Now
No,
he
no,
need
no,
help,
I don't.
Sharon.
No,
Save him, Sharon.
no, I don't
Why these
respect
niggas
you.
think you gonna save him? They be like,
I don't
Sharon,
respect you. I don't
I don't.
respect you.
You some random old nigga. Why do I care if you respect me or not?
Yeah, you made my argument.
All right, go ahead and finish talking, old nigga. I'll be back for you later.
Now you better watch the road, nigga. That's what you need to do. But anyway, now, sister said, if it took me that long to understand fully, and I should have said fully grasp and was fully grasp and understand the concepts and be able to articulate them and critically think about them and how to dissect them
So,
and match them up with what's going on in society as it relates to people that are classified as non-white. It took me that long.
so is a white man on your retirement check? You know what?
I don't know what you're saying.
Now he don't speak no English. Now he don't understand.
Hold
Is
on.
a white man name on your retirement check? I think everybody understood that. Sharon, did you understand my question?
His name is on that check. He should be on the reparations check. He should be on the compensatory check. He should be on the
White man that gave you a job for
every
20
damn
years.
check that they owe people that are classified as black but should
That
be
nigga that
on
get,
that check.
a
Write
white
that
man
check.
that gave him a job for 40 years and he up
Write
there talking
that
about it.
check. Write
He up there
that
talking
check.
about that white man who done gave him a check for the last
See,
40 years.
and the
That took
thing
care of
about
his
it. See, the
wife,
thing about
that
it.
took care of his kids.
See,
This white man done took care
those
of his
type of
whole
niggas,
family, and now he
them
want to
type of
turn on the
niggas,
white man after he get the
Sharon,
retirement check. See, I
Sharon,
see what you talking about,
them type of
PhD.
niggas
These
are
old
the
niggas
ones
ain't
that
shit.
allow
You
slavery
right,
to last
PhD.
longer than it should have had. Slavery would have ceased to exist as a system of holding humans as bondage if we didn't have niggas on the plantation like this that was in cahoots with escaping to the north, and them were the same niggas that went back to the plantation and told old master that old so and so and so and so is getting ready to rebel or steal away. Them same type of niggas. These niggas exist today. They grandmammy, they grandpappy, they all was them type of niggas. These are the type of niggas that fought on the side of the Confederacy. A lot of people don't know that. There's a whole bunch of niggas that fought on the side of the Confederacy. And guess what? They wasn't promised that 10 acres or a goddamn mule. They weren't even given a chicken and a basket of eggs.
The point is,
Not The point is
you
my
done been
ass.
part of this white man system for the last 40
No.
years. He took
The
care of
point
your
is,
wife. He took
you've
care of
been
your
raised.
kids.
The
He
point
gave you a
is,
job, and now he's taking care of you for the rest of your life, and you still complaining about the white man.
no.
What else you want the white man to do
Everything
for you?
I'm getting,
What else?
I'm vested in, and my people invested based on blood and soil in this land, and they are owed due by this government that have constructed a system to keep us disenfranchised for 400 and something years.
I'm just saying he gave you a job. That white man gave you a job and let you work for 40 years. Now he's taking
Listen,
care of you for the rest of your life. Why you
listen,
got
nigga.
so much bad stuff to talk about this white man?
Listen. I'm gonna tell you why. Because he probably was your pappy. He probably was your mammy. And he probably was your.
He said my pappy. He said I'm the pappy now. I'm the pappy. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, old nigga. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have
You know what
interrupted
I'm
you.
talking about? Your old modern day, new age, technological, entrepreneurial. Boy, man, bro, you about to make me throw my phone across the room.
So what's
I
best
run
for
up, I run
society?
up, I run
A
up
nigga
against.
like you or a nigga like me? Now, let's
Listen,
ask the question. The nigga
listen.
who sit on the panels and talk about the retirement check he get for the white man, or the nigga that employ 40 other niggas?
No, I get
Which one is
I
best for
get two
society?
retirement checks. I get two retirement checks.
But he
What the
said
hell
three.
you talking about?
Let me hold $5.
And
I got you,
own
PhD.
tour.
I bet you that old nigga ain't got it. He don't have no money, only on the first. That nigga only got money on the first. You gotta ask him on the first, maybe the second. But that nigga broke the rest of the money.
Buy his Ripple and his
Let
Thunderbirds.
me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question.
Yes, sir.
Do you eat
Roll his
pork?
own cigarettes.
Do you eat pork?
No,
Yep.
sir. I don't eat pork.
Do you smoke?
Checkmate, nigga. He thought he had one. He thought he
Do you
had a
smoke?
pork eating
If
ass
you
nigga.
eat any
I
type
don't
of
eat no
processed
pork.
foods, you eat pork.
Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. I'm
I don't
asking
eat
him
no
the question. I
processed
can ask
food.
you the
I got
question.
that
If you
I
woman
eat
in
can
the
ask
any
you the
kitchen
type of
cooking
question.
for
processed
me.
food, you eat
Let me
pork.
let me let
Hey,
me share this with
PhD,
you.
but I
Let me
got
share
that
you with
woman
this
in
nigga.
that kitchen,
You
barefoot,
got that woman.
pregnant, cooking for me in that kitchen,
Oh, you do?
PhD. I got
So
her in there
some
cooking. She
so
be in
so
there
some woman
making.
let you
When
get your
you
big ass, crawl your big ass up on them
Oh,
and have kids and you got her in the kitchen.
what the fuck?
What woman gonna let your big ass crawl up on them and have them in the kitchen cooking
I'm
barefoot?
pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I
Tell
done
me that,
had your
nigga.
daughter, your daughter,
Tell me that, nigga. Tell me
your
that, nigga.
daughter, your
Tell me
daughter,
that, nigga. You don't
Oh
your
even know
my
my
daughter.
daughter, nigga.
God.
Your daughter, she let me cry my big ass up on there and hunch up
She'll
on her.
shoot your big
I was
ass
up
right
there
between the
breathing
A
eyes.
hard,
hunch?
right on top of your daughter. He said, "Oh,
Nah.
your daddy couldn't pay for your college,
See,
baby. Don't
see, I
worry,
can tell
Big
you
Daddy, he got you. Big Daddy, he
when
got
niggas
you. I
can't
got you.
answer
I
questions
got you."
critically, they go to
I was up
jokes
there breathing
and
hard on her
epithets.
too. I said, "You want them
Yeah,
college paid for? I'm sorry, your daddy couldn't send you
Nate,
to college."
you old country nigga, you
Wait
old
a
country
minute. So
nigga,
you had to breathe
go
hard
milk
on
a
top of
cow.
the woman to send her to college?
Yeah, I was up there
yeah,
breathing
Nate,
hard
good
on her.
old
I was
Nate.
like, "Yeah." I wanted her to have the whole big nigga experience, PhD. I wanted her to
Oh
have the
wow.
whole experience. I
Damn.
was up there, saying, "Ooh, see, if your daddy was shit, you would have to have this big ass nigga on you fucking you from the back like this."
I'm in a
So
Oh.
bind, Nate.
Oh.
admit that you big. So you admit that you big, right?
Sure. I'm
Sure.
big. I'm big with this big ass dick inside your daughter.
No, say
Oh
sure.
Oh.
Lord.
Say sure again. Say sure.
Yeah, I got
Say
that big
sure.
dick for you. I got
No,
that
say
big dick
sure.
for your daughter.
Say sure.
That's why she don't come home no more. I told her I was gonna cut off her college fund. She talked to her daddy again.
You take your country ass somewhere and sit back behind a collard green patch and shut the hell up.
What?
Let's go back
What
to
is going on?
let's go back to 1912. He about to tell us some
Goddamn,
more stories from 1912. I'll be
goddamn
back, guys. Let me get
collard
back to them
green
clowns.
cabbage eating ass. I
Hey, I
know
like
Oh
niggas
collard
like
man.
greens
that.
and cabbage.
Oh
I
man.
know niggas like that.
Yeah, and a smoked turkey. Mm.
Nigga need to keep his eyes on the
You
road.
know when Solid gonna get his food later.
Oh yeah.
We're having a serious discussion, and then we get an old coon Sambo coming here to try to sidetrack the conversation. I run into niggas like this all the time.
So how do
Mm.
you deal with them? What's the most effective way to deal with a coon slash Sambo nigga?
Mm.
Well, some of them you can't deal with. Some of them you just let them coon out, Sambo out. You know, some of them you just gotta let them coon out, Sambo out. You know, because they gonna do that. Because they see. This is the thing. They're gonna speak in favor and in protection of the very system that sustains it. See, this is the hard thing to get most of our people to understand. The economical interest or the compensation or the compensatory damages due us by what we've went through as a people in this country is not something that they're giving us. It's not something that we're begging for. This is something that they have demonstrated that they paid to other groups and other
See,
people for
PhD
doing.
with stripes
See,
again.
here go this
See,
nigga
that
again.
nigga said
Here
that
go this
she
nigga
gonna
go
have to
again.
deal with us. And he gonna say, just let them be them.
See how we
PhD
was
is
having a
smarter
serious
than these
conversation?
old ass niggas up here. Shout out to PhD for making his ass look stupid. He don't know how to deal with shit. Go ahead, back
He's
old
not
nigga.
making
Finish
me look
talking.
stupid. Can't nobody make me look stupid. I've been
Nigga,
living
that
longer than most of
stuttering
the people
making you
on
look
these
stupid.
panels, and I've experienced more than most people on these panels. A grown man had to
A
get on a
grown
panel
ass
like this
man.
and talk about his genitalia. That's how I know you're a punk.
Yeah.
Because real men
Yeah,
don't have to
when you
do
got a
that. Real
big dick
men don't
like
do
this,
that.
you can talk about it. I
Real
know you
men
got that
don't do
little
that.
dick. You can't talk about no
Real
big dick.
men don't do. Real men don't do that,
Hey,
punk.
Hotep, did you have a picture of shirtless CT on your phone?
Did I what?
Did you have a picture of CT without a shirt on in your phone?
You know what, ARI?
I did have a
Okay,
snapshot
I was just
of
checking
him.
because I
I
thought you
told
did.
you that
But
he
Yeah.
was
but
the
but the
real
reason why,
punk up here.
let
He
me
up there
explain
looking
this
at
to you.
other men. That's
Let me
Okay.
crazy.
explain this to you.
That's
Let me
What
explain
absolute.
happened?
this to you.
I knew
What
these
Let me
happened?
explain.
Yankees are talking that punkity punk shit. They the real punk. Got another man naked in his phone. You fucking pervert ass old motherfucker.
Again,
What happened?
I'm gonna ignore that because he doesn't know the context of it. Now you asked me a
There's no
question, right?
content of why you got another nigga in your phone.
First of all, CT was not naked on the photo.
Tell me how he
It
was in your
was
Okay.
it
phone.
was the
How was he in your
discussion
phone?
where he said that he belonged to a fraternity. So I
Mm-hmm.
said, well, if that's the case, prove that you belong to this particular fraternity because they're known to have brand. So I went back in his archive and found the photo where he wowed out, ripped off his shirt, and showed the brand.
Look at that.
And I
That
and I
pervert
said
ass
and
nigga
I
went to
said
go
this is
look
the
at. He went
reason
to the
why
archive to see
I
that naked
reason
man. That nigga
well
went to
because
the
I was
archive looking for another man. Why you so invested in another man's
so
body? He said, "Oh,
so
I
that so
remember
that's
when
how
that
it came
nigga
that
had
came
no shirt
about.
on." I
Okay.
told you I got
What he
And
body
is? An
second of
insurance.
all,
alpha? CT an
and
alpha?
and second of all, yeah. So I said,
Because
so
they got a
oh okay,
reputation for being
yeah.
gay.
Yeah, so I said, okay, I know who I'm talking to. This is when I basically first started coming to CT's panel, to his platform, and then I said, okay, I know about you niggas. I know about the alphas and the sigmas and the Qs and the boule and the Dumile and the Prince Hall Mason. I know
Kappas.
about you niggas, and you niggas was the one and the Kappas, and you the niggas were the gatekeepers. You were the niggas that was sitting at the watchtower
Mm-hmm.
sounding the alarm,
Mm-hmm.
like Paul Revere. And that's the reason why I called him out on it. He said he
So,
never
sir,
did that. So I went and found the
real talk.
evidence of that and
I want to have a real
showed that
Niggas
on
ain't
conversation.
his
over. Niggas are
panel
coming.
to
No,
prove that he
I,
belonged to one of those secret to one of those
I,
fraternities.
I got you. I'm sorry, sir.
The gay
I
fraternity.
want to have a real
Yeah.
conversation now. I'm sorry, sir.
See,
So,
and I know
sir,
what they do. I know
I
what they
got you.
do.
I got you, sir. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And I
Sir,
asked CT, I said,
All
did
right,
he
all right,
ride?
all right.
I
Okay, so
asked CT,
let's try to
I
get.
said, I asked CT,
Let
did
me
you
try to
ride the
get the
goat?
conversation. Let me try to get the conversation back. Let me get
hold on. Let
the.
me ask.
Let
I
me
got a question first,
let
Sharon.
me try. Hold on,
Sharon,
E. Let me
Javon, you hear
hold
that?
on. Hold. Why every time I
Sharon,
talk?
you
Hold
told me I
on.
could
You've
do
been
this on
talking, E.
Friday.
Hold
You told
on.
me I
Be
could
the
do this on
man. Hold
Friday.
on.
You
Be
said
the man. Hold
Friday
on.
you could do what the hell you
Hold
want
on.
to. Now you trying
I
to have rules
understand,
and
but
shit.
hold on. Hold on. I seen in the chat AR is going back and forth. What are you talking about? AR, you are the pot stir. What pot did you stir?
I'm not
Just
going
like
back
the
and forth.
taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
God damn it.
It
Okay.
says
Let's have a real conversation.
it says with the 40 ball. Drop AR.
All right, okay, let's
No,
be
no,
serious.
but
Let's
but
be serious for
but the
like
thing
20
it is
minutes.
that
20 minutes.
I ran into them cats when I was in college. They tried to. I said, nigga, I'm not getting in no goddamn fraternity.
So what you
I,
was in when you was in college?
I was in college.
Yeah, but you wasn't a part of no student organizations. You
Information,
wasn't a part of
information.
the
No,
Black Student Union.
I was actually when I was in junior college. I was president of the Black Student Alliance. I changed it
Okay.
from the Black Student. I changed it from the Black Student Union to Black
Hmm.
Student Alliance because I didn't like that term and classification. And
Right, because
and
Billy Fuller said, "Don't use union,
right, right.
use
So
alliance."
there you go. So
Right.
I said, so that was the reason for that. But I actually was the fraternity buster. I call them out. I would go looking for them and bust them out
why are you looking for all these black men?
because
You
I
gonna go
know what
look for the black man out there with the
they're a
prostitutes.
hindrance.
You gonna look at
They're a
it.
hindrance.
I'm
They're
just
a
saying, I
hindrance
said
to the
like
collective.
if we being serious,
They're a
you sound
hindrance
like
to
you
the
was the
collective
coon.
of Black Alliance of
No,
the
listen,
alliance between
I
people
got
that
you,
are
sir.
not
Like, sir,
classified as white.
let's just be serious for like 15 minutes. Like for 15 minutes.
No,
All right,
nigga, I ain't gonna talk to you
no
no damn
insults.
15 minutes.
No insults. I'm not gonna give you no insults for 15 minutes. So let me ask
I
you.
don't care if you give me no insult.
When I heard you
Listen,
talking,
if you
you
give me
said
an insult, let's have an agreement. Let's have an agreement.
you sounded
Listen,
like
let's have an
Samuel.
agreement. Let's have
You sound
agreement.
like Samuel. You sound
That's
like the
fine.
guy who
Let's
was
have an
going
agreement. You said we're gonna
after
talk 15 minutes,
going
right?
for the slave master. You going
No,
after the.
let's have a decorum. We
Okay, yes,
said
sir.
you said for
You want to go
15
first? Yes,
minutes,
sir.
right?
Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
15 minutes. Okay, now this is the point. Now, if you want to just talk and talk through without without answering questions or giving no anecdotal facts to support your statement, then that's not a discussion. But you just
Okay.
want to talk about your philosophical, emotional feelings about what you feel about what you disagree with or concepts you've never heard of. That's another different thing. But if you just wanted to call me names, nigga, I've been called everything but my name. So my skin is thick. So there's nothing you can say to me or no name, no epithet that penetrates my skin or my intellectual monologue that you can say to me that would disrupt my critical thinking about this subject. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So I just want to ask you a question. Listening to you for real over the last 4 hours, right? I've been hearing you say, "Hey, you went after the man who was down there trying to preach to the white women. You purposely went after the fraternities. You went after all these black men." I think you're describing the person who went for the master who was going after all these black men. I might be hearing the story wrong, but it looked like you purposely target black men throughout your whole life. Is that a fair statement?
No, I target those
Slap the
that
taste
are
out of your mouth.
agents.
I'd like to see you try.
Big Bad Bull with the 29 says, please drop that old Bama Hotep. Enough is enough. He's draining the room. We went down from 200 to 138 viewers. The fuck? Welcome to the show, Miss Jalen. How you doing, Miss Jalen?
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Jalen. How you doing, Jalen?
Hi, E. E was talking shit.
No, but Jalen, like all jokes aside, it sounded like he was the coon. He been attacking and going after black men because he don't agree with them. And they all out like when he started having this conversation, Jalen, and he was talking about that black man was down there preaching to them white women. I was like, what that got to do with you? And then he was like, them fraternities was over there minding their own business, so he went to go look for them. I'm just saying that's coon behavior. Black men over there doing their own thing, and you worrying about them.
All right. So
Listen,
what's going on, Miss A? What made you hit the link? What you got on your mind?
the only coon up here is that AR dude. Let me explain something to you, AR, and you're gonna learn real quick. The last person to say I was stalking them, they no longer here. You need to ask around, buddy. Don't you see him cheerleading up here in his mini skirt with his pom poms, acting like a real bee, like a true bee? Boy, you better go wash them girls' dishes. That's what you better go do. Always calling her my girl, my girl, my girl. Hi, Diva. Welcome back. Mm-mm-mm. Child, listen. I don't come up here. I don't come up. I don't come up here to bother nobody. Cause I got threatened yesterday that they were gonna kick me. AR, how does it feel to be wrenchless?
Damn.
He really think that he making you money by getting kicked off the panel.
A lot of people feel that. I don't know why they be. I don't know what that tactic really is. I don't know what that is. But people do say
But
that for some
Sharon,
reason. I don't know why they say that.
Sharon, that's why I keep telling you don't hang around these niggas stuttering. They got you stuttering. You'll never be up here stuttering. And you been hanging around this stuttering ass nigga for 4 hours. Now he got you stuttering.
Mm. So Diva, you think you was getting to getting to some answers to your questions, or it was just still the same?
Of course not. They will never answer her. They can't.
Your microphone. You there, Diva? All right, D, we gotta get our microphone together. And it's definitely a culture shift is what I think is the problem is with the whole Danita Fuller situation. It don't really add up in today's time period. It seems like whenever we have a conversation about it, it just doesn't add up at all. Let's see if Diva's microphone is working.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. That's my whole gripe with the Neely Fuller stuff is it be a lot of words, but like the actionable, stuff from it is kind of hard to get to. So no, to answer your question, not really.
Do you think the black conservatives, now that they starting to get their wake up calls one at a time, do we think that they gonna start getting back to being authentically themselves and just actually care about the community? Do we think that's gonna happen? Anybody? Go ahead, Diva.
No, probably not. They'll probably be looking for the next, thing to grift, right?
Damn.
So all of this is a money making endeavor. And so, they're going to go wherever the money is. And so if being, and some people already have found ways to monetize being, in air quotes, authentically black, right? So we got Tariq Nasheed, and I actually like Tariq Nasheed, but I do recognize some inconsistencies, right? We so pro-black, but we laying up with a half-white woman, right? Had the white woman living in the house, taking care of her. And so... So a lot of this, I don't know that there's a one-to-one correlation between what people espouse to make money and what they actually live and believe on either side, right?
It's crazy. Is Whitlock married? But do anybody know?
No, he said at least the last he talked about it. This was a few years ago, but he was saying no, he not married, and as if it was his choice, right?
Why it's not his choice?
Well, so when he was talking about it, he was saying like, oh, he date these women. And I was just like, boy, nobody volunteering to lay up under all that. Like, cut it out.
Edie, man, what you say about people volunteering to lay up under all that?
Jason Whitlock ain't even cute though. At least he looked like the little cute dinosaur off that show.
So do you think man, I think it's highly interesting that it's starting to come out more and more that because what Donald Trump represents, this is why they really feel like they could go after all these black men that they put in position to talk for them. Right now, they don't feel like they don't need them to talk for them anymore, and now I think that is coming out day by day, and I do find it interesting because now even Candace Owens, she trying to backpedal into our so-called community.
Right, but that be the problem with us, right? We allow people to run up over there with them and wag their finger at us, and then as soon as them crackers start being crackers, then they want to run back to us and be like black people, and we'll accept them with open arms. No, you stay your ass over there with them crackers. That's not where you cast your lot in, and so deal with it.
You pick the side, stay over there.
Right. Don't come back.
Sheesh. I guess we gotta start making a list of all the black folks that picked the side, so we can have an understanding. So now, but what do we do when? All right, so say we did make this list of all of the black folk that traded ideology wise. What do we do for the people that still so that when they come back to our or they attempt to come back to our side, people start to follow them because of clout? Whatever it is, reverence, I'm not sure what it'd be, but what do we do then? What can we do?
Charge them a clout fee. We about to start sending bills out, man. We about to start sending them invoices.
Because it's definitely a difficult thing, like because we do believe in second chances.
We do?
I think so. We have no choice now. With Donald Trump being president, we have to accept second chances, and we can't be talking about people who got felonies and none of that shit no more. 69% of white folks is the one committing violent crimes in America, Diva.
Mm-hmm.
I told Robin M. That's right. I told Robin M. and Sugar Bum, you better be careful with Chad. You got a 69% him going oops upside your head now.
Right. Did everybody see the recent case where the white man and they had cameras in the house, and so him and his black wife were arguing. He went, got a pew-pewed her several times, reloaded the pew-pewed her again, then spit on her body. They got all this on film, and he was convicted of manslaughter, not murder.
This happened
first
recently?
degree right there.
The verdict came back recently. I was watching this within the last couple weeks. Yeah. Did
he get life?
No, he
got
was
manslaughter.
convicted of manslaughter. So I think he still got to go back for the sentencing. But it was just very shocking that we had it on film, and they could only get that jury to convict him of manslaughter. And so that's why when y'all were debating yesterday, I was saying, look, none of that shit matters. What matters is who the jury is and who can create the most compelling story surrounding race. Because a lot of times that's what these cases come down to. It's not legal theory, legal doctrine, none of that, huh?
What state was this in?
Texas. I'm gonna have to look it up. I don't think it was in Texas. It wasn't in Texas. I'm gonna have to look it up.
Crazy.
And honestly, when they picked a jury, it's to be a jury of his peers. You see some teenagers up there, not no 50, 40-year-old white people.
Well, teens
should be a
can't
jury of
do
his peers.
But that's the thing. And so I remember I used to work with a lot of attorneys, and I asked a black woman, I was like, hey, why haven't any of the black attorneys like challenged that jury of your peers thing? Because it's very rare that black people actually get juries of their peers. And so she was saying like, oh, well, let's write a paper about it. But I'm like, I'm not an attorney. Right. And so there are attorneys who like focus on constitutional law. They're constitutional law attorneys. And so why aren't the black ones, I don't know. For me, I just think whatever it is you do, there's a way to do it to benefit your community.
So I think why that's an
I agree with
uphill
that.
battle. So have you ever went through the jury selection process, PhD?
Yes.
Yeah, so the biggest problem with that is that each judge can disallow a juror, right? So I remember when I went through that whole process, even if I'm of his peers, I learned that DAs are really good at getting rid of your peers. Like so they say, hey, and I think it should be like, if I'm black, I should at least have a black person on a jury. It's no way that I should be able to be tried by 12 white people.
Well, so the thing is, so each side gets 3 strikes,
Absolutely.
Right? So 3 people that they can toss out and not even articulate why they don't want them there. Right? So maybe that's the angle to go at, right? So you got to articulate a non-discriminatory reason for not wanting this person on the jury. But, with those 3 strikes, they are going to be able to get rid of a lot of people. And then you have things like, so the jury selection process that I went through actually recently was a traffic ticket case. This black man had been fighting this ticket for 2 years.
Damn.
And he was serious. So I was like, that man did not do it, right? But what got me disqualified from the jury is they asked, who got a ticket within the last, 5 years? Okay. I had just
5
delivered
years.
my final stuff to the ticket people that morning to say I had taken my defensive driving class, right? So I raised my hand. I was disqualified. So there are things like that where it's like, okay, if you've been involved in this type of case, then we can disqualify you. Go ahead.
But that's what I'm saying, PhD. So I was on the jury. It was a murder. A guy had killed this lady, right? And it was a murder case. And they asked a question. They said, "Do anybody else need more
than one witness to one witness to prove this person guilty. And I said I need more than that. And 15 of us got disqualified just because we said we needed more than one witness to call this person guilty.
Yeah, they can do that.
Yeah, so I think that's what it is that I guess us black folks got to be quiet. Sit there and don't say nothing. Cause as soon as we say, "Oh yeah, that's me," they be like, "Oh, let's get rid of them." And I did notice, like a lot of white folks, they don't really answer no questions. They just sit there. And I
Right.
think that it's easier for them to get chosen, but we be wanting to speak what's on our mind.
Well, I
So
mean,
we
so
just,
Yeah, I
we
think that's
tell
the
the
problem.
truth, right? We are
yeah,
very truthful people, whereas they come from a culture of liars. And
Yep.
so I had to have this conversation with a white coworker this week because he talked about a black woman and how she didn't have no finesse and she was like a wrecking ball. She just came in there, she was very direct, and so I had to explain to him, baby. But when you're talking about finesse, a lot of times what you're talking about is not being transparent with people, and ultimately you are lying. And he was like, yeah, he had to concede to that point, right? So they're a bunch of liars, and that's how they conduct themselves socially. We do not. And so that does work to our detriment. But that's, hey, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Because everybody else is cheating, right? Uh,
Absolutely. I found out the hard way last night too.
why? What happened last night?
Nah, I just got a phone call. They was like, yeah, man, they be cheating. They be scheming on your ass. I found out. I was like, how you found out? I got kicked out. I was like, oh. He was spilling all the tea.
Yeah, they really do. Everybody, right? Except us.
Yeah.
The
Except
thing
us.
is too is
That
that it's
scamming mentality is rampant throughout many other cultures, right? So there are
Mm.
schools here who will not accept nobody from several schools in China because they done got caught cheating and lying too much. Right? It was a whole ring, it was a whole school down in South Florida of Haitians and Jamaicans and Caribbean black folks who was falsifying nursing degrees. They had to go round these people up from all across the country. They talk, black American nurses talk about how immigrant nurses, it'll be several of them using the same license.
One person, 20
Right. Yeah,
different jobs.
absolutely.
Mm.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I think what also needs to be added in that you need a certain value of a certain amount of social capital to get away with scheming and scamming like that. We don't really have that, so we're forced to be honest in that sense. So that's where that culture comes from too. We just we're going to be honest, we're going to be direct because lying and all that stuff doesn't really benefit us in the first place.
Yeah, I agree. It's very difficult for me to lie. Um
Why?
huh?
Why?
Why is it difficult for me to lie?
Yes. What makes you think you owe people honesty and transparency when a lot of times those people aren't giving it to you? Like in my interactions with white people, I feel no duty to tell the truth.
Mm.
Whatever I
I
feel
think
like saying is the story they're gonna get.
it's my integrity for the most part. Like, but like if it's police, I don't have no problem lying to the popo. But otherwise than that, it's kind of difficult for me to lie.
Hmm.
I'm a good liar though. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Probably because you're married.
I could do it very well. However, it's just not a part of my MO to lie.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody asks me, right? That's why I do. I don't like to do it. Right? Because I mentally know how to do it and I know how to do it successfully. It's just that, right? Because I don't like to be a liar. Yeah, I don't like to be a liar. I like to be, I like to be strong. I feel like lying is a sense of weakness. That's how I look at lies. Is most of the time people that lie is they scared of consequences. And what I'm learning is that majority of the world do not look at lying as weak.
Mm-hmm.
Lying is actually a strength that they use to gain power.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah, I had to learn that too. I had to
mm,
learn I had to learn that it is because truth is a value.
You know, so if you're just an honest person, you're always giving away truth for free and stuff like that. You know, first off, they may not value the truth, but it is just a value. You know, you don't have to give out valuable truth all day long just because someone asked. You know, so I wish it was different, but that is how it is.
Yeah. So, and this is the thing. People like, so how you get good at lying if you're not lying? Because I just understand what it takes to be a good liar, so I could do it. Because to be an effective liar, not just somebody that just, because it is a difference when people just lie and you can recognize that they lying. Those are just liars, right? They lie about anything. You can see it in their eyes. They're like, huh? Did you go and drop the toy? Huh? What? You know, like, so like, yeah, that kid is a liar. But me, since I'm not a liar, I know how to do it properly. Did you drop the toy? Nah, I didn't even see. What toy you talking about? There's a toy in there? Where? Let's go check it out together. Let me see.
Oh, that's how we gonna know you lied, because it's always the person that did it that's gonna come help you look for it.
Absolutely. I'm gonna come and help you look for it. Like, damn. Pull it out my pocket, put it on the pillow. Like, damn.
Here you
And
go.
you look, you gonna pick up your pillow. Oh, there it goes. Stop. See, we found it.
You know what?
But I just always felt that lying was a sense of weakness, and that's the mentality I have, and I'm not able to break that understanding in my mind that lying is weakness, the way how these other races look at lying as power. I have not conquered that mental problem for me yet.
No, well, let me help you. So I often say that white people are more psychologically sophisticated than black people, and it's because they use deception so well, right? So even when you look at psychological studies, right? So they were I watched a video, they were talking about a study with teachers where they had children sitting around a table, just working. It was a black little girl, black little boy, white little girl, white little boy. And they told the teachers, okay, so watch the kids, and anytime you see a behavior that might be problematic, then you push this button, right? But what they were really looking at is, who are those teachers going to watch the most to see if there's a problem, right? So they ended up watching the black boy most often. But that's very typical of psychological studies. They tell you they looking at one thing when they really looking at something else. They're lying to you.
Literally.
Right. But it's a psychological technique, strategy, right? And so no, it's not a weakness. It can actually be very useful to you under the right circumstances. And again, a lot of times most times these white folks that you interacting with are lying to you. So why would we feel obligated to act in truth with them, right? And so your right hand should never know what your left hand doing.
And I think also in my mental, like it's like what you describe is like lying in a good way, right? Lying for the greater good type of situation. Like, you got to break an egg to make an omelet type of thing. And they typically look at it always, we making a goddamn omelet. So we're going to break as many eggs, and the eggs is lying, as possible to make the best omelet ever. The best. And I just got to get adjusted to using deception as a good thing. So.
That's why I said it like that. I
You
don't
could
think
do
they're.
it, Jerron. You could do it.
I understand.
You can do it.
I get it.
See, but basically,
And I
let me
think
just say
that's why.
this. I know this is not the time to have a deep dive, a serious discussion about compensatory code. So I'm not going there. But what the sister just said is a component in a policy within education that they historically have been using. Well before the bell curve, they've been using this from the Darwinian concept of the survival of the fittest. So they just came up with tools and policies and procedures to use within psychiatry and psychology to get certain stats and statistics to confirm something that they believe, not based on the facts, but based on their innate pathology as far as how they think about people that are classified as non-white.
that's why I say it like that. I don't think it's a matter of more sophistication. It's just they reward themselves for lying. You know, if
Right.
no one's going to check you on your lie, but you just gained value from your lie. But when someone actually takes the time to investigate your lie, you're going to lose. You start losing credibility. That their advantage is that no one's going to check them on their lie, and they're going to
Right.
fight you tooth and nail to investigate their lie. You know,
Right,
so
but the
you
thing
know,
is, we
go ahead.
already have known through history that they like to lie, and we still believe them. And so, no, their credibility has not been diminished, and it is psychological sophistication. Let me give you an example. So during the eugenics period, there was a faction of scientists and political leaders who wanted to have it codified in law. Their eugenicist beliefs, right? So where they would sterilize,
Hmm.
people that they deemed undesirables, and so they could not reproduce, right?
Correct.
Now, how would you go about getting that codified into law?
Mm.
I'm asking you, and then I'm gonna tell you what they did, and we're gonna see the difference in strategy and the difference in the level of sophistication. So now, how would you accomplish that, sir?
Um,
Was
that to the panel or anyone?
Yeah.
was me.
Whoever.
I'm
Well,
asking
it was
him.
for it was for ambassador. But if you have
Oh,
a strategy, you could go after ambassador. Go ahead, ambassador.
I'll probably just implement some things like the what they do, like that reading text that you have to do to learn how to vote. You know, like guess how many marbles in this jar type of thing, and you'll just administer the right answer based on who you want to actually be euthanized. It's probably the opposite.
Mm. So how did they do it, Diva?
What they did is
Mm.
they found a woman who was deemed an undesirable, and they took her case pro bono because they were trying to sterilize her. They took her case pro bono and fought it tooth and nail till it went all the way to the Supreme Court, and then they lost the case at the Supreme Court level.
Mm.
So now, do we understand what those people did?
Nope. What they do for the people in the back.
Right. So that is called controlled opposition,
Mm.
right? So they was on the one side trying to sterilize this woman. They was also on the other side fighting for this woman. And they did a competent job up until they got to the Supreme Court.
Mm.
But because they wanted that law to take effect, they lost at the Supreme Court level, which codified the shit in the law.
Mm.
And so these people think on a level that a lot of us can't even begin to fathom.
Or comprehend.
Right.
I mean,
With the planning and shit that gotta take place for you to be able to do something like that. We don't think like that. The vast majority of us do
No.
not think like that.
Mm. Like,
well,
for example,
that's what.
that's a whole saying of cut your face, cut your nose. They willing
Spite
to
your
cut.
face.
They willing to cut their nose, and they will spite their face gladly if it's going to make the whole body
Yeah,
do
you
better.
read some of the studies and read eugenics and read the Darwinian concept of evolution. It's all in there. And matter of fact, even as we speak, I believe there are studies and experiments going on with eugenics today, but probably on a different level, probably on a hyperbolic genetic level. And that's the reason why this whole thing with mapping the human genome has gotten so much attention over the years, over the past 15, 20 years.
Mm. So lying is power.
Well,
And
if you
I mean,
control the system,
it's clear to see,
power.
right? Donald Trump literally lied his way into the office,
Yes,
and he's
yes.
still lying his way into the office. And the people know that he lied. They still are willing to say, "Hey, he's doing a good job."
Let me ask you a question,
Even
Sharon.
after he said something like, "Hey, I'm not pausing these goddamn tariffs," what he did,
Do you think if they would have got a hold of, when they stormed the Capitol, would have got a hold of Mike Pence, they would have hung him?
they would have definitely did something to him.
Oh no, I mean hung him.
I don't know if they would have been able to effectively do that, but they definitely would have, they would have, he would have passed away for sure.
Okay, they would have. Okay,
Yeah. If they would have got that far to have it as that of a
where he's in their
Symbolic?
hands.
Yeah,
He's
right.
being drugged out of the Capitol, took
Mm-hmm.
down the steps to the across the lawn,
Right.
up to the gallows.
Yeah, that's
And
a
the new,
lot. I
yeah,
don't know if that would have happened, but he definitely
yeah, yeah, they
right.
would have.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So like they absolutely for some reason lying on their side, it doesn't look like it's weakness. It doesn't look like they're afraid and none of those things.
And see, the thing that another point is that I believe that both the Democratic, what we call the Democratic Party, or liberals and conservatives, and Republicans, um, they do what it takes to maintain the maintenance of racism, white supremacy. That's the reason why I fell far back when it came down to the voting block and legislation and so forth and on that. I vote on issues relating to things that are in the interest of my people. But at the same time, when it comes down to party affiliation, I don't affiliate with any party.
Right. And it's just it's so much more difficult to make the truth entertaining and fun as well.
Yeah, because I stay on. I'm a compensatory thinker, but I can black. I'll black out on it. If that's just if that's where we going, I could just go class midnight on your ass.
Mm. Hey, Dave, I got a question for you. What's more entertaining to you, a lie or a truth?
What's more entertaining?
Mm.
Probably a lie, because then I get to track it down and berate the person when I catch them.
And then usurp it. Yeah, then bring it to the top. Yeah. I like doing that. I love doing that. And sometimes I just like doing. It's like this. Coons and Sambos. I love exposing them, and they can be left or right. They can even be center.
Mm.
I'm just I'm just cut from that cloth, bro.
Okay.
I'm just cut from that cloth where, and mind you, that this country has went to war and killed millions of people for the greater
Mm.
good. For the greater good, and gave medals out and made heroes of people that dropped tons of munitions on country. The mission is what you don't question. You get the mission from the brass Department of Defense, and it comes on down Secretary of Defense to the President. You just carry out the mission. You don't question the moral value or the moral repercussions or senses of what you're doing. So this country has made itself rich on lying, secrecy, and shit that is above top secret, cosmic. So this is just how they operate.
Would you
But our
consider
moral,
chaotic truth a coon?
yes, yes,
You will.
yeah. But he's cooning in a way. See the thing with chaotic, and I rock with the brother, and I understand him. He's young brother. See the thing with him with chaotic to me is that he think that because he's on the social media platform, that people can't distinguish cooning and common from each other. See, so coon, see, those that coon and Tom, both of them are equally unabashful in going in on their people. So I know he's using a tactic. He's using a social media tactic for whatever reason, whether it's for, I don't know if he wants to be the next Jesse Lee Peterson, but he's willing to take the risk. He's willing to take the risk no matter who he inflames or his panel inflames. Because you notice he allows the same people. You got the Imperialists, you got Gimpy. You can't say certain things about the Jays. If you go with the whole J-ish, then you get hey ho. We can't say that. So the thing it is, he knows what he's doing and who he's affiliating with,
Mm.
and he's doing it by choice, not because this is just what he feels his niche is, and this is the direction he wants to go. He knows what he's doing. He knows the strategy of the chessboard. So when but when I come on in, normally he mutes my mic and put me backstage because he doesn't want that hard discussion. He wants to just the back and forth and the and you know all the debauchery, all the sexual innuendo and so forth and on. And on your platform, you both of you brothers are good in what you're doing. But I'm just cut from that old cloth, bro. And it's that and that's all to it. But you know, he's I would say that he's a
So
monetized
okay,
coon.
okay, he's the modernized one. So what would you consider me? Am I a coon?
No, I think no. I draw the line on that, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because your statements and your arguments as it relates to reparation to your people, you've always invoked that whenever that conversation comes up. I don't know if you genuinely, as a principle, support that, but I heard you reiterate that over and over again, and that for me, from where I come from, stands for more than someone just saying, "Well, so what do you think about reparations? You think the government's ever going to pay?" See, that means something different based on how you articulate it.
Okay.
Because I saw you a couple of days almost black out on somebody about the whole thing with reparations.
Yeah.
Now
So,
ask me. No, I'm just playing.
Hey, Steven, do you think chaotic truth is a coon?
No, actually, I think Chaotic Truth is a troll.
Okay.
I think he knows what he's saying, and he's very funny.
yeah. And
Do
when
you
I go
think?
hard on him on the coon thing, he shut my mic off, man. Because
What about AR?
AR, okay, now AR, I don't know what to think about that, brother. Because first of all, the nigga talks too polite for me.
What?
You know, so I can't really feel. He says things. He says it with such. He
My
talks
bad,
as if
baby. I
he's
didn't
at
know
a
he was that
podium
slow. Here, give me
giving the
this.
state address to the
Yeah, what's your
United
question?
Nations.
What you got?
So he's suspect to me. He's suspect to me.
Go,
Go.
Ra.
So he's suspect to me. I don't have no personal issue with the brother because I don't have no personal affiliation with the brother. But when just from rule from my schooling, we just niggas just pronounce words too well. We used to throw them niggas in the trash can.
Lord have mercy.
We did. We used to throw them in the locker and put their head in the toilet and all that kind of shit. Nigga, why you make that A on that test and put up and make us all have to take?
Not
It
you
was just
being the
that.
reason black
I
males
know,
don't go
right?
to college. Not him being the reason black men don't go to college.
It,
Hey,
well, it
hey,
could
Diva,
be.
I got a question for you, dude. Do you actually have a problem with me saying literally instead of literally?
No, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay. Could they be cooking me up for that?
Do you have a problem with me saying here versus her?
Here.
Yes.
No.
Okay, see, that's a vernacular problem, right?
Unless you're from St. If I figure that you're from St. Louis, and then I won't have a problem with it.
See, and that's the reason why some people say, why you always asking people where they from and how old they are? Because it gives me a
Different, yeah.
understanding of who I'm talking to and in what generation are they projecting or understanding the world in their
Diva,
environment.
what about when I say, let me ask you a question?
I say that too, so.
I give you a pass on that.
You
I
give me a
let you
pass
go
on
with
that
that.
whole time? I can say
Yeah,
ask.
I'm cool with that because I say that sometimes. But when a nigga say I'm finna
Finna do
say
something.
this,
Hey, yeah, we finna.
nigga, what? Wait, what you say? You finna what? What does finna mean?
It
Bro,
finna.
about
It
make
means
some
stay right there.
groceries.
It means stay right there.
Now see what somebody say right there. See, my cousins is from the south. Let me have a piece of that pie right there. That just sure look good. Who made that, mama? I said, nigga, you don't get out this kitchen. But that's how they talk.
Ever heard make some groceries?
Oh,
Yeah, we don't say that though.
Yeah, that's crazy. You know, about to
I
make
tell you what's new that people say that cracks me up is this. He had a whole woman in his car with him. Did he have a damn half a woman?
Hey, no, but I actually understand that
Yeah.
the whole situation thing.
Yeah, okay. I just got to get more used to it, I guess. Not react to it, not become reactionary to it.
Yeah. I don't see
But
nothing wrong with that. It's just a
I know you asked me earlier, what did I used to do? That I used to, I think, shoot the dozens or somebody. You said,
yeah.
no, man, I had a promising singing career.
But that don't mean that you witty. You kind of
What the fuck?
that doesn't make you witty just because you can sing very well.
Well, I don't think I can now. Not as well as
right.
I used to, or people told me to, and especially when I was singing with group. But
they want to know, how old is this Negro?
68.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
But I saw some things. This is way back in the early 70s, bro. That people are talking about now. That I saw then, and it was mainly the drug thing, the whole drug thing, and the whole love and all that stuff. But that was against my principle,
Okay.
And I know once you because I saw it, once you start messing around with some of that stuff they got in them powders, you don't come back from that. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't.
All right. What's your final thoughts, Hotep? And why do you say Hotep as a greeting? What does it mean?
All it means is peace.
Okay.
Peace and greeting.
All right.
And then it's from the
What's
ancient
your final
Kemetic.
third? What's your final words?
My final thought is, man, people be safe, and that we need to continue to learn, analyze, and work toward a collective, so that we are not always the recipient of the blunt of whatever this society does when it relates to those major non-narratives that I always point out.
Silence. A man of many words. What's your final thoughts, sir?
Yeah, thanks for having the show while I'm at work.
Yeah, and thanks for having the show, Sharon. Yeah, it was a great show.
Appreciate it. PA's Diva. What's your final words, girl?
Enjoy your weekend, everyone. I'll be free in a
Likewise.
few months, and it's gonna be up.
Don't get mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling the truth. If somebody else should have told you this.